Okay, I should be live now. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the long-awaited, hopefully finale of Ace Attorney Justice for All. I did not mean to put this on hold. In fact, I originally planned when I was going on hiatus, I was gonna be like, okay, finish it before I go on hiatus. But then when I went on hiatus, I was just like, I really don't want to continue this right now, like... Basically, plans fell through. I meant to do this earlier, but now it is mid-November. I started this mid-August. Let's finish this fucking game. Let's get it over with. Not to sound, like, disinterested or anything, but, yeah, I would like to, finish up Ace Attorney tonight. And if I don't, well... I will be shot by firing squad. Also, hi Atticus, welcome. Welcome, welcome. I have a tentative stream plan that I would like to discuss on stream. I've already talked about it in private, but, I'll let you know. I'll let you know. We'll talk about it later. So let's get the stream started. Let's finish Ace Attorney. Let's finish this goddamn game. Farewell, my turnabout. March 22nd, 9:47 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Adrian did it? That's what it looks like. Dude, no way. That woman couldn't do anything like that. In court today, there will be a mountain of evidence that'll implicate you. A mountain of evidence? I'm certain there's someone out there trying very hard to pin this whole thing on you. Please, Mr. Lawyer. Dude, like I said yesterday, I'm refreshing like a spring breeze, alright? I can't let any sort of scandal ruin that. I understand. Well, it's almost time. Mia, we must get a complete acquittal today. I know, but I can't focus on Maya's situation right now. Or Pearl's either. No matter what, I have to focus on winning this case by the end of the day. Indeed. Well, let's get going. It's him! This is Wright. Good morning. This is it, Mr. Attorney. The day of the trial. Maya, she's unharmed, right? Well, when I checked on her earlier this morning, she seemed a bit... how shall we say, tired. Don't worry, people don't die that easily. Besides, what you should really be concentrating on is winning today's trial. For my sake as well as yours, you must win today's trial. Which is why I sent you a little present this morning. Present? What in the world would you want to give me? You'll figure it out once the trial starts, and even if you don't like my gift, I expect you to graciously accept it and win the day's contest, if you please. Wait! The kidnapper sent me a present. Mr. Lawyer Dude? Like, who is that? No one! It has nothing to do with you, so forget you heard anything. Dude, did your nose just get longer? Yeah, no, I'm doing the trial now. I don't know if this is just going to be one big trial, or if there's actually going to be another investigation period, but it seems like it's building up to this being the end. It's just going to be one long trial.
Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Ungard. Are the prosecution and defense ready?
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
I say, Mr. Wright, what happened to Miss Von Karma?
I don't know, Your Honor. Why are you getting mad at me? Your Honor.
Please be quiet, bailiff. Court is in session. If you must tell me something, please keep it brief. Now, what is it then?
Prosecutor Von Karma has. This morning, Miss Von Karma was shot by an unknown gunman. Oh my god.
What?
Shot? somehow. I think this is the present that man was talking about. His present! Miss Von Karma is one of the top prosecutors in the country at the moment. If she were to disappear, it would be to your advantage. This is totally insane. Miss Von Karma, is she alright?
I don't have that answer.
She's alive and in stable condition.
That's good. Who? You're...
I thought he'd show up. Your Honor, due to the circumstances, Miss Franziska Von Karma cannot appear in court today. I, Miles Edgeworth, will be taking her place. The prosecution is ready, naturally. Hi, Kay. Miss Von Karma was shot in her right shoulder and is currently undergoing surgery. Luckily, I have looked this case over and am familiar with the details. The prosecution seeks to prove the guilt of Mr. Matt Ungard.
The court acknowledges the prosecution.
Right. I finally found the answer I was struggling for on my long journey this past year. By the time this case comes to an end, you too will know the answer. Now then, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Please bring Detective Gumshoe to the witness stand. Von Karmas love getting shot in the shoulder, huh? It's their favorite thing. Witness, your name and occupation.
My name's Dick Gumshoe, sir. I'm a detective down at the precinct, for now.
For now?
After this trial's over, I'm supposed to turn in my badge, sir.
Detective Gumshoe. The prosecution has no need for a depressed witness. Lift your head up and face forward like a proud officer, Detective Dick Gumshoe.
Yes, sir!
Now, let's have your testimony. If we want to explore the various facets of this case, we must start with that. By the way, let me know how the volume is. Get ready, Phoenix. This is going to be one very rough fight. Yeah, it would have to be with Edgeworth as my opponent. The answer he was struggling for. Interesting. Show me this answer you finally found, Edgeworth. Bare facts of the case.
This murder happened after the Hero of Heroes award ceremony, sir. The victim, Juan Corrida, was found dead in his hotel room. After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered, sir. At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. However, we later found that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder.
After the award ceremony ended, the victim was alone in his room?
Yes, sir. Both the victim and defendant went alone to their rooms, sir.
I see. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
Now press. I gotta remember the buttons. Would you please give us a brief timeline of what happened after the ceremony?
Okay, pal. The ceremony started at 6 p.m. It ended around 8 p.m. and there was a short break. A special post-ceremony show was supposed to start in the lobby 30 minutes later.
And that's when the victim's body was found, correct? Which is to say, the murder occurred during that 30-minute break period.
Please continue with your testimony, Detective.
The victim, Juan Corrida, was found dead in his hotel room.
The person who discovered the victim's body was Adrian Andrews, correct?
Yeah.
Who is this Adrian Andrews you're talking about?
She's the defendant, Matt Ungard's manager. She's a really pretty lady, sir.
Ah, so she's a pretty lady. I wonder if she will grace us with her presence.
Come on, Judge.
When the post-ceremony show was about to start, she went to get Mr. Ungard. After visiting his room, she next went to the victim's room to get him for the show, sir.
I see. And that's when she found the victim's body.
The cause of death. Wasn't that because Mr. Corrida was stabbed in the chest?
Only a careless amateur would believe something so brainless as that, pal. Take a good hard look at the crime photo. Now, real pro's attention would be drawn here to this bandana.
Banana.
Oh, he said banana. I misread.
His bandana, sir.
Oh, wait, the judge was the one who misinterpreted. He got me thinking... Just move on.
His bandana, sir. That's the thing wrapped tightly around his neck, sir.
Ah, yes, I see. His banana-scented bandana.
Then, what about the knife?
It seems to have been stuck in the victim's chest on purpose after his death.
We have a crafty murderer on our hands here.
And why did you think that?
Because it was empty, pal. The Jammin' Ninja doesn't go anywhere without his bright red guitar, and we couldn't find it anywhere at the scene of the crime.
Oh, then how about this theory? A fan really wanted the guitar and did the crime to get it. How's that?
We thought of that too, but
But...
the only fingerprints on the guitar case were the victims.
Only the victims, huh?
I see. So much for my theory, then.
Judge, I don't think it's your job to come up with theories about the case. You're the one who's supposed to have the deciding thing.
I mean, technically, you could have the theory. You could just say, no, a fan did it, and that's the end of the case.
And that's it. The judge gets the final say. What convinced you that it had nothing to do with the case?
The guitar wasn't at the Gatewater Hotel that night.
Well then, where was it?
The bright red guitar was eventually found at the TV studio. The victim, Juan Carita, had apparently only taken the case with him, sir.
So you mean he forgot to put the guitar inside the case?
Yes, sir. Even when he was on stage for the ceremony, he didn't have his guitar.
So that guitar case was empty even before he got to the hotel.
Yeah, that's right. So it really had nothing to do with the case after all.
I believe that is enough. First, the victim was choked to death with his bandana. Then, after the victim was dead, the killer deliberately stabbed him with a knife. Which brings me to my next point. Why then did the police arrest Matt Ungard? Because there was reason enough to suspect him. Here it comes. Looks like Edgeworth's back in full swing.
Very well. Detective Gumshoe, please testify about this matter.
Yes, sir.
I need a drink of water. I didn't drink a lot after my sandwich I had tonight for dinner. I had a big sandwich for dinner, but I was so upset because the turkey we had in the fridge went bad. So it was just like, it was a turkey-less sandwich, and that's like depressing. It was like still good, but it wasn't. It was missing that fine ingredient. I felt very sad without my slices of turkey. Anyways, why arrest Ungard?
Matt Ungard and Juan Carita were huge rivals with each other. They each thought the other guy was in his way. That's motive enough in my book. As for evidence, there's the Jammin' Ninja's button. It was ripped off the ninja costume and was found in Mr. Ungard's Hakama. The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. The defendant brought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder.
So the defendant's fingerprints were found on the knife used in the stabbing.
It was sort of sticky on the handle, so the fingerprints came out pretty clearly, sir. And there's this button.
That was found on the defendant's clothes, was it? And this button is also covered in blood.
Yes, and we know that the blood on it is the victim's blood, sir.
What? All of this points very clearly to the defendant, doesn't it?
Yes, it most certainly does, Your Honor. Ready to give in yet, Wright? I'll find the hole in your argument somehow. You can press as hard as you'd like. Just hurry up with your usual pointless questions. Ugh. I love how smug Edgeworth is, as if every case I've done against him, I won. Not only that, but I beat him so hard, and, like, I ruined his reputation by taking a case for him, that, like, he left the country for, like, a year or two. So, like, it's hilarious to me that his first thought is immediately go back to being a smug fucking asshole. We love our edgy boy.
Matt Ungard and Juan Corrida were huge rivals with each other.
But in terms of popularity, Mr. Ungard won, did he not?
Yeah, but you know what's ironic, pal? Juan Corrida was always one step behind Mr. Ungard in everything. This year it seemed like he finally caught up, ready for the big final showdown.
But Mr. Corrida lost the Grand Prix in the end.
That is too bad. He must have been pretty downhearted after losing.
Wait just 1 second here. Mr. Ungard was beating Mr. Corrida in the popularity polls.
Well, yeah, I guess, but...
Which means that in the defendant's eyes, the victim was not a rival at all. Which means he had no motive to kill at all.
Yes, I quite agree. Well, Detective?
It's not, well, I guess if you put it that way, then, yeah, the defendant would have had no motive.
Detective, I'm beginning to see why you were fired.
Huh? Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
I look forward to your pension negotiations.
No!
Now, Detective, let's continue with the testimony.
No, not my poor pension, too.
Detective, if you value your money, I suggest you proceed.
Yes, sir. We can talk about my pension later, sir.
What about what I was saying? Hello? Anyone? Do you have any proof that the button belonged to the victim?
Huh? What do you mean, pal?
Oh, let me put it this way. I'm asking you if you have any evidence to back up your claim that this button was ripped off the Jammin' Ninja's costume.
Huh? But can't you tell just by looking at it? And the victim's blood is on it.
Anyone could have smeared that blood on there afterwards.
Mr. Edgeworth, help me, sir.
Alright, I knew it had to be this piece of evidence. Now to reel this one in. Thread. Huh? The button was attached to the costume by thread, obviously. And that thread snapped when the button was torn off. If you match up the ends of the thread on the costume with the thread on the button, it's a perfect match.
Yeah, that's it. They're a perfect match, pal.
Ugh. That's Edgeworth for you. Never misses a beat. When was this button found?
Pretty soon after Bloody was found, we rounded up everyone who knew Mr. Corrida. And then we did a search on them all. That's when we found the button.
So it was almost immediately after the murder.
The police didn't have the free time to lollygag and play tricks, unlike some people. Hey, what is he trying to say about me here? How are the fingerprints arranged on the knife?
Huh? What do you mean, pal?
By examining the fingerprints, you can determine how the defendant held the knife. For example, did he hold it normally or overhand?
Oh, is that what you meant? Well, we didn't actually think of that.
I can't believe the bumbling of this department. Hopeless. Were you paying attention to the testimony, Wright? The defendant's fingerprints were all over the knife. There is no way to determine how the knife was held at the moment of the murder.
So is the defendant the owner of this knife, then?
The defendant brought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder.
Oh, fuck. I meant to press that last part. There's no way this was a premeditated murder, even if he brought the knife.
Sorry, pal. This isn't some pocket knife. It doesn't fold, so it's not great for walking around with either.
Well, this is not good. If the prosecution can prove it was a premeditated murder, we're done for. Phoenix. Yes. There's something very interesting about what the detective said just now. Think carefully before it's too late. A button covered in the victim's blood, and a knife with Ungard's fingerprints.
Be grateful. If the judge were more rash, he would have already pounded his gavel in closing. We're still in a world of trouble. Well, before any battle, you must know your enemy's weakness. So let's find the weakness in this testimony, no matter how small it may be. Okay, Phoenix?
Now let's get rid of Turnabout Big Top. That was the case. It wasn't the worst thing in the world, but there were so many things wrong with it that by the end of it, I was just like... I mean, this isn't the worst thing I've ever played. It's not very good. Yeah, no, it's best to examine what I have. The radio transceiver's not gonna help. Nor is the press conference ticket, I don't think. Although maybe. The judge being kind of a dumbass is both the reason Phoenix struggles so much in his cases and the reason he always wins. Not but I pressed the wrong button. Not what I meant to do. It feels like there's some obvious answer. There's definitely something I'm missing. Wait a minute. Nah, it wasn't the button. Maybe it's not for that specific testimony. I'm taking a wild guess here. This might be completely off. No, wait. I'm stupid. Not even the right costume. Oh, that was a dope moment. Although... Now... There's something fishy about this button. Like, why would it be ripped from his costume if it was just that? I don't know. The knife was fishy. Well, that works. Also, hi, Robin. Welcome. Wait a second. What? So, the basis of your argument that this was a premeditated murder is simply that my client bought a knife beforehand. That's right, pal. The defendant did not buy this knife. Uh-huh. Take a good look at the handle of this knife and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Huh?
It has a gatewater seal set into the handle.
Gatewater? I think I've heard that name somewhere before.
That's the name of the hotel. The Gatewater Hotel?
Uh-oh.
The murder knife was actually property of the hotel, which means this murder was not premeditated. Yes, that is very true. This is a very big... What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm sorry, but the defense is simply too careless.
What?
I think whether the crime was premeditated or not has already been determined.
How so?
I admit this knife is hotel property. There is no one currently on the police force that is dumb enough not to realize this.
But I didn't know.
Oh. The question is, where did this knife come from?
Why, that's obvious. It came from the victim, Mr. Kurita's room.
Sorry, Your Honor, but that is incorrect. The victim ate a last meal before he was murdered. With that being the case, I would like to draw the court's attention to what is on the top of the table.
There is a knife and fork on the table. Then, where in the world did this knife come from?
If it pleases the court, I would like for us to recall the room of the defendant, Mr. Matt Ungard. Especially what was on top of his table. There is something missing. Perhaps it is a single knife? We investigated the leftover dishes for fingerprints, and while we were investigating, we came to the conclusion that Mr. Matt Ungard's knife was missing.
Ugh.
Mr. Ungard had gone into the victim's room with the knife he had used during the murder. Why would he carry a knife on a visit? To kill, of course. And with that, I believe the prosecution has proven this was a premeditated murder.
Amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. Absolutely brilliant. A brilliantly clear deduction.
It seems like Edgeworth had this planned from the very start. This must be one of those traps, and I just walked headlong into it.
A murder weapon with fingerprints, and a button from the victim's costume. There is quite a sizable amount of evidence here.
I can safely say that any further deliberation is a waste of your Honor's time. Although, I wouldn't mind if the defense were to present evidence not yet shown to the court.
Evidence not yet shown?
He means evidence that the court hasn't seen yet. In other words, new evidence.
What does the defense have to say about this, Mr. Wright?
Oh, this is gonna be...
Well... Phoenix, the judge is favoring the prosecution right now. If we answer with something wrong here... that gavel of his will be ringing out to the sound of our defeat.
Mr. Wright, do you have something important and necessary to present to this court?
Edgeworth begging you. There's one. One piece of evidence that catches my attention. Something that this court has yet to see.
Mr. Wright, I will say this one more time. I do not feel this trial needs to continue at all. However, I am giving you one chance, and only one.
What the judge is saying, Wright, is don't try pulling one of your usual bluffs here.
if I mess this up, it's curtains for all of us.
Oh, God! Oh, fuck!
Now then, what is this important evidence that you must show us all?
Oh, God! This is terrifying. What the fuck do I present?
that just makes the judge happy and he has no issues. Yeah, can you give me a second? I haven't played in a month. The funny thing about the Phoenix voice is that it's just my regular voice, because I think Phoenix Wright is just a regular guy. He doesn't have a stupid cartoon dog shit voice. Oh, God. Fuck. Nope. The answer is evil. Well, we've seen the button, we've seen the knife. Nope. It's gonna be something, like, ridiculously stupid. That was like, I thought, like, it would be something so stupid. Of course it was the fucking tomato juice. Oh my god. This fucking game. This is a wine glass, is it not? Please look at the photo of the crime scene one more time. The scene is a mess because of the victim's struggle against his assailant. The vase was broken, his makeup is all over the floor. They were all things that were at one point sitting on top of the dresser. Well, yes, I see your point. However, this glass that is sitting on top of the dresser is mysteriously untouched. The only thing that had not fallen over with everything else is this wine glass. This piece of evidence is more than strange enough to warrant further consideration. Well, what do you all have to say? Well, yes, it is a little peculiar. Yeah, isn't it? I thought it was. You can stop looking at me with those puppy dog eyes of yours now. Mr. Edgeworth. What is it, Your Honor? Your opinion. You don't need my opinion. Because there is no special meaning to that glass. What? It's safe to say that the glass was set there after the crime took place. By the person who discovered the body, Adrian Andrews, for example. She could have easily been so shocked that she set the glass down without thinking. That does sound very plausible. Mr. Wright, could Miss Andrew really have put that glass down without thinking? No! If she was gonna put it down anyways, why would she go behind the victim first? She wouldn't do that, she'd just, like, put it down somewhere else instead of the dresser behind the fucking victim. What? Come on. If I appear weak here, the trial is over. I can look for my proof later. For now, I should trust my instinct and point with certainty. They just might fall for it if you're thought-provoking enough. The defense would like to challenge the prosecution's theory. We would like to see something that proves it was Miss Andrews who set the cup on the table. That too? You've turned the situation on its head yet again, as usual. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any proof to back up your claim? There's no way he has any. He's just bluffing. Unlike Mr. Wright, I never say anything unless I have the evidence to support it. What? You're not thinking hard enough today, Wright? Did you think this wine glass escaped my notice? But then... Of course it has been thoroughly inspected. For fingerprints. Fingerprints? There were only one set of fingerprints left on this wine glass. Only one? Well, whose were they? They are not the victim nor the defendant's. Rather, they were one Adrian Andrews. What? Ugh. That is why I said that person who had discovered the body had left it there. Are we done here, Mr. Wright? Ugh! I Can't believe I fell into another trap. Miss Andrews was probably holding the glass when she went to see Mr. Kurita. But upon seeing his dead body, she was stunned and set the glass down on the dresser. What you just said makes a lot of sense. Now do you see, Wright? You can't change any part of my scenario as it explains everything all too well. Ugh. I've thought long and hard this past year about what it means to be a prosecutor, and from here on out, I will show you the answer I've come to discover. Wait a second, Mr. Edgeworth. I think the prosecution here has provided enough evidence for me to enter my verdict. Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to pass judgment yet. The prosecution has yet another witness we would like the court to hear from. Another witness? Yes. Bailiff, please bring in the next witness. What in the world is Mr. Edgeworth thinking? Fucking old bag. Bailiff, whack his pee-pee. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. Witness, your name and occupation, please. Ugh! Gotcha! Ugh! I wonder what happened to that comic's composure he had earlier. Oh, Edgy boy, it's been like a year since we last met, hasn't it? Oh, you should be more happy to see me. I saw the report with her testimony, but who knew that under that helmet? It was the Wicked Witch of the witness stand. I tell you, this time I know what I'm supposed to do. So today, I'm going to tell you anything and everything. Even things that don't have to do with that terrible crime. Miss Witness, that terrible crime is all that this court needs to know. Oof. Shush! I'm talking to my dear Edgy Wedgie right now. Don't interrupt us, Gramps! Yes, madam. No. Please, by all means, interrupt her. Please. Anyways, witness, your testimony, please. It's true what they say, that the youth are so hot-headed nowadays. Not that I mind at all, Edgy. Now then, what should I start with? The witness was on security detail at the hotel on the night of the murder. Is this correct, Miss Oldbag? It was a great job being able to steer my theory, Juan. Oh, it was almost too much for my little heart to handle. You mean you were a fan of the victim? Look, everyone is crazy over that on guard, saying he's cute in a fresh way or something. But not me! I wouldn't say anything so silly. After all, I have no interest in a little child like him. I'm only interested in a real man, Juan Kurita. But those two are the same age. Anyway, as I was saying, I was pacing in front of his room that night. Very well. Please tell the court what you witnessed the night of the murder. Leave it to me, Edgy Poo. Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around in the hallway in front of his room. There was something I was interested in finding out, you know. Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. He was on guard, not on guard! He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room. So Mr. Unguard came out from the victim's room. See? It has to be him! He's the murderer! I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Oldbag shot him with her laser gun. Miss Oldbag, what was your post on that night? The lobby. I was supposed to help set up the stage for that trifling show. But I refused to help, I'll have you know. It was for that lead-headed samurai show. I even took out a few of the nails. Ugh, maybe it was a good thing the show didn't go on. Besides, that manager with the glasses seemed to be working hard at it without me. So I thought I'd take a break and spread my wings a little. And that's when you went to hang around the victim's door. You freaking weirdo. something you were interested in. And just what was that?
It's not some little thing I can just go around telling everyone, you know. It's top secret between me and Juan. Ah, and Edgy Poo, of course. Mr. Edgeworth, what is this thing she was interested in?
I have no idea. I despise gossip, Your Honor. Gossip? But should it prove relevant, we can always have it appended to her testimony later. Looks like we shouldn't force it out right now.
And did the witness stay
In the vicinity of the victim's door the entire time.
Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. He was on guard. That on guard.
Wait. I just started reading her dialogue, I didn't press. Oh? And would you tell us the number of people who went in and out of Mr. Kurita's room?
I have no idea. I wasn't born so I could count things for those who didn't pay attention in class. That's why ever since I turned 20, I quit keeping track of how old I really am.
Yes, well, that would explain why your age was not included in the report. In any case, the witness then saw someone, correct? You got into her mind, you became the character. That's like the most terrifying scenario imaginable. Imagine you become a fictional character, and out of all the fictional characters you could have become Spider-Man, Super Mario, Sonic the Hedgehog, fucking Kratos from God of War. You could have been like John Wick. Old bag. That would be the worst demon possession of all time. I would like call an exorcist and then immediately demand a refund. I don't know why I would ask for a refund when they're the ones getting old bag out of my body, but like someone has to pay for this happening to me. Who in the world was that?
I'm not allowed to say. This sort of information has to be carefully guarded from the masses, Sonny. The man that came out of Juan's room, he was... Yes, he was... I'm too scared. I can't say his name out loud.
What I wouldn't give to have Francisca's whip right about now.
Well, I guess I can tell you, since he was such a bad boy anyway.
You saw my client. Are you sure about that?
Yes-y.
Really?
Annoying brat! When I say I saw someone, I saw that person!
Why do I get a sense of deja vu? Maybe to avoid a repeat of last year, I should delve into this a bit further. Ooh. Perfect. What was the man you saw carrying?
In which hand? His right or his left?
Now this is a real mess. I mean, I can't be expected to answer such a vague question.
Indeed.
Please be more specific with your question, Mr. Wright. Sorry. What was the man you saw carrying in his right hand?
He wasn't carrying anything in that hand.
Then how about his left?
Empty.
Well, this whole thing has been a whole lot of nothing. No, it hasn't! There's a problem there. He wasn't holding the knife. So, Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now important or relevant in any way? It was very important, Your Honor. Of course it was important, Your Honor. Then perhaps you would like to point out what part of that testimony was important. You don't really have to put it that way to get me to say.
Mr. Wright, there's something much more valuable than a person's pride, and that is time. Please don't waste this court's precious time with worthless questions.
Yes, Your Honor. I think I just wasted his good favor. She may not remember things or be mistaken here and there, but I don't think she's lying. That's bad for us. Really bad. But that's how the human mind is. It has the tendency to jump off topic. The knife was in the body. He didn't take it out of the room. Oh, I thought she saw him go into the room. I'm an idiot. She saw him go out. That's my bad. She's strayed onto a few interesting side topics this time too, hasn't she? But that's what makes her a sweet old lady, right? That's because you're not the one who has to question her. Phoenix, Edgeworth and the judge, I fucking hate you. Please tell the court about the man's clothes in more detail.
What a troublesome young man you are. Really, as if something like that matters.
But it does.
Now what was it? Oh yes, it was that thing.
What thing?
That gaudy thing he's always wearing. That racing jacket.
Ah, he was wearing that at the detention center, too. Detention is such a hard word to say when you're saying it so fast.
That thing's meant for nothing but seducing women out of their pantaloons. Men.
Right.
So, Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now important or relevant in any way?
I think so. Why wasn't he wearing the costume? The button? Don't you see it, Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request what the witness said about the jacket be appended to her testimony.
I don't quite see where you're going with this, but alright, witness please. Well, I don't like to badmouth anyone without reason, but if I must. He was wearing his flashy racing jacket. Honestly, it's all just for show.
Are you sure the defendant was wearing a race jacket?
What do you think? It's not like I've seen him in anything other than that horrible thing. I'm sure he was wearing it.
She is so sure of herself that it's to the point of self-absorption. She may not remember things or... I think I understand completely what the issue is here. Yep. Miss Oldbag.
What? Don't say my name for no reason.
Do you know what this is?
It's button number 2 on the Jammin' Ninja's costume.
Now I know she's an obsessed fan. She identified it in a single glance.
Give it here! Give it here! If you don't give it to me, I'll punish you with this!
Wow. She really is a die-hard fan to want a button covered in blood. Ugh. This button was discovered on Mr. Ungard's body during a full body search.
See? See? This button proves beyond a shadow of a doubt it was that rascal Ungard.
It was caught up in the pleats of his Nickel Samurai Hakama pants.
See? See? And Ungard is the Nickel Samurai.
Witness. Now, it may just be me, and I do have an active imagination, but just now, didn't you say that the defendant, Matt Ungard, was wearing his usual racing jacket?
I'm so sorry. Sorry that you judge people based on what they wear. If I wore the trendiest dress, then, but instead I had to put up with this ridiculous outfit. You'd agree with this idiot. I've got a tape recorder stuck in my desk. It's heavy, it's so heavy! We would have switched its CDs years ago! Dream of life for all these kids. I work hard to give a smile. Understand? Now take a look in the mirror. Your clothes are about as interesting as a documentary on curling. You should take a step or two from Edgy Poo. Now, hold your tongue still for 1 second. So, what you saw in actuality was not Mr. Ungard, the man, but Mr. Ungard, the Nickel Samurai? But when you think about it, they're really one and the same anyway.
Miss Oldbag, this is a very important point we're talking about.
Edgy Poo, do you think so too?
Well, it might be something worth considering. Just say it's important and agree with me for a change.
Witness, think carefully and try to remember as much as you can before you testify. All right, if you insist.
I should be the one sighing, not you.
Ungard, yes! Now I remember! The Nickel Samurai, that's right. It was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He'd had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know. So he must have worn that Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan.
I knew it. I knew you'd say he was inside that costume.
What? Did you think there could have been someone else inside that costume? Don't be a bad little boy thinking such rude things.
But the possibility does exist.
Ah, youngins today. I told you, there's no way it was anyone else. How do you know that? Because I said so, and what I say is the truth.
At least she's just as delightful a witness as she was last year.
Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Would you please get on with your testimony?
Watch your language, young man. What sort of tone is that to take with an elder? My youthfulness isn't what it used to be, so you should forgive me for everything. If you keep on barking at me like that, I'll start singing at the top of my lungs.
What?
A striking figure by the sea, standing all alone is he. He's the nickel samurai.
She's actually singing. Someone help my poor ears.
Mr. Edgeworth, can you please do something about this racket?
Witness, I'll give you a piece of gum later if you'll be good and stick to just the facts.
Okay! You promise, right?
Right. I'll be sending the bill for the chewing gum to your office at a later date. Remind me to send you a thank you note later too, Edgeworth, old chum. This courtroom really is a fucking nightmare. Be a little more careful with your testimony, please. Not too long you said he was wearing his racing jacket, and now he's not?
Not too long ago? Then let me ask you this. When you were itty-bitty, what was your grand dream?
Huh?
What did you want to be when you grew up, whippersnapper?
My dream, huh? Well, I wanted to be the Judge Wagner, a hero of the public's court. So what?
See? And look at where you are now! You're not Judge Wagner, are you? Are you?
Well...
What I said earlier. Who puts any weight into things like that? If the now is everything, I can't be held responsible for the past.
Since when did court become theatrics over testimonies?
All that matters is the man who was inside that costume. Isn't that enough?
Imagine wanting to be Judge Judy as your childhood dream. I'm sure there was someone like that. I mean, I remember seeing a couple episodes of Judge Judy as a kid. All I know, I don't remember anything about Judge Judy. All I know about Judge Judy now is the one Twitter account that's like 1 inch tall Judge Judy, where she lives in a Go-Gurt tube, even though she used to be the most powerful judge in the world. And why would that be?
That way, no one could see his face, of course.
But there's still no advantage for him that I can see. In fact, you would think the costume would make him stand out all the more.
Ah, you are such an annoying child, you know that? You disagree with everything I say.
Isn't that what you're always doing for me?
I got it! Maybe it was more troublesome for him to change in and out of his costume.
Was there anyone else scheduled to appear at the post-ceremony show?
Well, all the contestants were supposed to go on stage in a friendly gesture thing.
And that included the jamming ninja.
Of course it included him. That's why when On Guard came out of Dear Juan's room, I didn't give it a second thought. I see. Well, anyways.
So let me ask you one last time. The person you saw, it really was the Nickel Samurai.
As showy as ever. Haven't I been saying that from the very beginning?
Can I throw in the towel yet? You don't need to think too hard on this one, huh? There's a contradiction in her testimony and it's sitting in plain sight. The question is what that contradiction means for us. Well, I have to figure out what you're talking about first, but okay. Why does Mia just not tell us? There's definitely something obvious I'm missing. No! Did I load the wrong save? I loaded the wrong fucking save. I didn't save. God damn it. Now we have to go through this dialogue again. Oh, that was a stupid mistake on my part. Ace Attorney speedrun strats. Man, Oldbag, this is the one time you talk slower than I need you to. I think I despise you. Who I saw, that's great. I would love to hear all about who you saw. Man, I should do an Ace Attorney speedrun one of these days. I would just have, like, the whole walkthrough on one monitor, and then I'd have chat right next to it, and we'd just be talking while I press the button over and over again. Which, to be fair, requires some skill. Like, and, like, if you don't want to be a cheap-ass and just have a walkthrough on the screen, like, you would have to actually memorize all that stuff. It requires some skill. Every speedrun requires some skill. So I don't think we got anything extra from pressing her, so I think we're good to just present evidence. Right? Nah, it doesn't have to do with the scarf. I'm trying to think. I mean, this is the contradiction. Oh, we can prove something was not true when she saw him in the costume. I have no fucking clue right now. I forgot the kidnapper went by to kill her. Wait a minute. No. But it would have been inconvenient for him to have a bloody button or a button missing. No, wait, that's Kurita's cotton. You have a picture of the costume. Oh, I'm an idiot. Yeah, it was on Kurita's thing. Seems pretty inconvenient to me. I don't know. What piece of evidence doesn't line up with what the costume is? The fingerprints. No. Shit. Maybe. I don't think any of these are working. No, wait, it is the knife! The knife! I was right. Please take a look at this.
Yeah, so it's a knife. Big deal. If you're trying to scare me with that, I'll have you know it won't work.
No, that's not my intention at all.
That's the knife that was used in the murder, correct?
Your Honor, do you know why this piece of evidence is important to this case?
You don't even have to ask. It's because the defendant's fingerprints are on it.
Is that what you're driving at? That is exactly what I am driving at.
What are we driving at? And whose car are we driving?
If Mr. Ungard was really in the Nickel Samurai costume at the time of the murder, then it's impossible for his fingerprints to have been left on this knife. Actually, he would have had wiped all his previous fingerprints on this knife right off.
Oh, that's right! The Nickel Samurai wears gloves, doesn't he?
He probably took his gloves off before he began the stabbing. And why would he do something like that? To leave his prints on the murder weapon? There is no way he would do something like that. However, there is one possibility. Then let's hear your possibility. It's very simple. The defendant went to the victim's room while in costume as the Nickel Samurai. At that time, the defendant had no intent on murder. He was probably just going to relax and talk to the victim about the stage show. Which is why he took his gloves off. Ah, but Edgeworth, here's the thing. You just proved that it wasn't premeditated.
But the murder still did take place.
It's well known that there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim.
Yes, I have heard that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about Mr. Edgeworth's theory? So let me get this straight. Edgeworth's theory goes like this. When the defendant went into the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. Now, up to this point, there's a big fucking problem. You said it was premeditated. This theory contradicts something in an earlier testimony. What are you babbling about? Now, for argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. Ungard was the killer. If that's the case, I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone into the victim's room without intent. Oh shit. I don't know what the right evidence is. Fuck. Also, don't worry about the clues being too much. I appreciate them. I would be dead in a ditch without them. Ah, we're so close. This one has you stuck? It's got me stuck too, so don't worry, you're in good company. The struggle. Maybe. I'll try that. Nope. Yeah, I know he said it was premeditated. That's the problem. Ah, but what do I use to prove? What did he say that proved it? I'm already blanking. You guys know I have a bad memory. It doesn't help that we're doing this case like a month and a half after I last played this game. Not the button. I'm just gonna keep guessing. I'm just gonna keep presenting shit until I get something. Ooh. No. The knife? The knife again! Every fucking time it's the knife. The knife is always the answer. This knife. This was used by Mr. Ungard at dinner.
Yes, we did establish that.
Which means that if my client was in fact the killer, then he brought this knife with him when he went to visit Mr. Kurita, I suppose. However, you just said it yourself. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. If that were true, then why would he bring a knife? He wouldn't, would he? Which means, Mr. Edgeworth, your theory was flawed from supposition 1. The knife is always the answer, Steven's universe. And one more thing. If the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder, then there should be glove marks left on the knife. Which means the defendant's fingerprints shouldn't have been all over it like bees on a hive. And that brings me to my final point. This knife was planted by the real killer to hide their identity and mislead us.
Order, I say! Order in the court! Was this knife really planted by the killer? Why would the murderer do such a thing?
Maybe to hide the murder method? I feel like saying, like, oh, like, the other answer would imply that it was Adrian Andrews. Jen just yelled at me, which means it's not the right answer. They kept the bandana tied around his neck. Well, let's try this. Jen yelled at me, but apparently other people are saying it might be fine. Listen, if you're not sure, don't yell at me if I say a different answer. I have ideas too sometimes. It's to hide the way in which the murder was carried out, of course. More of your nonsense? Take another good look at the autopsy report. The victim actually died from strangulation. The killer tried to hide this by stabbing a knife into the victim's chest.
But doesn't the autopsy admit that the cause of death was strangulation?
Well, yes, the real cause of this death was easily discovered. Then I'd say the knife did a terrible job of concealing this fact. Okay, yeah. I mean, Jen was right in the end, but that led us down an interesting path. It is to frame Matt Ungard. It's to frame my client, Mr. Ungard, of course.
Deframe?
Aren't you forcing the interpretation just a little too hard on this one? But we just established that the witness saw the Nickel Samurai in costume, and if that were true, then there shouldn't be a single fingerprint on this knife.
Ugh. That witness. Looks like I've made your life a tiny bit more difficult, huh, Itchy Poo? Witness, did you or did you not really see the Nickel Samurai? Well, I guess at first I might have forgotten, but...
Are you saying you mixed up Mr. Ungard with the Nickel Samurai, his character on TV?
But I mean, I can't really do anything about that now! Look, I was waiting around in front of their doors because... well, I wasn't waiting around for the Nickel Samurai, that's for sure.
She wasn't waiting for the Nickel Samurai. Alright then, who were you waiting around for then? Are we gonna try and frame this on Old Bag? Because that would be hilarious. This would be the second time this has happened to this fucker.
That's top secret to anyone outside of security. I have a feeling that you were waiting for Mr. Juan Carita. Am I correct, witness? The way you think, you are a sad amateur with a terrible case of nearsightedness. Amateur? Me? What am I an amateur of?
So Old Bag was waiting around in front of the witness's room, but it doesn't sound like she was waiting to catch a glimpse of Mr. Carita. Maybe, Phoenix. Maybe the Old Bag was waiting around for that person. If it's who I think Mia's hitting at, it's certainly possible. Miss Old Bag, you were waiting for this person to come out of the victim's room, weren't you? Adrian Andrews?
Who is this person?
This is Adrian Andrews, Mr. Ungard's manager.
But why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room?
It seems that this is the latest rumor in circulation, Your Honor.
Oh, this is... ha. I see.
The judge seems to be really into the article, if it can be called such a thing.
Then this manager with the initials AA, are you saying it's...
Adrian Andrews. Without a doubt, the witness thought so as well.
Looks like you found me out. Well, that's fine. I can throw away this whole sworn to confidentiality stuff then. Witness? What in the world are you?
Watch out, Phoenix. I've got a bad feeling about this. A very bad feeling.
I got some information. Some very secret information from a certain source. That's why I was doing my own little investigation. In secret, of course. But what for? Oh, just for myself. Personal reasons and all that. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, how will you proceed from here?
I really don't want to do this. However, I cannot simply let this point slide.
I see. Very well then. Witness, please testify about this secret information. Get ready. This is going to take the wind out of you, young'uns.
I'm sure we're all capable of handling this. Really, it's not like we're 10 years old. She's investigating her old lady tabloid gossip.
That Ungard is one evil, evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with Juan. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, and this is top secret, you got that? Nobody else but you and me know yet, okay? The defendant sent his manager. What a distasteful topic for this court. What? Nobody's above gossip. And isn't there a saying, the truth is never pleasant?
Never heard that one before.
Mr. Edgeworth, what about this Adrian Andrews person?
We have looked into this matter, and found that the truth that the article proposes is in fact baseless gossip.
But should this be true, then this proves that the defendant did bear ill will towards the victim.
So this means I have to smash this rumor once and for all.
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Oh, great. Be careful. The old bag seems rather excited right now.
That's right! Ungard is nothing but your average foul-blooded youth.
Well, as the old saying goes, you've got to burn old bags with fire. Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the danger zone. Objection, Your Honor. Adrian Andrews clearly has no interest in men. You can't say something like that without proof. That's just slander.
But it's true! That woman was getting intimate with poor Juan! Look, it says so right here, doesn't it? Manager to the Stars, Miss A.A.
But the name of this magazine this came from is called Gossipland.
What? Are you saying that gossip is all just a pack of lies? What do you know? I suppose next you'll swear to me that the news is 100% truth.
Oh my god, this is the most relevant, like, game in the world right now.
Honestly, Sonny, you can't discriminate between the news and gossip. Yes, discrimination is bad. Yes, discrimination is bad, Mr. Wright.
Yo, discrimination, it ain't right. I'm not gay, but if I was, I would marry who I like. I'm not gay, but if I were, I would marry who I like. It's not fair, I'm not gay, that the government has a say in who can love who not gay and on which god you can pray not a gay. It gets me so angry. I'm a half of them, I feel passionate, not gay. I can't do it. Discriminate? When did I do anything like that?
Anyway, on guard will never get me to say touche.
A scandal? What do you mean by that?
You're a dim-witted one, aren't you? I can't believe you don't know what a scandal is. Honestly, what are they teaching kids in middle school these days?
No, I wasn't asking what the word scandal means. Even I know that much.
Well, that Ungard thought he could own a monopoly on popularity.
You don't have any proof that Mr. Ungard did any such thing.
You must be suffering from shock, the shock of hearing the truth. And now since you're in such shock, you can't do anything right.
You're right. I can't do anything, but boy, do I wish I could do something about you.
Alright then, Sonny, show me what you've got. Can you show me any proof that Ungard didn't bear any ill will towards Juan?
I don't know if I have anything that can prove that. What do you guys think? Like, I don't know if I have enough information about either of these two's lives. Don't think so. I'll decline for now. I don't have anything to offer.
See? Just as I thought. And you were lecturing me about saying things without any proof. You've just given me a free pass to say whatever I want, whenever I want, silly boy.
Ugh, me and my big mouth.
That's the way the cookie crumbles. For you, anyways.
So, what do you mean by I took action?
Like I already told you, I was lying in wait close to the crime scene. Once that slimy woman came out of Juan's room, I was going to capture her and teach her a good lesson, something you youngins need. You are going to teach her a good lesson? I was going to make her eat the damaging beams of my ray gun. Like this! No, stop! Well, it was too bad that woman didn't come through the door that night.
Wait,
What? I'm a busy woman. Tea time with the kids is over.
secret information that no one else knows yet. If that's true, then how do you know about this secret information?
Huh? Well, that's because I'm a pro. Yes, that's it. It's a secret. Even if you drilled a hole into my brain, you'll never find out.
How in the world did that old bag get such a secret piece of evidence? Yeah, I'm curious too. Try pressing her further. If you don't be a good girl and tell me where you got this secret information, you won't get to go home today.
Edgy Poo, what are you doing? Help me.
Ugh, what do I have to do with this?
Just do this for me. You'll get your reward.
I don't want your reward, but you don't leave me much of a choice. The witness could have gotten her information from anywhere. It's even possible it was spontaneously made up inside the witness's head. And he lectured me on reckless blabbering?
As long as we don't know where this information came from, it's quite a waste of time to focus on this line of questioning.
Where did Old Bag get her inside information? There has to be something I can use to figure it out. Sounds like just another tidbit of gossip, doesn't it? But you can't just ignore it either. It makes your client look bad either way. Well, I don't really think I've heard anything really out of the ordinary. There has to be something we can catch her on. Yeah, and when I find it, I'm gonna press the heck out of it. Yeah, regrettably, I don't remember much of the investigation phase at this point. If it's got something related to that, like, we're never gonna get it. Why did Epic Games just send me an email about Marvel and Disney Plus? Yeah, you can drop a hint. I give you permission. Someone lost something related to the gossip. I don't think it's the Gossip Land one. Is it? I don't fucking know. So no one else is supposed to know this secret information, correct? If that's true, then why do you know it, Miss Oldbag?
Why are you looking at me like that? Stop it!
Witness? I hate to say it, but this is how you came to acquire your secret info, isn't it? Is it really? What? Oh, I have an item that has the same similar description. Oh. The investigative photographer, Lotta Hart. Oh yes, I remember that mischievous girl. She reported that she had lost a certain note she had written to herself.
She reported such a thing?
On that piece of paper, she had written down some of her impressions about the relationship between the victim and Miss Andrews.
What? Outrageous ideas, you say?
No, I said impressions.
Then everything written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless?
Ah, that's it. That's the note.
No, you see, this is something completely different. This is my top secret list of groceries to buy.
Then you are the one who took Miss Hart's note.
I'm a huge fan of Juan's, that's why. That infamous puffy-haired whippersnapper. She's working with that evil Ungard. She said so herself. Ungard, I'm his sidekick. She was so happy, smiling like a silly duck. I was only checking what she had written. Itchy-poo, you believe me, don't you?
Ugh.
I was only trying to help out like the angel I am. It's only one little piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before.
You really should come up with a supply of cheese to match your vintage wine.
Well, it was only a piece of paper.
I suppose we can overlook this just once. She looks like she's really sorry. Should I forgive her? No, fuck her. Fuck you. If I let up now, she'll get away. I have to find some way to inflict a deafening blow to the prosecution. Witness, you said that the only thing you stole was that note. Is this correct?
Stole? Why did you listen more carefully, you annoying brat? I saved this piece of paper from the terrible, lonely trash can. That's all.
You're lying, damn it, and I can prove it.
Are you putting my credibility under scrutiny again?
Miss Oldbag, I don't believe that note is the only thing you stole that night. Oh. Fuck. I thought she stole the guitar. That would have been hilarious. What else did Oldbag steal? It's related to the note. No, not the button. I was thinking because it was ripped off. But that's stupid, she didn't even have it. It's not the knife again. What the hell could she have stolen? And Phoenix is so sure about this, so I don't think this is something that I'm gonna fumble with. With the camera? I'm an idiot. I read the camera info and I was like, wait, that blatantly says it was stolen. Miss Oldbag, that note was with a camera inside its case, wasn't it?
A camera?
Yesterday, Lotta Hart was raising a huge stink over her camera. She kept saying something like, "My sweetie $1,600 camera disappeared on me."
Why? What? Witness! What is it, Gramps?
If you have the note, then it would only be logical that you have the camera too.
Ah! Looks like you found me out again, Sonny. Is this the camera you're looking for?
That's...
What? Even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know. I still eat meals like you, I fall in love, and borrow things from people. I think your definition of borrow is a little off. I saw that woman's business card, and that's when I noticed it said, Slimebag Celebrities Photographer Extraordinaire. Well, when I saw that, I had to know what sort of pictures she had taken. I'm a professional security guard. That's my business to know these things. Bailiff, check this camera's photos. Hurry! We must examine them at once.
We done did it.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do we have?
There is only one photo that seems to be relevant to this case.
Please present it to the court. This is the Nickel Samurai. See, I told you. That's the guy I saw. This proves that the witness was not lying earlier about this matter. What does this all mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
This photo by itself does not prove that the person in it is the defendant. However, in his own confession, Mr. Ungard clearly stated that at the time of the murder, he was still in his Nickel Samurai costume.
If that is the case, then this Nickel Samurai is...
the defendant.
How did it come to this? I think this brings us to the end. We have examined every piece of evidence thoroughly. Final comments, Mr. Wright? The court will consider them before we close. Do you agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client?
This photo really is decisive, then we're done for. But if I raise an objection here and blow it, then I would put Maya's life in jeopardy. I can't make a mistake here. There's only one road out of this mess. There's something strange with it. And here's what's strange about it. He's like dragging at his feet. There's something strange with this photo. I knew this was coming, Mr. Wright. Your thoughts, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we can all agree that there is nothing strange with this here photo. There is no way for the defense to debunk this photo, even with a bunker buster.
Debunk with a bunker buster? Is that what you're planning to do, Mr. Wright?
Anyway, please look at the photo one more time.
If you really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo, then you should only need one chance, correct?
Well, I have to find something wrong with this photo. I can't just let this chance pass by. Where in the heck did she take this photo from anyways? It's all out of focus. Why can't she take a good shot, especially when it counts?
Now then, let's hear your objection.
What about this photo is strange? The dragging of the feet. I don't know about that. I would like to direct the court's attention to this one area right here.
What are you pointing to? His ankles?
If you could see this person's ankles, that would be one thing. However, you can't.
And?
What does that mean? The costumed person in this photo could not have been Mr. Ungard.
What is the meaning of this?
I wonder if you would care to elaborate. With actual facts, that is. Let's take a look at the Nickel Samurai's poster. Please pay particular attention to the area around the bottom of the hakama.
His socks! You can see his socks!
Exactly! However, in this photo, the Nickel Samurai is clearly holding his hakama up just to walk. There There is only one explanation for this. The person inside this costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant. Alright, I think I've turned things around for myself this time. That's curious. Huh? What is? Edgeworth is unusually calm today. That's true. He's just letting the trial run itself, as if he's only along for the ride. Along for the ride? What do you mean by that? I can only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all. He doesn't feel under attack, then I haven't damaged his case at all?
Mr. Edgeworth, where does this leave us? If the person in this photo is not Matt Ungard, then everything the prosecution has tried to prove has become meaningless.
I figured it would come to this.
What?
Right. I have something I want to ask you. I think you have proven that the person inside this costume is not Matt Ungard. In that case, who is this a photo of? I think I know, but I don't like the answer. Who is the person wearing the Nickel Samurai costume? Don't stress out over this, Phoenix. It's very simple. What you should be focused on is Edgeworth's attitude, don't you think? Yeah, why is he so calm?
Mr. Wright, let's hear your thoughts. Who is the person in this photograph?
Karl Marx! I don't think it can be anyone else. It's gotta be Adrian Andrews.
Adrian Andrews?
If you want to know who the Nickel Samurai is, it is none other than that woman. And why would you say it must be Miss Andrews? What in the world points you to her? For starters, she's short, and she can freely move in and out of Mr. Ungard's room. Finally, she had dinner with Mr. Ungard that night.
And how does that all add up?
It means that it makes it very easy for her to get a certain item. A certain knife with Mr. Ungard's fingerprints all over it.
The knife that was used as a murder weapon.
Why don't you just say what it is you want, Wright? I have to do this now. This is my last chance to turn things around. The defense moves to indict Miss Adrian Andrews in the murder of Juan Carita. It was Miss Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime.
Order! 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 It looks like this trial is in a most unexpected development. Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
This court is issuing a subpoena for Miss Adrian Andrews.
I think that's how you say that.
A verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony.
Alright, this is it. This is kind of bad for us. Huh? What do you mean? If Adrian Andrews is summoned to court as a witness, it means that the trial will go on for another day. One more day. Oh. 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 Oh god, if I don't get a verdict today, then Maya!
Now then, we shall set Miss Andrews' testimony for tomorrow.
Oh, what am I supposed to do? The court is about to adjourn the court!
Now then!
No! Please, Your Honor, continue the trial. You must pass a verdict today.
I can't do that. We cannot hear Miss Andrews' testimony if she is not...
I abhor wasting such valuable time. Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial.
But we cannot continue due to this unexpected development.
Unexpected development? I think you underestimate me, Your Honor.
And what do you mean by that?
That Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his way to subpoenaing, I don't know how to say that fucking word. Miss Adrian Andrews is all happening according to plan. Even if Miss Wright was a bit slow to catch on. What?
What? What is the meaning of your statement, Mr. Edgeworth?
Miss Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby. Subpoenaing. I don't know how to say it with the ing. She is the next witness. Everything was planned out in advance by that man? Somehow, I knew there was no way Edgeworth would look over Miss Andrews. Looks like this battle is far from over. Exactly.
Very well. We will call the next witness. However, before we proceed, we shall take a 10-minute recess. Please prepare your witness in that time, Mr. Edgeworth. The court will now take a 10-minute recess.
We did it, lads. Yeah, of course Edgeworth would have the one who discovered the body as a witness. It's Edgeworth. He knows what he's about. He knows what he's doing. How you guys doing? How have you been enjoying Ace Attorney? This trial has been wild. I don't know how many more parts there are to this. Oh boy. I got YouTube's new email, the changes to the terms of service, where they now say they can advertise on your videos that are unmonetized, which is... it's lame. Like, I get it. YouTube is a fucking service that is constantly bleeding money. But, like, it still sucks. It's so bad that, like, you can just... like, I want my kind of stuff to be ad-free if possible. Like, the stream archives, that's ad-free. Maybe if I was in the partner program, I'd be like... But, like, in my experience from using YouTube and, like, being under its partner program, it's worthless. YouTube's partner program is meaningless. I'd rather just not have ads on my video. Because, like, if it's not supporting me, who is it supporting to, like, have these stupid advertisements on my video? That's how I feel with Twitch ad revenue, too. I wish I could get rid of Twitch ads, because it's just like... well, I get, like, 50 cents from it, or some shit. Like, how does that help me? You get no money from ad revenue on any website. So I don't know why they even bother. It's just, It sucks that, like, my content is not going to be ad-free anymore because YouTube made another dumb decision. And who knows, maybe they'll go back on it. Maybe not everything will suddenly be monetized, but the way they worded it seemed like, at the very least, that was, like, their plan. Yay, corporations make money from advertising on your content, and you don't get to make money from their content. Woo woo! Yeah! It's a mess. YouTube's a mess. But there's no real alternatives to YouTube, so... say lovey. This is what like, these are the cards I was drawn. I could theoretically just start archiving my streams directly on Twitch. They have an upload feature for all my that I could use with all my old streams, and to be honest, it's probably a couple of those streams would get caught in DMCA stuff, which is unfortunate. There's no good websites, ever. No such thing as a good website. Anyways, that's me complaining about YouTube again. Do you guys, like, this is the reason I don't do YouTube as much anymore, because, like, I have way more fun on Twitch. And, like, there's still a lot of bullshit behind it, but, like, YouTube is so consistent with how much they hate everyone. That like, it's so obvious that YouTube is, like, super fucking corporate now. Also, yeah, copyright law itself needs to change before any website can do meaningful stuff. So I see a lot of people blame Twitch for, like, the DMCA stuff, and I get it. I get it. Twitch definitely could have figured out some kind of solution, but in the end, like, there's only so much they could have done with all these DMCA claims. Like, I do think a good idea that was presented was the idea of, like, Twitch could come up with their own stock music library and, like, have artists contribute to that for, like, music that you are allowed to use on your streams. That could work. Would Twitch ever do that? Probably not. They probably wouldn't care to put that kind of effort in, but I think that's a decent idea that people have come up with. I mean, YouTube kind of has something like that. They have their own, like, copyright-free, like, stock music library. But, you know, I don't want to give YouTube too much credit, because it's YouTube. YouTube has made plenty of stupid decisions. You should get into composing royalty-free music? Hell yeah. I would donate to that. Sorry to just complain while we're in the middle of this. I think I'm also going to take a quick BRB. And take a quick BRB, and then we're going to continue the case. Hopefully you didn't mind me shit-talking websites. I love being evil and making fun of websites. Even if it's sad. I'll be right back. Give me, like, a few minutes.
Hello, I'm back. I grabbed myself a snack. Now I'm refreshed. Oh boy. People were talking about this is not even the most wild part of the trial yet. I believe you guys. If Ace Attorney has taught me anything, it can always get more wild. March 2nd, 2:14 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Dude, I can't believe that Adrian. No way. Not cool and collected Adrian Andrews. She is your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had easy access to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her. So after the ceremony, during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a log the entire time. See, she could have also easily planted that blood-covered button in your Hakama. Because she was the one that came to wake me up? Then, dude, you're saying it really was her? Yeah, she is the real killer. She was the one who murdered Juan Carita. But why? I thought she was buds with Juan. She has her own agenda. Her own agenda? What are you talking about? I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of today. Give me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze, okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude? Phoenix, you think her motive is related to Celeste Impax's missing suicide note, right? Yeah. Miss Andrews depended on Miss Impax to give her as her strength and reason to live. But then Miss Impax suddenly killed herself. It sounds like she left a suicide note, and the person thought to have hidden it is Juan Carita, the victim of this murder. And that's why I think that Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Carita, all to get the suicide note back. That sounds plausible, but one thing bothers me. What? Who was it that first told us about their relationship? Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issues in regards to Miss Impax. It was Edgeworth. It looks like he's still the one in command of this ship. Don't let your guard down yet. Juan's got the most 1960s fucking haircut. Yeah, I was about to say, he has like the haircut of like a fucking Hanna-Barbera character. Like, Hanna-Barbera just came out with their 5th Scooby-Doo-like, and they came up with Juan Carita. Court will now reconvene. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please. The prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by this court. Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Carita's room. What is your occupation? I am the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt Ungard. I see. Now then, before we begin, Your Honor, I have run a request. Yes, sure. What is it? I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing, and would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently. No, I have no idea what you mean. I've never even heard of Gossip Land. If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me. Anyways, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relation to the victim. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Carita. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan. But this was a private matter between Juan and myself. So it was a fry and bait matter. Or was that a bait and fry? Reminds me of fishing. But I didn't kill him. No one is accusing you of that. I think there's someone here who would beg to differ. I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews. Very well then. Witness, please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place.
It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went into Juan's room, and there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was, naturally, the exact same scene as the one in the crime scene photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. I'm gonna go to hell for this. This is like one of those things that when I go to the pearly gates, like St. Peter's gonna judge me for. Juan's middies are really defined here. Like, right? Like, that's just my observation. Every time I see this man's fucking corpse, I'm like, damn. Did you really need to wear an outfit that tight? Anyways. You're right, but he's also dead. I'm not a middies lover. I'm just an observer. It's for the fans. I guess that is what they call fan service. Hi, Roxy. Roxy Puppy's on my bed. I don't think she liked my comment. What are you doing? What are you doing, Roxy? Hi. Oh, you roll down. You fall down. What? Okay, bye. She just wanted love for like 5 seconds and then she was satisfied. She's here to keep it puppy safe. This is no longer a not safe for puppies stream.
You poured yourself a glass of juice?
Yes, sadly, I didn't remember to not touch things at the scene of a crime, and I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing. And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Phoenix. She is one cool and collected customer, and she has brains to match. Yeah, I know. In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing.
Disrupt her pacing?
She's the type of woman who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking, so you have to attack when she least expects it. The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial is over. Understand? When I see a dead body, the thing I want to do is put something into my stomach.
Maybe she didn't have anything to eat before and she needed something to help her puke it out.
All her disgust. That's disgusting. I apologize. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went into Juan's room. Oh yeah, I should be pressing her on this. And what was Mr. Ungard doing at the time? He was taking a nap. He was worn out from his mini performance as the Nickel Samurai during the ceremony.
Mr. Ungard did say he was taking a nap. Then I guess you could say it could not have been taken out of his room, yes?
Excuse me? What are you... Right. I thought years of school would have taught you how to construct a sentence. If you can't make a sensible sentence with a subject, then I'll make one for you. Watch. Did you, Miss Andrews, remove Mr. Ungard's knife from his room? No. Subject, verb, object. Right. Did you skip basic grammar? The witness may continue.
And why did you do that?
As a friendly gesture, Juan was to make an appearance with the other heroes.
So the show was supposed to be a show of friendship, huh?
Is that the only reason? I beg your pardon, what are you implying?
You had a certain goal in mind when you started to get close to him, correct?
So perhaps you had a more personal matter to discuss with the victim? Sorry, but I didn't have any such intentions in mind at that time.
I can't get her to talk without a strong piece of evidence, I guess.
May we continue now? Witness, what did you see when you got to his room?
Strong piece of evidence.
Okay. You were in shock. What? Was I not supposed to be? Miss Andrews is a very calculating person, and despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Kurita. Anyone randomly stumbling across a dead body would be in shock, and you can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked. Somehow, I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not.
I see.
What I saw was, naturally, the same exact crime scene, or the same exact scene as in the crime scene photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. Hold on. I keep like going to read her green dialogue. I have to get used to the mechanics again. Oh, and this is right at the end of the game too. Cool. This is the photo you're referring to, correct? Yes, the one with the knife lodged into his chest. And the guitar case was like this too. Yes, it was open and empty, of course. And then, what did you do next, witness? I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. Juice? Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself. But you didn't drink any of it, did you? Huh? There were no lip marks left on this wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it. I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down, without drinking it. Miss Andrews, I would like you to confirm one more time with me. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Kurita, you were in great shock, and that's when you poured yourself the glass of juice, correct? And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time. Your mind was a complete blank. I didn't think that was possible for you. Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake. That one thing. What one thing? Never mind. It's no big deal. What was she starting to say just now? Miss Andrews, I'm convinced that, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was. Actually, so would I. I'm sorry, it's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over.
Flower vase? Are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime photo? That mess of glass shards?
It was originally on top of the dresser, but when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case. Why did you withhold such an important piece of information? I'm sorry. I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess.
It looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal into your testimony.
I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. What kind of flower vase was it? It was a glass vase, and it was fairly big and heavy. I thought it would try to take Juan's pulse, so I set the glass down I was holding down on the dresser, and that's when my elbow accidentally hit the vase. That's odd. I thought she was always in total control of herself. That's what she would like people to think. Always be mindful in the gap between your perception and reality. It doesn't sound like there's any glaring contradictions in her testimony just now. I warned you earlier that she would not crack so easily. The only way to make her is to keep on the offense and not let up. The only way you're going to catch her is with some strong, decisive evidence. I have to find something. I just have to. For Maya's sake. What do we do? Miss Andrews is not gonna be easy to crack. Fuck. She contradicted herself. Made yourself a bacon and brie sandwich. Hell yeah. Welcome back. Welcome back with a sandwich. It fell onto the guitar case. I mean, there's a bit of water on it. Never mind, that's completely correct. You testified that you knocked over the flower vase. Is this correct? Yes. And are you sure it fell onto the guitar case? Is there some problem with what I said? It's not some problem, it's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what is so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside.
That's very true.
Furthermore, there was one other strange thing about this guitar case.
And what is that?
Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor.
And what is wrong with that?
If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shards should be inside, not outside the case. What is your point, Wright? That the case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over? Is that all? No. Think back to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else.
Yes, that's right. She did implicitly say she didn't touch the guitar case.
But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. It has no bearing on this case at all. That may very well be. However, the empty guitar case does seem to have no relation to this case, doesn't it?
It seems there is no deeper meaning to the guitar case.
Well, Mr. Wright, do you think you need to hear more details about the guitar case? Of course. I love pressing people on things that don't matter. The empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle. I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but it is you. I can't believe I'm doing this either.
Alright, I'll follow along. For now, Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case.
Yes, Your Honor. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know.
It looks like this really wasn't a very important point.
This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting. Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination. Using any way to change the topic. A convenient escape for a weak man. Be nice. Be nice to me. I'm trying. During your testimony just now, did you remember those events clearly in your mind? Well, you see... Are you sure you're the one who opened the guitar case? She's waiting for someone to tell her if she should answer or not. Sounds like her dependent side is taking over.
Well, Miss Andrews?
Yes, it was me. Edgeworth is being very smug for someone who disappeared forever because he got beaten in court. So you opened the guitar case then? Yes, well, maybe. Why did you open the guitar case? Huh? Mr. Kurita's dead body was right there in front of you, wasn't it? I would think that the first thing you would do is call for help, not open the guitar case. As the witness has said multiple times, when she found the dead body, she was dazed. Maybe I was curious to know if the bright red guitar was alright or not. I thought maybe the criminal took it. Why would she care about the bright red guitar? But getting back on top... I might have an idea of why she opened that damn case. Was that because you were shocked and dazed at discovering the victim's body? Yes, that's probably it. I'm not going to get anywhere if I keep pressing her like this. The only way to make her talk is with evidence. I guess I should give it a try. Come on, Phoenix. We can't afford to let up on her now. I wasn't planning on letting up, but she's at her weakest now, so this is our chance. Yeah, if we had a weapon to hit her with, I'm sure a weapon is hiding somewhere in the court record, waiting to be found. Who the fuck is yelling? That's my dad. I don't know what he's so excited about, but I hope he's having a good time. I think it is important. I think it's extremely important. Damn it. I think it's extremely important. Damn it. That was the wrong file anyways. Come on. No. Fuck. If it's not that, then there's something else I have to press her on. Fucking hell. Yeah, I got no fucking clue. I figured it out. Figured it out. There's no way you were the one who opened up the guitar case. Why would you say that? It's elementary, my dear. Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victim. Ah. That was like the most pathetic I've ever done.
What is it, Miss Andrews?
You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case. What do you mean? What if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at the time?
Gloves? But why would you be wearing gloves at the time?
It was the night of the award ceremony. So of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime.
Then, why didn't she present them? You were wearing gloves. Isn't that a little strange? Why is that strange? Do you have something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time? The tomato juice. I have your proof right here. This wine glass. The wine glass? You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange that you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? The glass is exploding. Order! 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 Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time. What do you mean? I believe the guitar case plays a very important role here. But it's just an empty case. I wonder if it really was empty, though. But the guitar. The bright red guitar was at the studio. Phoenix, drop all of your presumptions. What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar. You don't mean it was a bright white guitar? Wait. That's not right either. I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So, the witness was not wearing gloves, despite the fact that on the case... Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us all into his misguided... No, Your Honor. Please recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it is wide open in this photo of the crime scene. I am sure this guitar case has some relation to the murder. If you are so sure, Wright, then I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Please enlighten us as to why the guitar case has anything to do at all with this murder.
Can you do that, Mr. Wright?
Well, let's suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case.
The bright red guitar was not being the only thing? You don't mean a bright black guitar?
So, you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty. Is that it, Wright? I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove. Deflate that head of yours. You haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have it. What was inside this case at the time of the murder? Nah. I thought it might be the suicide note. I thought that might be when it was brought up. What was in the guitar case? Any ideas, lads? Remember why we brought Adrian to the stand? It was because of the wine glass. Just got here, but I like the name of the Jammin' Ninjas thingy. Oh, hi, Anna. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. It's not just the wine glass. It was the photo also, right? Not that photo. Lotta's photo. Remember how you proved she was in there? The photo. But it couldn't have been the photo. Never mind. Never mind, it was... I guess it was the photo. I don't... For some reason in my mind, it doesn't connect, like, how the photo is in the guitar case. Like, what? I still don't get it. But whatever. Whatever, it was the photograph. What's in the photo that could fit in the guitar case? Oh. Man, you guys are way smarter than I am. Yes, but what is important is what is in that picture, Your Honor.
In this picture?
It doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I am proposing is, inside that guitar case was the Nickel Samurai, the hero's very own costume.
What?
Oh my god.
Mr. Wright, explain yourself!
Jesus Christ. See, I wouldn't have guessed that. At no point in my mindset would I have thought of, oh, obviously the Nickel Samurai costume's in this other dude's fucking guitar case. Why would he be holding that? What purpose? Right, are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there be to doing something like that? That insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. Probably because you don't remember Investigation 1? Probably. That might be it. Because apparently it's obvious to everyone else. I don't remember it that well. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews? I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea? Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get this shot, correct?
You mean this photo? Order! Order! It looks like you've wandered into quite another mess, haven't we?
Nice job, Phoenix. Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later.
So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume.
Wait 1 second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Mr. Matt Ungard's. Why would something of the defendant be in the victim's room, and inside the guitar case of all places?
True. That is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. What was in this Nickel Samurai costume doing inside the guitar case?
I don't know, it was stolen. I think it may have been stolen from Mr. Ungard.
Stolen? But why would someone do such a thing?
Maybe the thief wanted to interfere with the post-ceremony stage show. And so, if he didn't have his costume, then Mr. Ungard would be forced to go naked. Maybe you should be stripped naked and run out of for making a mockery of this court.
Excuse me?
Mr. Matt Ungard did not take off his costume after the award ceremony. Come on, Edgeworth, we know you just wanted to think about Phoenix being naked. He even testified that he took a nap while still wearing his costume. Is this not correct?
Ah, yeah, he did say something like that, didn't he? Ah, that's what I thought.
Okay, yeah, that wasn't the right answer. Whatever, there was only 2 choices. There's a spare. Mr. Ungard did not take off his costume during the break period. In that case, the costume we were talking about was a spare one.
What? Then, are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nickel Samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel?
Yes, that is what I am saying.
And how do you explain that the costume was inside the guitar case?
You would mean that the victim himself had brought this spare to the ceremony on purpose. Not necessarily.
But why? The victim, Mr. Kirito, was the Jammin' Ninja. Why would he secretly bring the Nickel Samurai spare costume with him? What could be the reason for such a peculiar act?
And therein lies the sticking point. What are you mumbling about to yourself? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue?
Huh? No, I just... Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai spare costume?
Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer, and then answer with gusto. I believe in you. Alright, this is what I think. The reason the victim brought the Nickel Samurai spare costume to the hotel was... Yeah, you just saw my stream title? We gotta get Maya back! But how? We need some wheels! If you haven't seen, like, Yukino Joe's, like, classic video, We Gotta Get SpongeBob Back, I implore you. That's what inspired the title. May have a hard time with this one. I don't know, he was on bad terms with him? Nope. If Mia's getting pissed at me, that means no. Good thing is, I can just keep doing this and I can pretty much present every piece of evidence I have in my, like, being. It's bad when Mia gets pissed at you for bullshitting because she was the queen of bullshitting. The button? Nah. Do you remember anything about the suicide of Adrian's mentor? Didn't she hang herself? My god, someone remind me also when I'm uploading the stream archive for this, like, put a suicide warning in the, description, because unlike the last time when people told me in advance, I didn't get to say that in advance, and I don't want to, fuck people up with that one. Who she was connected to. I gotta be honest, these hints are not getting me anywhere. This is what happens when I don't remember the investigation. She was dating Matt on guard. This. On the night of the murder after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference. A press conference? Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference. I heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up, right? But what struck me as strange was that Mr. On Guard himself said that he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night.
But how can that be?
The way I see it, that can only mean one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida himself.
The victim?
Yeah. The spare Nickel Samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Corrida was going to hold the press conference as the Nickel Samurai.
He was going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai to hold a conference? But why would the victim do such a thing?
That's something I don't quite know yet, but what I am concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at that conference. The Nickel Samurai was going to confess something, and by confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself. Which means that Juan Kurita, posing as the Nickel Samurai, was going to speak about Matt Ungard. Yes, I guess that is what it would mean. But if that's the case, that's not a confession. That's public disclosure.
Miss Andrews?
I can see why you are pros at what you do.
Pardon me?
Yes, just as you say, the press conference was set up by Juan.
Miss Andrews, please offer up us an explanation for this.
I was the one he asked to help set it up. And the person who prepared the second costume for him, that was also me.
You?
Juan had bet everything on the Jammin' Ninja this year, and if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway.
He was going to ruin him, huh?
It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. Oh my god.
What?
I might have an idea.
And do you know what the secret of Mr. Ungard's is, Miss Andrews?
That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is.
Ah, I see.
I've probably been coming off as quite suspicious to everyone, but that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt after all.
Protect Mr. Ungard. And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could please tell us about the truth about your behavior.
Yes, Your Honor. I understand. Matt Ungard call-out post. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what, and he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him.
This does account for everything.
Well, I am the logical type. We're finally seeing her true self. She is more nervous than a scared rabbit.
If the defense can find no fault with this testimony, I am ready to make a ruling. Please keep in mind as you cross-examine, Mr. Wright.
Ugh, looks like somehow everything has swung on the opposite end of the scale again. That just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down. Fuck her up, Phoenix. Would you say that your intuition was speaking to you? Don't confuse my methods of reasoning with your own. Ugh. If you want to prove that someone did it, you need 3 things. 3 things? A motive, an opportunity to commit the crime, and finally, decisive evidence. And if you think these 3 things through, the answer becomes quite clear. You should have already known that, Phoenix.
Oh, they didn't teach us that in school. At least, not from what I remember.
Phoenix went to law school and he forgot everything they taught him. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. So would you say this need came from the press conference? Yes. Do you know why Juan chose that event and that hotel for the conference? Because that was when he could cause the most damage to the public's beloved Matt Ungard. I'm like talking too fast for myself. I'm talking so fast like I can't even get thoughts flowing. It's fucked up.
And you knew of this plan, didn't you, Miss Andrews?
Yes, because I was the one who set up the conference and prepared the costume. But I'm sure Mr. Ungard himself didn't know anything about the press conference. Oh, really? Can you show me any proof that he didn't know about the press conference? Anyway, the important thing here is that this information was not in your testimony.
Yes, I agree. Miss Andrews, please correct your testimony, if you please.
Grasping at straws now, are we, Mr. Wright? I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove that I'm right. Has Mr. Ungard done something to hurt or betray you personally? Why do you ask? You were the one who helped Mr. Kurita with his press conference, and that event was supposed to bring down Mr. Ungard, yet you still helped out. The person on trial right now is Mr. Ungard, right? What the witness was thinking helping the victim was his plan is none of our concern. I think it's of concern. In any case, this means the defendant had a motive to kill. Why do I keep doing this to myself? But didn't you testify earlier that Mr. Ungard was taking a nap in his room? Are you telling me now that too was a lie just so you could cover for Mr. Ungard? I'm not telling you anything of the sort. When I went to get him for the show, he honestly was sleeping. However, as to whenever he was sleeping, whether he was sleeping the entire time, that I cannot say. I was too busy setting up the stage at the time.
I keep trying, but I can find no flaws with what Miss Andrews has said. I can't say the same for some people here in this courtroom, however.
The judge is glaring right at Mia. He's glaring at you, smart guy. You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage. Then, what about the button? The button? It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought. And during that fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume.
You're talking about this button, correct?
That button was found on the pleats of Matt's hakama. Isn't that correct? I would think that it makes it very decisive evidence.
Ugh. Looks like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright.
Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony. I can't stand the sight of a man who can't graciously accept his defeat. Thank goodness Mia can still look at me. With an icy stare, yes. Oh my god, Mia's getting, like, in fucking Phoenix's mind palace right now.
Miss Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony.
How do you know that? When the ends of the threads on the button and the costume were matched up, they were found to fit perfectly together. Or so I heard. I've heard that before too. But why would Miss Andrews know about this case down to such a fine detail? Don't look at me like that, just because I'm prepared and you're not. Ugh, and I thought for sure I had her this time. If there's anything to trip her up on, it has to be here. But where and what? But what you really did was stab the guy in the back, didn't you? And at the worst possible time. Who's to say she really stabbed the guy in the back, as you put it? The witness could have disclosed things about Mr. Ungard at any time. Why then would she wait until there was a large audience before doing so? It's the same reason why Mr. Kurita had planned such an elaborate conference. Miss Andrews wanted to cause Mr. Ungard as much damage as she possibly could. This witness bears ill will towards the defendant. This isn't the Phoenix Wright Wax Philosophical Power Hour. And please, stop slandering the witness. As I expected, Miss Andrews' testimony seems pretty solid. Really? Because to me, it sounded a little wishy-washy. Wishy-washy? Well, I guess we'll see if I press a little more. You should know this by now. But you'll need strong, decisive evidence to make her talk. Got it, Chief. I'm going to pin you down this time, Miss Andrews. What can I do? Here's a question. When did the blood happen? You're right! No, wait. She didn't care about that. That was a good idea, though. If it was ripped off in a fight, it wouldn't have blood on it. Probably not. Fuck. This is hard. There's gotta be something I'm missing. And I just don't got it. He was strangled. That might actually be something. It was something! This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. Strangulation? The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died. And what does that mean? Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off of the costume. When? After the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly, which means it is impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle, because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. That's right, Miss Andrews. There is no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off of the victim's already dead body. Order! Order! What is the meaning of... What is the meaning of this, Wright? So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does that change? Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve? What purpose? We now know that this button was not torn off during the fight, so the murderer took the time and effort to purposefully rip this from the victim's body. That would mean the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it?
Mr. Wright, does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with this button?
To pin on Ungard, of course. There's only one logical reason for doing something like this. It was to pin the crime on Mr. Ungard. There is no way anyone would put a bloodied button in their own pants. That's right, Mr. Ungard was a setup! Or he was set up! Fuck! By the real killer, of course. And the real murder is... Well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is the real killer, then? Finally. Oh, I can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet. Not until the very end. It had to be Adrian Andrews. I don't see who else it could have been. Miss Adrian Andrews, I choose you. You are Mr. Kurita's killer. What?
Order! 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 Mr. Wright, this is a very grave matter.
Do you have any evidence that supports your claim? Any evidence? All of the evidence points towards Miss Andrews. How preposterous. You can't stick any of that on me. I can't, can I? Would you care to test me? Then what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. Ungard, naturally. A knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could have only been taken from his room, and the only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. Then, what about the button that was found in Matt's Hakama? This button was removed after from the victim's body after he had already died. The only people who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. Ungard was the real killer, there is no reason he would have put such incriminating evidence in his own Hakama. Ugh. How many sets of glasses does she have? Not only that, how does she get, like, so enraged that her glasses shatter? This is new technology. The only person who could have put this button into Mr. Ungard's Hakama is the person who went to wake him up from his nap, which isn't you, yet again, Miss Andrews.
I see. What about the empty guitar case?
That is also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. That costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. There's no reason they needed to put this image right after making her a killer. How dare you? Come on. Now, who could have known that there was such a costume inside the guitar case? It could have only been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews. No, But Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found on the guitar case, and it was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time.
That's right!
That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposefully left her fingerprints on the glass to show that, yes, indeed, she was the classic dazed discoverer of a dead body. And to top it all off, there is this photo. A photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on Earth can believe this nickel samurai is Mr. Ungard. He would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? Please, stop. Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? I've got her this time.
Miss Andrews?
I refuse to testify. What was that? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me.
Well, yes. You are absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination by allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can damage to themselves. What?
You didn't know that? And you went to law school, Phoenix? Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. Ungard's room... Adrian Andrews. Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed, understood? Alright.
It was Von Krum! Ah!
That's it. That's when Francisca planted this idea in her head. She must have told Miss Andrews to not testify if things looked bad. You did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix, but there's still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done. What's wrong, Wright? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence?
What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor, but everything the good lawyer here has proven up to this point is meaningless. What? Everything you have proven is circumstantial. Circumstantial? Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to provide a single piece of definitive proof. proof that Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Mr. Kurita. Well, that's easy.
Miss Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Kurita?
I believe this may lead me to incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering.
But, Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think?
Maybe so, or maybe not. There's nothing to prove it either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence.
Ah, no. She's taking that defiant tone again.
Mia, what should we do? Somehow, we've landed in the worst possible situation.
I think we have reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify, and the defense's theory that she is the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid definitive proof.
But that's not true!
In this situation, there is only one thing this court can do, and that is to declare a recess. Recess? I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter, and at tomorrow's trial...
Tomorrow?
Oh, we don't have a tomorrow! Oh, if we don't get a not guilty verdict today, then...
Hold it! Please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial... please continue the trial.
What are you sweating for? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he?
That's not it. This isn't about that. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is.
Please, let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then Maya...
But it's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is...
It is not impossible for this trial to continue.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you...
It's true that Miss Andrews holds the right to self-incrimination. However, if the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony.
Yes, that is very true, but...
Actually, there is one little thing that I'm curious about. Miss Andrews, when you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, and I can't help but think of how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. So my actions were unusual, but I've already... Before you speak, I want to state that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect. Testify? Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness. I don't know what it is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he friend or foe? I just don't know. He's friend, Mia, come on. He just likes to be dramatic. He's just in it for the drama, but he's a friend to the end. Maybe even more than a friend, as people in chat are saying. Seeing corpses gets my throat all dry.
The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please.
That glass of juice, I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought that he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over.
So you poured that glass of juice for the victim. Why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony?
I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, then there's nothing left. I know. Edgeworth, what the heck is going on in the brain of yours?
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
But there wasn't anyone else in the room, right? Of course not. Then, who did you pour it for? Mr. Wright, there's a rhyme and reason for everything. Can you wait just a little longer for it to be revealed to you? In other words, Wright, be quiet and listen. Precisely. I couldn't have said it better myself. So it was a mess. Are you sure it wasn't messy because of your fight with Mr. Kurita? I understand your frustrations at not being able to prove your theory. However, before you go accusing people of crimes, go find yourself some evidence. Ugh. And then, what did you see next, witness? Slumped over? Yes, he was just sitting there with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. He really looked like he was sleeping. Is it just me, or did that right there sound a little odd? Then what did cross your mind? I thought maybe he had smashed everything up in anger because he'd lost the Grand Prix. And then he felt a little tired after his rampage, so he decided to take a nap. Anyways, that's what I thought.
I see. So you didn't think he was dead at all?
You thought he fainted. I thought he was asleep at first. But then the room was in such a messy state, I thought maybe he had gotten in a fight with someone. And that's when you went to pour the glass of juice? Yes, he always has a hard time waking up, so Juan always has a glass of tomato juice to drink.
I see. And after that, what happened?
And how did you come to realize that he was in fact dead? I shook him over and over, but I never got a response. So I set the glass down on the dresser and tried to take his pulse. I was shocked and staggered backward, and knocked over the flower vase. So that's what happened. Yes. This is what all comes down to, huh? This is the absolute end for both sides, and Adrian is letting her guard down. Phoenix, now is our best chance yet to kill the prosecution's case. Isn't that a bit harsh? Miss Andrews, will you tell us the truth this time? Yeah, he just sleeps with a butter knife embedded in his chest sometimes. It's normal. Normal people things. You know, definitely not something planted after murder. That literally doesn't make sense. He has a knife in his chest. You are lying. So you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him? No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body.
What is the meaning of this?
Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There was a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Kurita's chest. Anyone who saw this scene would have immediately thought that there was a dead man. Well, you see, I doubt a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted, and then so nonchalantly go pour something to drink.
Your point is?
Miss Andrews, your testimony just now, it was all one giant lie. And your lie has proven one thing very clearly, that you are the real killer. No!
It looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light.
Man, that was all it took? I thought there was gonna be more after that. That was it? That was all I had to do to prove it?
The defendant, Mr. Matt Ungard, is not guilty after all.
But that's impossible. You're wrong.
But Miss Andrews, try to have some composure.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt. I swear it. He's the one who killed Juan. But you were the one who refused to testify. And your reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because...
Miss Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you?
I refuse to testify.
Then there is no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Matt Ungard's innocence has clearly been demonstrated.
Is it over? Have we found the truth at last? What's wrong, Phoenix? Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. And now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't.
Now then, I would like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Matt Ungard.
Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time.
What?
The real reason is quite simple. This witness has yet to speak the absolute real truth.
The absolute real truth? What are you?
Witness, don't you understand yet? Huh? I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head, but as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Matt Ungard will go free, and in his place, you will become the guilty party.
That's a lie! I don't believe you!
What?
I was told if I spoke, then it would all be over, and Matt would never be declared guilty.
What in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it?
I can't speak about it. I'm too scared.
It's Franziska von Karma. Don't you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of another, because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself.
Then right now, Miss Andrews is.
Yesterday she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss von Karma. Don't say a word no matter what happens. If you do, Matt Ungard will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undyingly believes in those words right now, and is clinging on to them.
Then what should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across something like this. But Miss Andrews has to be the killer, right? Right? Ugh. All we have to do now is get our not guilty. That is my only priority. It wasn't me. I'm begging you, please believe me. I didn't kill Juan. Help, please, someone help me.
Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
The court can't continue on like this. Therefore, I'd like to hear what you intend to do.
What I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say?
Right, I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. And think about who is the real mastermind behind this crime.
Who's the real mastermind?
Isn't that obvious?
There's no one else it could be except the woman crying over there. Right?
Come now, what will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix Wright?
I guess we'll hear her out. I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that. But I can't bring myself to do it like this. Not when she's making a face like that. Miss Andrews, I would like to know what you are really hiding.
But Mr. Wright, are you sure you know what you're doing?
Sure, Mr. Ungard would get an acquittal, but in his place you would be found guilty. Is this really how you want this trial to end? Be quiet. How dare you? You're trying to trick me.
That's enough.
I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it's clear that the defense's theory isn't the truth. You're wrong.
What a shame. I had hoped things wouldn't come to this, however.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court.
Stop.
Mr. Edgeworth?
This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness.
You just word it like that? You can't just say that like that?
What? And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past.
Stop. Please stop.
No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here.
That's
the second part of the suicide report. The attempted suicide report. What will you do now, witness? You know what I am about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews.
The secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything else in the world. Please, please stop, I beg you! If people find out, I'll...
If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me.
Oh my god, Edgeworth. Edgeworth, how can you be so cold?
However, before you die, I will pull the truth from your still breathing lips, no matter what I have to do. So, will you tell the court yourself, or shall I? Either is fine with me. I'll talk, but please, help me. Nothing matters anymore. When I first saw him, I really thought that he fainted, honestly. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room, and then I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and when I was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. And that's why I ended up using the Nickel Samurai costume.
Stab the body? With the knife? But why would you do that?
Isn't it obvious? To pin the blame on a certain person. A certain cowardly man.
What do you mean by all of this?
It might take the court a little while to understand, but... this is the truth. The real killer is Matt, that scumbag of a man. I'll never forgive him. He's trying to escape his guilt again, just like last time. Last time? So, Miss Andrews stabbed the victim, Juan Carita, in the chest with the knife. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt on guard for the murder. And this is her crime. What? How is this possible? I mean, wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer? Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence the cross-examination. Then who the fuck did it? Was it Old Bag? That was a joke. I don't think it was Old Bag. But you could tell from the state the room was in that there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you said you did not know he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck. But that scarf is part of the Jammin' Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face that well. That's why I thought I'd wake him up and went to pour the juice. What was this plan you had? I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew because Juan, he was going to expose Matt's weak point to the world. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought, I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt. So the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button. The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. That was so you could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I slipped in and took the knife, and then returned to the scene of the crime. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. So you were the one to stab the victim with that knife. It gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing I did. But at the time, I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. Then, when I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I used the button somehow, I could make Matt look even more suspect. So you thought to rip off one of the buttons and then plant it on Mr. Unguard's Hakama. Yes, that's what I planned to do. But things never go that smoothly, do they? An inconvenience. There was a woman with a camera at the ready, loitering in the hallway. I'm willing to bet my spikes it was Lotta. There was also a woman with a ray gun at the ready, pacing back and forth. That's Miss Oldbag for you. I had already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once, so I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again. You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you? Yes, I took it from Global Studios. I also put it in Juan's guitar case the day before the award ceremony. You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct? Yes, Juan wanted to wear that costume and hold a press conference in it. He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there.
And what is this secret?
That I don't know. Anyway, I thought that if I were to leave Juan's room in the Nickel Samurai costume, then people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any footprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume. I think we've heard enough. So, after that, you went back to Mr. Ungard's room and planted the button? Into Matt's Hakama? Yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. Then I snuck it out of there and got rid of it. My word, what does this all mean? Mr. Edgeworth, is it? The real criminal is Matt Ungard. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk. Francisca, huh? She said that I should under no circumstances confess to what I had done. That if I just kept quiet, then Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words. What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she is not the real killer. Oh, wait, Your Honor. The defense still... Right. It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything. Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. The cross-examination of this witness is over, and so is today's trial. You couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright. But... Mr. Edgeworth, please place Miss Andrews under arrest for further questioning. Understood, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately. That is all. Court is adjourned for the day. Huh? Oh. Today's trial. It's over. Oh, and I didn't win an acquittal. Witness, would you mind if I asked you something? Edgeworth? What is it? Before you leave court today, I wondered if I might look at one thing. The card in your hand. It's had my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it? Oh, this? Mr. Wright also asked about this. Although I didn't remember at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright. I remember just now. I found this in the room on that day. The room? That day? Yes. I found this card when I discovered Juan's body. It was lying there right next to him. You found that card next to the victim's body. I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. But it's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right? Yeah, I guess not. It's still a strange card if you ask me. But as far as a clue to this case, I don't see why. Witness! That card! Give it to me! Hurry! Edgeworth? Do you have any idea what you have stupidly, yet inadvertently done? I can't believe you hid this from me all this time! I didn't mean to. What's this all about? I've never seen Edgeworth so emotional before. That card, what in the world is it? And what does it mean? To be continued? Maya's fucking dead. Yeah, part 3 investigation, Maya's... It's over.
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
There, Pearls.
I can't take it anymore.
Look, it'll be alright. Everything may still work out.
Hmm?
The condition was that we had to get a not guilty verdict, and so far the kidnapper has kept his word, and he won't hurt Maya because Mr. Ungard hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet. Cheer up! We don't have time to stand around crying. We have to get going.
You're right. Mystic Maya is in much more pain than I am.
Yeah, that's right. So, hey, you guys. Glad I caught you, pals.
Mr. Scruffy Detective.
Oh boy, looks like Detective Gumshoe has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearl's books now. It's just plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoe now, and I came to talk to you, pal. We're kind of busy right now. So, what are you gonna do from now on? What do you mean, pal? Well, you've been fired, right? So, do you have a new job lined up yet? Oh, that! What am I supposed to do now, pal? I don't have anything coming in at all until my next payday. What are you talking about? You don't have another payday. I guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here at your place, pal.
Say what?
You'll be searching for things that'll prove Mr. Unguard's innocence all day, right? Well, yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna help you, pal. I've got lots of experience in investigating and watching over people's places. And I'm great at making really simple meals, pal. I'll take care of it all.
Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's let Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things.
Okay. By the way, what's your best dish? Instant noodles, pal. Why am I surrounded by people who only eat cheap, unhealthy foods? That was the first time I've ever seen Mr. Edgeworth act like that. Never thought he'd say something like he didn't care if Miss Andrews killed herself.
He said that? That's horrible.
But because of him doing that, we got the truth finally. The truth? Miss Andrews' last testimony. I wonder if that was the truth. I'll give you that there was nothing strange in her testimony itself, but I still think there's something fundamentally wrong with the whole thing. Yeah? You mean about that thing, pal? Why would she want to, no, I mean, almost need to frame Mr. Unguard? I couldn't figure that out from anything she said at all today. Then you're saying that testimony was a lie? Not a lie per se, it just feels like there's more here than meets the eye. Or that's what Edgeworth would like us to believe.
That's such a dirty trick. Even that woman prosecutor was better than that.
Franziska von Karma. Yeah, I don't think, like, von Karma was, like... Or at least Franziska. Manfred von Karma would probably, like, suicide bait someone. But Franziska, probably not. Speaking of Miss von Karma, do you have any more information on her condition? Wasn't she shot this morning? Miss von Karma was shot today on the way to the trial by a pistol pal. But she's gonna be fine, right? I mean, Edgeworth said she was in stable condition, but... Well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay and still hanging out in there. I should be done taking the bullet out, so she's probably resting at the hospital. Which one? What? Are you gonna visit her, pal? No. Well, I was kinda thinking about it. Hey, you've actually got a heart, don't you? She looked like she was being tortured to death not being able to go to the trial today. So maybe it'd be good for you if you went and let her whip you for a bit, pal.
Let's go let her whip us, Mr. Nick.
Now I'm definitely not going. Let's see. The name of the clinic. Oh yeah, the Hottie Clinic. Oh, that name sends a chill down my spine. Well, I guess it can't hurt to stop in and say hi. Let's go to the detention center real quick. From what the guard told me, it sounds like, along with Mr. Unguard, Miss Andrews is also being detained here.
Then we should talk with them since we're here.
Yeah, but both of them are still in questioning.
We don't have time to waste.
Yeah, visiting hours are almost over. Well, I guess we're going to the Hottie Clinic. Hottie? Either way, we're going to see the pervert doctor again. Never thought I'd come back to this place.
Yes! Are you up here to say a patient?
I don't know if this is the same voice I did, but also fuck him. I'll do whatever voice I want. Hi, wait a second, you're...
Yes! I'm Director Hottie!
Why are you still here?
Yes, what is it? Can I help you? You can tell me. Yes.
Director Hottie. Edgeworth?
Yes, I'm Director Hottie! Oh, you're the man from this morning! Yes, what is it?
Director. Franziska. How is Franziska von Karma?
You don't need to worry. Yes, she's in good hands. Because, you see, I'm personally taking very good care of her. Yes. Yes, that thing. Oh, the surgery. It went well.
You have my gratitude. Looks like Edgeworth doesn't know about this director and his secret.
She looked so pitiful, absolutely terrified. Yes, but I understand. Yes, her opponent was a gun after all. And when I snuck up on a real secret like, she would scream really loud. Yes.
I see.
Oh, but she's really cute too. When I do that, she'd whip me with her whip, Boy, did I cry like a baby. Yes, but I think I could get used to it.
I don't like where this is going. I don't like where this is going.
Yeah.
Go back to your room.
Oh, you're so mean. So mean, my frisky frisker. Oh, that's good too. Ah. Okay. Yes, it's time for my IV drops. Yes.
And what are those tulips doing in your hands, Mr. Phoenix Wright? I knew I shouldn't have come here. Phoenix was gonna give her flowers, because he was like, get better soon. He cares. Like, we all like, all these people in the game, all these prosecutors and stuff, they all act like assholes to each other, but they care. Court wouldn't be the same without them. I was shot in front of the courthouse in my right shoulder. But it's no big deal. This sort of thing happens all the time. I even had full intentions of running the trial this morning.
But that would have been too much for you.
There's no need to act tough in front of us, you know. Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. He was so unyielding, one has to wonder if he was simply interested in stealing my case. It was the only logical course of action, given the bullet was still lodged in your shoulder. But by taking over the case, I found myself having to clean up after that irresponsible deal you made. I think I know what deal he's referring to. Nobody would do the same to Phoenix. They'd leave him to die in a ditch, except for Gumshoe. Francisca gets shot and is just like, that bullet is lucky I did not whip it in time. You made a deal with Miss Andrews yesterday, didn't you? I don't know what you mean. In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on Mr. Ungard, you told Miss Andrews not to testify in court today. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have proof that I made such a claim? You're denying it? It looks like you were lucky, Mr. Phoenix Wright. If I had been in court today, this trial would already be over. All while hiding Miss Andrews' own crime? That isn't my problem. Whether she had tampered with the evidence or not, I have only one objective, to find Mr. Ungard guilty of murder. The end justifies the means, Mr. Phoenix Wright. The end justifies the means. Miss Von Karma, Adrian Andrews believed you when you said, if you don't tell the truth of what really happened, then Ungard will be found guilty. And what does that have to do with me? Because of that, she is now in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed in your words until the very end. That still has nothing to do with me. She's just a weak person, that's all. But you had to know she was. Ow! I think visiting hours here are about over, so if you'll excuse me.
What's wrong? Why'd she suddenly cut you off?
Probably because she thinks I had an advantage in that argument. Edgeworth. What happened today at that trial, Edgeworth? That was not like you at all. I mean, I know you knew about Miss Andrews' condition. You could have made her testify as many times as you wanted, but to go that far... But she wouldn't testify about that until I said something. Listen, Wright, the courtroom is a garden of judgment. I am putting myself on the line when I stand in there. That's why I made the witness do the same. It's only natural. I don't know if that's true, Edgeworth. By the way, Edgeworth, you were really angry in court today. That's rare for you. Yeah, we saw the flashback. That card, what in the world is it? You mean this? Listen, Wright, this is top secret information. You absolutely cannot leak this. A special investigations team has existed for a number of years, but few know of it. I understand. Their task is to find the owner of this card, a man called Shelley D. Killer. And just as his name states, he is a killer, an assassin. The best at that. An assassin? So who is this Shelley the Killer? The Killer is the name of a long-standing line of assassins.
Long-standing?
The name first appeared about 100 years ago, I hear. Shelley is the professional name of the third heir to the De Killer name. So because his professional name is Shelley, he leaves cards with a shell on them? He has a habit of making sure to leave a card by the body of his victims.
Why would he do something like that?
We think it is his duty. It is part of his duty to his clients. His duty? If he leaves a card, then his clients can be assured it was he who killed the victim. It also serves as insurance against any charges being pushed against onto his clients. I see. The killer values the trust between his clients and himself above all else. It seems that this is one honorable assassin with a moral conscience. I guess that even honorable assassins can exist. So you think this assassin, you think he's the one who did the killing in this case? It would appear that way. The discovery of this card basically confirms it, wouldn't you agree? Shelley the Killer, huh? I noticed something at the trial today. You were behaving in a very strange manner. Is something the matter? I guess I should just tell him. Maya, she's been kidnapped. Kidnapped? What does the kidnapper want? An acquittal. I see. I had no idea. I will prepare a rescue team as soon as possible and resolve this by tomorrow.
Really? Did you hear that, Mr. Nick? Mr. Edgeworth is going to...
Stop trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity.
Mr. Nick?
There's no way you can find her. We don't have even a single lead to go on. There's only one way to save her. I have to get an acquittal somehow. It's the only way. Right, listen, you need to know something. Juan Carita was killed by Shelley the Killer. And the client who ordered the job is Matt Ungard, your own client. Please stop. I can't listen to you. I can't believe that. I see. Well, if you want to continue your investigation, you will need this.
What is it?
The hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only, as we are looking for any clues that might lead us to Shelley the Killer. But if you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they will let you enter. In any case, I must attend to the preparations for Maya's rescue team. We'll meet again if anything should happen. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Mr. Nick, do you think Mr. Ungard hired an assassin?
No way.
I mean, he doesn't have a psych lock.
Yeah, I guess not. Maya. Please, all I ask of you is to make it home safe and sound.
I guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Clumsy enough to drop a card like this for me. And even though he said he was an assassin, I bet he's just making that up, like how Nick does with everything in court. Anyways, let's try out the card trick with this card I just found. Sounds like I got the door open. Okay, time to get a look around. What is this place? I've got a feeling I'm not in the hotel anymore. Are those videos over there? Well, I'll worry about that later. For now, I should be looking for clues. That way, I can show them to Sis and maybe get out of here. There's a framed picture sitting on this coffee table. It's a picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. Hey, it looks like something's written here. Let's see. I think it says, "With love, Celeste." I bet this could be a clue. Locked. Of course. And it doesn't look like I can use the card to open this door. There's a little hole on the bottom of the door. If only I was a little skinnier, then maybe I'd be able to crawl through there. That's weird. What's a figurine doing on a sofa in a place like this? I think it's a bear. Aw, how cute. But it's got a lot of cuts and slits on it. I wonder if it's some kind of puzzle or something. Oh, hey, it's a computer. I've never really used one before. I have no idea where the power switch on this thing is. Ah, drat. There goes my plan to use this to somehow get out of here. What
is this thing? An antenna, I guess. And this is a VCR? There sure are a lot of electronic gadgets here, but what is an antenna doing here? Oh, this simply will not do. I cannot have you wandering around at will. Eh! It seems that your Mr. Wright is truly concerned about you. He is? For now, I would suggest you remain cooperative. If you cannot, there are ways in which I can help you. Ways? You mean? Dead men tell no tales, is how the saying goes, correct? Dead? I'm almost certain I told you on our first meeting. I am an assassin. No way! You're lying. I mean, an assassin? People are not always who they appear to be.
Nick! Mr. Nick?
Hmm? Oh, yes, Pearls. Got caught up in my thoughts about Maya's situation. Mr. Edgeworth has left, you know. I guess for now I have no choice but to believe in Mr. Ungard. But I think I should listen to his story one more time. Alright, let's get going too.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but visiting hours are over for today.
Aw.
I have too many questions I need to ask. I'm sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer for one of the... You're Mr. Wright, you say? Oh yeah, there's a message here for you. A message? That's from Matt on guard. Ah, here you are.
What did he write? Is it something really important?
I don't know. Let's see what it has to say. To Mr. Lawyer Dude, I've got something really important to tell you. Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden? Oh, Mr. Wright. So actually, I have a favor to ask of you. I have this cat named Shu. I didn't put out a lot of food when I left the house, so he's probably pretty hungry. You think you could drop by my house and feed Shu for me, dude? My house is just a little ways down from the hotel, alright?
This is terrible! Let's hurry! We have to feed his cat! I'm sure poor Shu's stomach is growling by now.
Yeah, I guess. Whatever. Client's request is a request. Guess I should check up on his cat.
Alright now, Mr. Nick. Let's go look for clues. We have to, for Mystic Maya's sake.
You shall not pass. Oh. Miss Oldbag.
Don't devalue my name and turn it into a gasp, you spiky-haired pettifogger. Because of you, I've been made to look like the bad guy again. Although I did get a piece of gun from Edgy Boy, just as he promised. But what I really wanted was something much more valuable. I wanted Edgy Poo's heart. It's all your fault. You've awakened the wild beast inside of this old bag. Ah! Miss Oldbag, keep your hands off me. This helmet is airtight. No air gets in and no air gets out.
Then why do you keep putting it on?
Don't think you can get me to move with silly questions. You're going to have to defeat me if you want to get by.
I'm not hearing this.
You're a million light years too early to be asking me questions, whippersnapper.
Looks like the only way I'm getting investigating done is to first do something about this kooky alien. I got this. Maybe if I show her this letter I got from Edgeworth. Miss Oldbag, if you would look at... What? You want me to look at this worthless piece of...
Edgy Poo!
Is that a perfume? Pheromone d'Amour I smell? Oh.
Let's see here. Would you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct his investigation? Yours truly, Miles Edgeworth.
Yours truly.
That man's good at flattery. Fine, but only because Edgy Poo said so, you understand?
I just thought of something I have to do.
Remember, no messing around. You do anything bad and I won't let you off the hook.
It looks like she has strong feelings for Mr. Edgeworth.
That may be, but you know nothing's going to come out of it.
That's so mean, Mr. Nick. Feelings are meant to be told and shared.
Ow! Ugh, every time we talk about love, I always end up with a handprint on my face somehow. I guess Pearl supports cougars. So anyways, let's continue our investigation.
Okay.
Ah, what? What now?
One little thing before I forget. You can't go into Unguard's room today. Why? The policeman's investigation team is going to be in there all day, you hear?
Wonder if if they're the team in charge of investigating the killer.
So don't go in there! Set one foot in there and you'll face the wrath of Wendy Oldbag.
I'm more curious about his animal, to be honest. Sure is dark.
I'll go and turn on a light.
What the fuck? Wow, so this is what a star's house looks like. Must be nice to be rich and have a motorcycle hanging from the ceiling.
Come on, Mr. Nick. Let's find Shoo the kitty cat. Shoo!
Kitty. So I guess this is Shoo.
Aw, what a lovely cat. Hello, Shoo. Tee-hee.
The cat sure seems to like burls. Pardon me. May I help you with something, mister? Oh, we're lawyers. Actually, I'm Mr. Unguard's lawyer. The Masters. Then you must be Mr. Wright. Yes. Ah, it's a pleasure to meet your wonderful self. I am the family butler, John Doe. Really? You changed like 2 letters in Jane Doe? And that's your surname? Come on. That's... Nice to meet you. You must know all sorts of things about Mr. Unguard, right? Honestly, sir, I don't believe my master is capable of such a foul deed as murder. And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the master or his affairs. How typically butler-like, as it were. Mr. Doe, how long have you served at this residence? Well, sir, I would have to say, maybe about 1 year. And, anything else? No, not especially. Is it not appropriate for a lowly servant? It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of himself and his affairs. You know, I would have thought Mr. Unguard the kind to have a maid over a butler. Well, draw your own conclusions from that. That's a very cute cat you've got there. It is my duty to take care of him. The master rather fancies Shoo. And, anything else? No, not especially. Well, then, I guess I don't need this piece of scrap paper anymore. Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave of you now. Oh, we should probably get going ourselves. Ah, so young and yet already so accomplished, a master of law. But there is a lot more to be proud of in being a butler, in charge of the house and all. Thank you for the compliment, sir. People are not always who they appear to be. Now, if you'll excuse me. I don't know if I want to leave. It's a very comfortable and spacious lounge set. I wonder if famous stars drop by and sit down and have a good time. In any case, I don't really belong here, do I? Ugh, what is with me and feeling inferior today? Phoenix's inferiority complex.
A giant bicycle is flying through the air.
Bicycle Pearls is one where you don't have to pedal and it moves on its own.
Really? Wow.
But sorry to disappoint you, it can't fly.
Oh, that's too bad. Oh, there's a giant cooking
Hearth over here. It's actually a fireplace.
How are they different, Mr. Nick?
You know, I've never actually seen a hearth before, come to think of it.
You should come and visit Fame Manor then. I'll show you one when you do.
The Fays keep reading Phoenix's mind.
Ah, there are masks here.
Yeah, the one in the middle of the Steel Samurai. One's next to that are the Pink Princess and the Evil Magistrate. They fought many battles against the backdrop of Neo Old Tokyo.
Wow, you really know a lot about the Steel Samurai, Mr. Nick.
I don't know whether to laugh or cry that I know about that show than a kid.
There's a small door at the bottom of this bigger door, Mr. Nick.
I bet it's for Mr. Unguard's cat to use.
Oh, you mean Shu?
That door, it's locked tight. Well, I guess that's to keep from nosy people like me from entering it. There's another door over there.
You shouldn't go wandering off over there, Mr. Nick.
Yes, Pearls. Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her to stop playing around. Hey, Pearls, do you hear videotapes of extreme violence in the other room? Well, I guess there's nothing else we can do here. Gotta go back to the hotel. Looks like we're the only ones here.
And yet the hotel seems busy somehow.
Probably because the police team is scouring for clues about to kill her.
Hey, city boy!
Lotta, you're still here?
Wrecking course! Investigator photographer eats and starves on her ability to snap up a scoop, yeah? And this hotel just has the aura of mystery. You know, like something's always about to happen. But, do you have a camera? Rick given. A photographer's gotta have cameras out the ear like corn, you know. So I'm hanging around here. Speaking of cameras and feet in the mouth, do you have mine, you bread thief?
Why can't you drop that thief thing already? I want to ask you about the night of the murder.
What? You really gonna shell out the bucks for the info I got?
Lotta, you were loitering in this hallway the night of the murder, were you not?
Well, kinda, but...
Brace yourself, Phoenix, here it comes. I didn't exactly hang around here the entire time, you know. Followed a few stars around, got a few autographs, shook a few hands, had a soda pop with a few of them. Looks like she wasn't here the entire time that night.
The security lady also wasn't in this hallway the entire time either.
I'm sorry, I just checked my phone briefly and I got a notification that says Vincent Van Gogh comes to you. We've transformed your photo into a painting. You know what they transformed into a painting? With like gaudy colors? They did it with a picture I took of a Pokemon strategy guide. And the cover of it. Like, okay. If that's the picture your AI chooses. So, about the note that was inside your camera case.
Oh, that ditty I wrote?
Yeah. Can I believe what you've written? You mean the stuff about Ungard shoving his manager into Kurita?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I reckon you best not be believing that. What? Look, I sort of wrote that on a whim, you know? Writing whatever came to mind. Can we see it? I tried to open it up and, like, it disappeared. So, like, I have no idea.
Yeah, when you get down to it, it's just a lot of random bull duders. Hey, what's with you? Why you staring at me like my grandpa used to? Hey, and why do you look like you suddenly got older too? Or am I just shrinking here? My baby. My $1,600 baby. What's with that red-coated prosecutor anyhow? The guy told me it was evidence and refused to give it back to me.
Well, that's kind of how it is.
Hey, you're that redcoat's friend, ain't you? So, put in a good few words for me and get me back my camera.
You want me to do what?
Listen, nag the guy real good for about 5 hours and I guarantee he'll give it back.
Why don't you do your own dirty work?
Well, I reckon it's time for me to get going. A tabloid photographer without a camera is just a tabloid, huh?
Yeah. I guess so.
Keep yourself together out there, you hear? I'm coming to see you in court tomorrow.
Okay, I'll see you then.
And you too there, little one. Keep up the good work, okay? Okay. Don't be picky about your food now. Okay. And make sure you do all your homework, you hear? Okay.
If you happen to find my... Would you just please leave already? Mr. Nick! What is that otherworldly ghost ghastly moaning?
I hate evil ghosts.
I don't think it's a ghost. Maybe it's a demon.
Excuse me, watch who you're calling a demon brat.
Huh? Zoinks, it's the alien!
Who are you calling an alien?
Oh, it's just you, Miss Oldbag. What are you doing here?
What is wrong with youngins today? I came here to pay my respects to poor Juan, and you're disturbing me.
Please talk to me about the night of the murder just one more time.
I talked about it plenty at the trial. I was fooled, tricked, deceived by that fraud of a photographer and her note. She was loitering around here with that imbecilic look on her face.
With that imbecilic look on her face. Okay, got it.
Now hold on a second there, you little pipsqueak. If you're going to take notes, at least make me sound better than that.
Oh, alright. Now I've seen everything.
But you know, I was working that night too, doing my job, minding my own business. So it's not like I had time to waste standing around here the whole night.
I was wondering if you'd tell me more about Mr. Kurita.
Oh, he was the most popular star, you know, especially where it counts, in my book.
But I heard that he was lagging behind in the polls against Mr. Ungard.
Well, that's just a recent thing. Bad luck and all that, you know. But he was going to be an even bigger star than he used to be. Look, just look at this mountain of presents. It's a show of the mountain of feelings all his fans had for him.
Yeah, the mountain is pretty big and certainly nothing to shake a stick at.
Mr. Nick?
Huh? What is it, Pearls?
The presents. They're all bears, right?
She's got a point. There isn't a single thing in here that isn't a bear. All of Mr. Kurita's presents from his fans seem to be bears. Oh, that's because you can't think of Juan without thinking about bears.
Bears? Why bears?
You don't know. When my dear Juan was training, he fought barehanded with a bear. He refused to give in and let the bear win, but after the fight, they became friends.
Wow, what a heartwarming story.
Look, it's just like in those young people's dramas. I can see those two tuckered out, down by the river going, heh, you sure can fight. You too, bub, you too. Did all that really happen?
It's in his biography, bub.
What a load of crock.
So ever since then, fans have been giving him bears as presents.
Yeah, nice bears. I'm Uncle Bear, and I'll say it's barely 8 o'clock.
What is that infernal racket? It's one of the presents going off. Sounds like it's already 8 p.m. Way past your bedtime.
Oh, that startled me. I thought I was going to die for a second.
8 p.m.? That's the time when the award ceremony ended that night, remember?
Time sure does fly. Hard to believe it's been 2 days since the ceremony. The transceiver. Hello? Hello? This is not a phone. Maya, how is Maya? You haven't heard her, have you? It seems you were not able to fulfill your end of the bargain, Mr. Attorney. I have heard the news. So it would seem my present did you no good.
No! Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
One more day, please. All I ask for is one more day. I'll get a not guilty verdict for sure this time, please. I suppose if I must. I need that acquittal more than anything else, after all. Please, please let Maya say something. I want to hear she's alright. Alright, then. A little. What's with this static all of a sudden? Hello? Hello? It seems bad. Connect. Ah, damn it. Did the transceiver just suddenly break? Excuse me. Oh, what happened? I don't know. All of a sudden it became nothing but static.
Ah, Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
When did the transceiver suddenly break like that? I suppose should probably have an electronics expert look into it. The sooner the better. Watch out, you're in Silent Hill. Beautiful wine glass, and there's tomato juice in it.
Ew, tomato juice. I don't really like it much.
There's a bottle of it on the table there. That's probably where it came from. Bottles of cosmetics are scattered all over the floor. This is probably where Mr. Kurita fought his assailant.
These glass shards.
They're probably from the glass vase Miss Andrews knocked over.
So the Nickel Samurai costume was in here.
Yeah.
I can't believe Mr. Kurita went so far just to say bad things about Mr. Ungard.
Well, it was a press conference, so he had to go in costume.
But weren't Mr. Ungard and Mr. Kurita friends?
They weren't friends. They couldn't have been friends because they were rivals.
So a rival is someone who is a strong enemy.
Pearl seems really fired up about this, and I don't have an answer for her. Especially not given my rivalry.
So that's a bed.
Yep, it's big, but it's a bed.
Ah, Mr. Nick, it's so soft.
How easily children are entertained. I'm gonna have to start getting quiet too. It's 9 p.m. I kind of figured it would go this long, but I got a feeling it's gonna go even longer than I even expected. So if you want to watch until the end, we're in it for the long haul, folks. Looks like Mr. Kurita had dinner that night.
This bottle, it's tomato juice.
We had a lot of food at the award show that night, but I wonder if the stars had gone on stage after only eating a meager meal like this.
Wow, there are a lot of beers.
Alarm clock ones, collector's editions, stuffed teddies, plastic models. It's pretty overwhelming. Is there a kind of bear he doesn't have?
There's even a few in the trash can.
Yeah, I get the feeling maybe the guy didn't really like bears.
Poor teddies. It's hard to bear with all these problems. Growl.
I don't think I want to bear with the trauma the last case caused me.
What's wrong, Mr. Nick?
Get out of here, Mo.
It's so messy here.
Pearls really likes things neat and tidy, I take it.
There are a lot of electronic things in here that I've never seen before. Hey, Mr. Nick, tell me what they are, pretty please.
Okay, that over there is a watch. You wear it on your wrist.
I know what a watch is.
Oops, for a second there I forgot I was talking with Pearls, not Maya. It's a suitcase. There's so many things in it that I bet it barely closes. There's his clothes, a dryer, an electric shaver, a calculator.
Do all stars pack too much stuff like Mr. Kurita?
There are all sorts of things in this refrigerator.
The carrot juice bottle and the tomato juice bottle are both empty.
Empty? It's too much of a hassle to throw them away, I guess. They're all vegetable juices. I guess he must have been a real health nut.
Oh, there's a beet, some ketchup, and a bottle of strawberry jam, too.
Maybe red was his favorite color. Pearl's Gen Z, she knows her shit.
Come on, Mr. Nick, I was sheltered, not ignorant.
I guess we could examine here a bit. There's a piece of paper taped to the door that said Juan's Kurita's room. I wonder what exactly happened in the room behind this door. Even now, no one really has any idea. Compared to the flowers on the other side of the hall, these are much more gorgeous. Let's see, record companies, fan clubs, company workers, family. Carrying all these flowers home would be hard, I think. I can understand flowers in front of the dressing rooms, but what are the stuffed bears doing here? Could it be that there's an action star with a soft spot for teddy bears? Nah, can't be. There are toilets in each room in this hotel, but since all sorts of events are held here, there are bathrooms for people who aren't staying here as well. Perfect for people like me who can't afford to stay in a place like this. To Mr. Ungard from the Global Studio staff. It'd be nice if Laurie's got flowers too. Something like that. To Mr. Wright for all your grateful clients.
The old lady told us about this, didn't she? That we can't go in this room tonight?
I wonder if an investigation briefing is going on right now inside. Without Detective Gumshoe. Yeah, wasn't Detective Gumshoe gonna buddy with us for this trial? Why did he just stay in my office? He could have came with us. He's tired. I guess you would be after getting fired from your job. He's making lunch and cleaning up your desk? Fair enough. I appreciate it. There's a grand set of doors over there. It's the doors Maya followed the bellboy out of, only to disappear. If only we had all gone together. This sure is one luxurious hotel. Almost to the point of gaudy, with how it blends together everything fancy imaginable. Speaking of fancy, didn't that bellboy give me something like that last year? I haven't cleaned up all the food yet. There's a sad feeling hanging in the air now that the party is over. The award ceremony was held on that stage. It was really fabulous.
You just reminded me of the circus for a second.
I wonder if everyone is alright. I heard that very big circus just recently started holding performances again. I'm sure they're all fine, Pearls. I wish they weren't, but that's out of my control.
That is such a beautiful sight.
The chandelier?
Yeah, but I can't believe it. I can't believe that such a terrible murder happened under such beautiful lights. It's shocking.
Only Mo gets to thrive. Man, we are absolutely traumatizing the fuck out of Pearl, aren't we? Like, no 8-year-old should be this surrounded by murder. Frankly, I don't even know if Maya should have been caught up in all this murder all the time. Like, at 17, Pearl has seen and heard some terrible things, 100%.
I'm eating a meal with Mystic Maya again.
Yeah, me too. IDK, I think it was a great idea to expose Maya to murder. Yeah, so she could get kidnapped? Like, what?
Whenever I watch Mystic Maya eat like she does, it makes me happy about eating, and then I can eat a lot.
Well then, how about after we wrap up this case, we go out for a huge 20-course feast?
Okay, let's go really hard then.
Yeah, she's 18 in this game, but she was 17 in the previous game, I believe. Maya gets exposed to murder and immediately gets accused of it in, like, every game. Exactly. We should have never let Mia get killed. Because, like, as a result, like, Maya keeps getting put on trial for people's death. Like, Maya will wake up on the wrong side of the bed and the police will be around her and they'll say, hey, we think you killed this person, and she'll be like, ah, rats, not again. It's a stage they were going to use for the post-ceremony stage show. After the show, there was supposed to be a press conference, but that press conference, it was really the victim Juan Carita trying to disclose something about Mr. Ungard.
But they're both heroes. Why would they do something so unheroic?
They may look like heroes on the outside, but on the inside, they're only human. Man, Pearl's gonna grow up to be, like, so cynical because of the shit, like, Phoenix is feeding her. These cameras must belong to the press that came over to cover the conference. They're all basically doing the same thing, staring at the empty stage. Pearl is learning about the cruelty of humanity much too young. Seats for the spectators of the post-ceremony show and press conference, but it's too bad neither event is going to be held now. Lobby with a grand staircase always feels enormous. Right now, the only thing filling this enormous room is anxiety about the murder. I really hope nothing else bad happens here. Criminals Affairs Department.
Wow, everyone looks really busy with something or another.
They're probably strengthening the evidence for tomorrow's trial. Hey, hurry up with that, will ya? Pass the victims list.
You gotta be kidding, there's over 100 people on here. Mr. Nick, is that Mr. Ungard really that big and bad of a criminal?
Actually, Pearls, never mind, it sounds like they're working on a different case. Blue Badger.
Aw, it's kinda cute. Mr. Nick, what is this stuffed animal's name?
That's the Blue Badger. It was my idea. I made it. It's this precinct's mascot, you know.
Oh, wow.
I'll get him assigned mascot of every police station if it's the last thing I do.
Hope you succeed in your mission, sir.
Poster of a female police officer. Wait, no, that's the latest Babes in Uniform calendar. Oh, my bad. This must be the chief of the detectives here. He's glued to his computer screen. What? Prosecutor Von Karma was shot in front of the courthouse? Who did it? Who shot her? I have a sneaking suspicion that even Gumshoe could do this guy's job. These are the detectives' desks. There are computers and files on each one. Funny, they're a lot tidier than I'd expect. I guess the detectives don't spend a lot of their time at their desks. We love objectifying women in the workplace. Hey, so does the police chief, apparently. Looks like a great modern 2018 office. Honestly, we went so wrong when we stopped making computers that look like this. Like, I miss this kind of thing. Like, man. Like, at this point, like, my computer monitors are just TV screens, like HD TV screens, and that's so lame. I want it to be a big, shitty box. I hate living in the modern age. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. Very well. Now, why do you want to work for our company? Well, that would be because I feel like would like to help this company grow. You must be doing image training for the corporate interviews. I should become like one of those retro computer people on like YouTube where they have like all the retro technology. Because like, I love this kind of shit. I love how this computer looks. Imagine if I streamed from this. That would be ideal. Yeah, we gotta go back to the chunky technology. He might also be thinking of resigning from the police force like a sane person. Nothing we can do here. Hey, welcome back, pal. I thought I'd make you a little something for dinner. That's nice, thanks. A rich man's luxurious full-course meal. Out of a can, that is. I'm so sorry you went through all the trouble to cook, but I don't have time to eat. Oops, looks like you don't have a can opener, pal. You've gotta be kidding. And here I thought he already whipped something up. Oh, I know. There's one way I know how to be helpful. Ask me about anything you want, pal. Go ahead. Oh, since he's offering, I wonder what I should try asking him about. Oh yeah, do you know about this card? Card? Edgeworth for some reason went pale the instant he saw this card. Hey, I know what this is, pal. You do? No matter what you look at it. No matter what way you look at it, I'd say it's a picture of a shell. That's it? Oh yeah, that's right. Mr. Edgeworth really liked those cooked snail things. What exactly are they called? Escargot or something like that?
Mr. Nick, I think we just solved the mystery of why Mr. Edgeworth's face turned pale, right?
As I suspected, Gumshoe has no clue. So this nickel samurai was really Miss Andrews, huh? Yeah, this is either when she went into Mr. Unguard's room to get the knife, or when she was done with the foul deed. But I guess we'll never know. Who would have thought that this knife Mr. Ungard used to eat his dinner steak with, go on, that it would be stabbed into the victim's body by Miss Andrews of all people. I guess she just hated the victim that much, huh, pal? The question isn't why she hated the victim to that extent, or rather, why she tried to pin the murder on Mr. Ungard.
I wonder if she really hates Mr. Ungard.
Why don't I make us some instant noodles instead? Poor, poor Gumshoe. When I saw that button, I thought to myself this is gonna prove Mr. Ungard's guilty, but it looks like there was a lot more to it than I thought, huh, pal? You're a pro. You shouldn't know better than to say something like that. Well, I'm not a cop anymore. Just a regular helper around the office now, so I wonder if he misses working down at the precinct. Nothing he's got. I'm just gonna keep asking him things until he says something.
The transceiver?
Oh, Mr. Nick, you should tell Mr. Scruffy Detective about that thing.
What thing?
Oh, yeah, this thing just up and broke all of a sudden.
It broke, pal?
When I was talking to the kidnapper, it just suddenly broke into static. Look, it sounded like this.
I don't hear any static, pal.
Huh? Maybe it fixed itself. That's strange. I'm sure it was making a loud static noise.
Maybe
Maybe what?
it was electromagnetic interference, pal.
Electromagnetic interference? So what is electromagnetic interference?
It's something that happens when the radio wave gets mixed up with another signal, pal.
Oh, well, when you put it that way. I don't understand what you're talking about.
Like, for example, when a cell phone goes off next to a computer screen, the stuff on the screen gets kind of fuzzy and starts acting funny, right?
Huh? Computer?
It's like when you use the dryer next to the TV and the screen starts looking weird.
Oh, yes, the TV does do that. So that's what you're talking about.
It doesn't, because we aren't in the 2000s anymore. Listen, it was relevant when the game came out.
She seems amazingly happy at being able to understand this.
So the room you were in when that interference to the transceiver happened, there's gotta be something that's sending out very strong radio waves, pal. Something like a listening device or something. Hey, speaking of that, where were you when it happened?
We were in Mr. Karita's room, the scene of the murder.
What? That's it. I'm gonna sneak into the precinct and get a bug sweeper. I'll meet you at the crime scene later, alright, pal?
Wait, Gumshoe.
Oh yeah, baby, it's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah!
We should be going too, Mr. Nick.
Alright, let's go. Nope.
Okay, no, he's gonna be at the hotel. It would have been very funny if we saw him, like, breaking into the precinct.
Hey, you're finally here, pal. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Do you have the, bug sweeper?
Well, you see, I got busted trying to sneak in, pal. Then suddenly I'm staring at the precinct doors. From the outside, I mean. So yeah, I couldn't get one of the police bug sweepers.
Oh, what do you mean you couldn't get one? We need that item.
Hey, calm down, pal. I didn't say I didn't get one, just not the police's.
Wow, so this is a bug sweeper.
It looks a little broken. Hey, this was made when I was in elementary school, pal.
Oh, by who?
Me, of course. Seeing this sure brings back memories. Hey, don't look down on it, pal. Sure, it looks a little beat up, but I put my heart and soul into building this puppy here.
Damn, Gumshoe was building a machine like this? He's pretty smart. Smarter than we give him credit for. He's just naive. Yeah, he could go into electrical engineering. He could give up the investigating work. He could be like an electrical engineer. Like, fuck. I couldn't make something like that, and I took an actual, like, electrical engineering course. If you asked me to make something like that, I'd be like... I know not to put forks in the electrical socket. I know what fire hazards are. We learned a lot more than that, but you have to keep in mind, I got a C in this class. I got a C in my electrical engineering class. So, like, Gumshoe is better at this than I was. If he was in that class, he would have gotten the A. That's what I'm trying to say. Gumshoe would have gotten the A.
It'll work. Trust me, pal. It'll do the job, but...
Oh, he built the Blue Badger animatronic too, you're right.
But you can't just set the sensitivity, so it's going to beep off at anything that gives off electromagnetic waves.
But isn't it better that way?
Well, anyway, since I brought it all this way, might as well give it a whirl, right, pal?
I'm getting that sinking feeling again.
Okay, now I'll tell you how to use this baby. There's a listening device or some sort of bug hidden in this room, pal.
So we're gonna find it, right?
Right. Now first, let's turn the sweeper on. Next, move the sweeper around to give the room a real thorough look-see, pal. The sweeper will let you know how strong the signal is. Once you find something that's giving off a lot of radio waves, press the A button to lock onto it. There's a lot of things here that's going to give off radio waves. So let's take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious, okay, pal? Alright, I'm going to go stand outside and keep an eye out. Give me a yell if you find the bug. Got it, pal?
I don't really think the listening device is in the TV of all places.
Looks like the TV was left on, and now it's showing old samurai movies.
Yeah, this channel plays all sorts of international movies, as well as domestic ones.
You know, every time I watch one of these old movies, I always think, wow, these Japanese stars are really good at English.
Yeah. Looks at the camera.
When I grow up, I want to study Japanese.
I should probably keep my mouth shut here and not destroy your dream. Lamp check. Listening device, nope.
There are a lot of lamps in this room, aren't there, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, they're all on.
You shouldn't do that, Mr. Nick. Don't you know that's wasteful?
Yeah, I'll be more conscientious from now on. Sorry. It's a lamp again. Cell phone. Nope, no bugs in here.
Cell phone?
What? Don't tell me you don't know what a cell phone is.
I'm sorry, I've never seen one before.
Now that she mentions it, my cell phone couldn't get any reception while I was staying in Kurain Village. And Pearls has never lived outside of that village, so, well, I guess I can't say it's out of the impossible to live without one.
Ah, what a lovely bear.
This must be one of those fancy bear-shaped toy robots.
It's a robot? A real robot?
Yeah, it's a real one.
Mr. Nick,
Yes?
how many horsepowers is it? How many horsies?
Horsies? Well, look, it's a bear, so, That's a radio. That's a lamp again. It's gotta be in one of these bears, right?
What's this?
It's a small video camera. No listening device on this gizmo.
Everyone's trying to make everything smaller and smaller lately, aren't they, Mr. Nick?
That's what it seems like.
But I want to grow bigger and bigger.
Well, eating only vegetables isn't gonna help you get there. You have to eat meat, too. It's a plain old calculator.
It says 50 on it. Maybe he was calculating his allowance?
A whole 50 cents. Maybe if he was a spirit medium. The TV's remote control, but it doesn't look like the listening devices are in here.
So I was thinking, I wonder if a TV remote works on other things, like, could I make you change your expressions like TV channels? Zap. Hey.
But if I could, oh, the people I would give the old mute button to. Hey, they made a movie based on that. My friend Adam Sandler, you know Adam Sandler? He made a movie based on this idea. I don't know what it's called. Well, I don't think it's going to work on me. Why don't we try it on Maya tomorrow, okay?
Okay.
Nah, come on, it couldn't be called Click. There's no listening device in that notebook computer, huh?
What's a notebook computer?
Do you know what a notebook is?
Yes, it's a small book with paper that you can write on, so?
Well, that thing is like a notebook in a way. It's basically a small laptop.
Mr. Nick, what's a laptop? Oh, the water in this hot water pot has run out.
I'll go get more water for it. Okay, sounds good. Looks like she's forgotten all about looking for the listening device. The bear!
This is just a giant stuffed teddy bear, right?
I knew it was in the bear. It had to be one of the bears.
It's the biggest one I have ever seen.
Hey, so did you guys find it yet? The listening device, I mean.
No, not yet, but this bear's eye is.
Let's see. Perfectly normal stuffed bear with some really strong radio waves. Sounds like you found the device to me, pal. Let's dig this big fella's eye out and see what we've got.
No, you can't. Such a violent act.
Oof.
No! That's...
It's a miniature camera, and it looks like there's more. There's a transmitter and a timer. What a emitter? Transmitter, pal.
No. Is this more of that high-tech stuff?
So this tiny thing is a camera. Yep, it's a pinhole CCD camera, pal. It's a small, high-grade video camera mostly used in security systems. So it's a video camera. It runs on battery, which comes with it in a set. But there's no videotape in this camera. This is the only camera part here, pal. The tape recorder with the tape inside is somewhere else.
Somewhere else.
The footage is changed into radio waves and then it's sent to that recorder.
So it's sort of like a TV broadcast, isn't it?
Hey, you know, you're right. So what is a transmitter? It's a device that sends the footage to the camera to... It's the device that sends the footage the camera took to a specific destination. It's like a video version of a listening device, pal. Looks like there's a small... I keep fucking up the dialogue. I've been reading dialogue for 4 hours, so please understand. Looks like it's attached to a small clock-like thing. Oh, that's a timer, pal. You can set it to turn the camera on and record at a certain time with it.
You can set it for a certain time?
Yep, let's see. This looks like it was set to start at 8 p.m. and go for 1 hour. 8 p.m.? That was when the award ceremony ended. And if it was 8 a.m., that would be the correct answer on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. There's no date yet. There's no date set, so it's been recording every night, I'd guess.
Mr. Detective, how long has this bear been here?
I'm pretty sure it's been here since the night of the murder.
Then maybe...
Maybe this camera caught the murder on tape.
What?
And if you think about the angle the bear is at, it's bound to have had a clear shot of the whole crime, pal.
So there was a camera in this bear's eye.
And it was disguised as a present. And I'm sure it was here on the night of the murder, pal. It's pretty big, so it stands out pretty well in my mind. But who gave Mr. Kurita this present? I, don't know, pal. But this means that someone out there's got video of what happened here on that night.
Isn't there any way we can find out who that person is?
It's impossible, pal. Radio waves can be sent almost anywhere, so there's no real way to find out.
Oh.
Is there really no way to find out? I got it! What? Hey pal, let me borrow this mini camera for a bit. What are you gonna do? I'm going to go around the electronics shops and see if I can find out who bought this. But that's impossible! I mean, it's already 9 p.m. Leave it to me. Even if I have to search all night, I'll find your man, pal. Oh yeah, baby. It's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah!
He's trying so hard. We love our Dick Gumshoe.
Yeah.
But Mr. Scruffy Detective sure is a nice man. He's pushing himself so hard, all for Mystic Maya's sake.
It's a mystery how you always do things in the most inefficient ways, Wright. You'll have to excuse me. I heard your conversation just now. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? A rescue team has been created and deployed. I can't say I'm optimistic, but we have to move forward one step at a time. I see. Thanks. Don't thank me yet. We still have to find her. So there was a spy camera hidden inside the stuffed animal, huh? You are one lucky man, Wright. Do you know this stuffed bear, little girl?
I have no idea.
Of course not. The maker of this bear is a very expensive, luxury brand from overseas. It's completely handmade, and only a small number of these are exported here. What? The camera and the transmitter that Scatterbrain Detective took with him are dead ends. Things like those can be bought anywhere. However, this bear is different. By tracking how it got into this country, this bear can tell us who the buyer is.
Can you really do that? Mr. Nick, can he really?
Well, I guess so. It's 9 p.m. I think I can still make it in time. I'll be taking this for now. I'm sure you have other things to do. Oh my god, I really love the visual of Edgeworth, like, picking up this giant bear and taking him with him. See you soon, Wright? Wait! What? Why are you doing this? I have no interest in explaining myself to someone who cannot comprehend. But besides that, Wright, until court reconvenes tomorrow, you should concern yourself with this question. Who was the person that murdered Juan Corrida? The real killer? Do you really still think it was Adrian Andrews? To be honest, I don't know anymore. You still have a little time left. Find the truth, Wright. Everything begins with the truth. Juan Corrida's real killer, Miss Andrews' past. The kidnapper whose sole condition is an acquittal for Mr. Ungard. And this card, Shelly the Killer. Maya, the only way I can save you now is to find all the answers to this case tonight. I don't understand what your true intentions are, Edgeworth, but as you said, all I can do for now is find the truth. I think Francisca demanded one of those bears as a small child, and that's why Edgeworth knows what they are. We're still in the investigation phase. It's gonna be a long one. At least that investigation phase wasn't too lengthy. But how we doing? How we all feeling? Ugh. I'm gonna need to take a pee. I'm also realizing if this stream goes too long, I will have to take my pill, and then I'll be extra tired. There's more. But I'm enjoying this case. It's really good. Edgeworth kind of said some fucked up shit. But I mean, he's traumatized. I can forgive him. Gonna head to bed now. Got class in the morning. Good night then, Zen. Thanks for hanging out. I honestly need to go to the bathroom, so I'm probably gonna take a quick BRB again. But I'm enjoying this case a lot. I think it's really good. I'm glad Adrian Andrews isn't the killer. I thought that was where they were going. Now I don't have to feel so bad about the sultry image of her. Yeah, I'm gonna take a quick BRB. Use the bathroom. And I'll be right back. And we'll continue this. I don't want to... Usually what I did with these Ace Attorney streams before is I would, like, talk a lot during these, like, a good 10-minute talk. I don't think I can do that at this point. I mean, not that I mind doing later streams, it's just I've been doing this stream for 4.5 hours. I gotta give myself a break. Yeah, I'll be right back.
Oh, wrong thing. There we go. Hello again. I'm back. Probably should have taken a drink of water before opening back up. To be continued at this exact moment.
It's past 9 p.m. already, isn't it? I wonder if Mr. Edgeworth has already found Mystic Maya.
These things take time. I'd say probably not. Police are professionals, Pearls. They'll find her, so don't you worry. And if we can win a not guilty verdict tomorrow, then everything will be okay.
You're right.
So the real person who killed Mr. Kurita was...
That assassin, Mr. Shelley did kill her, right?
And the card Miss Andrews found at the crime scene seems to be proof of that. But if that's the case, then a new question comes to mind. Who is the one that hired to kill her to begin with? Who is his client?
You mean, who asked for the murder?
That person didn't want to dirty their own hands in blood, but whoever this client is, they're still a killer.
Who could have hired the assassin? Do you think it was Miss Andrews?
I wonder. But if she was the client, then why would she go through the effort to stab a knife into the corpse herself?
But if Miss Andrews wasn't the client, then... No, it can't be.
Right on guard himself?
If Mr. Ungard really did hire the assassin...
Then he is not innocent at all. Far from it. He would be guilty of the crime.
But it can't be Mr. Ungard, right? I mean, when we first talked with him...
Mr. Ungard, I'd like to ask you one more question.
Did you remember something, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, something Miss Andrews said at the trial today. She said something interesting.
So what is this interesting thing?
Oh, that's right. You didn't hear it, did you, Pearls? Yeah, we heard it. We heard it tonight.
Mr. Ungard's secret. What is his secret?
I don't know yet. But for now, let's think about it this way. Mr. Kurita was going to reveal the secret. That means... Mr. Ungard had plenty of motive to have Mr. Kurita silenced. Which means we have to meet with Mr. Ungard. There's no way around it now. Yeah, let's try and not waste time with this case.
Wow, it's really getting late now, isn't it, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, it's past 9 p.m. already. But we still have some things to prepare for tomorrow's trial. There's still a matter of the secret Mr. Kurita held about Mr. Ungard, and Miss Andrews' real intentions. These are two things I must know tonight.
But aren't visiting hours over at the detention center?
I'm sure we'll think of something, Pearls. Don't you worry. Oh, yeah, we can't even see Matt.
Hey, wait.
What is it, whippersnapper? All I know is that nothing that has ever anything to do with you is ever good. Like just now, I was handed this strange device for who knows what reason, and I was told to use it to search the whole hotel.
That's the bug sweeper, isn't it? The one Gumshoe made?
I don't know, and frankly, I don't care. But the request came from Edgepoo, so...
Edgeworth?
And he said...
If you feel angry, direct your anger at that unsophisticated lawyer.
So I'm going to feel free to direct all my anger towards you.
Gee, thanks a bundle, Edgeworth. What a pal you are.
So you want to know about Juan and that manager, right? Actually, as I hear it, they were something of a refreshing pair, those two.
Oh, really?
I tell you, Juan really opened that manager with open arms, I heard.
That manager? Who are you talking about?
You don't know? That manager, woman Juan had. It's a shame she killed herself, though.
Oh, you're talking about Miss Celeste Impacts, Miss Andrews' mentor, right?
Yes, that's the one. That Celeste girl. She was supposed to get married, you know.
Married? You mean to Mr. Kurita?
Really, you young kids today don't know anything, do you? That girl Celeste killed herself 3 days after their wedding announcement.
3 days after their marriage announcement? Wedding the...
This is absolutely top secret, so you better keep it to yourselves. I heard they found a spy camera hidden in one of those presents.
Very interesting.
I'm sure it was, you know. Let's catch poor Juan in the middle of a scandalous meeting.
Scandalous? What's that?
It means, well, you know, that gossip that's been going around about my dear Juan.
Oh, you mean that thing about Miss Andrews?
But
I'm sure she must have had a reason for getting close to Mr. Kurita. I'll let you in on another secret, youngin'. I know who planted that spy camera. It was that obnoxious, puffy-haired photographer girl. The nerve of some people. Spying on people by herself. As if I wouldn't want to see it by myself. Wow, the alien actually admitted to her true intentions for a change. I don't know what you're thinking exactly, but I can bet it's nothing good. But I didn't say anything.
Why would Miss Impax want to kill herself? She was going to get married.
Well, that's because she was thrown away, you see, by Juan. What?
But they were going to get married, right? They promised each other, right?
They held a grand announcement session, but 3 days later, Juan suddenly canceled their marriage. Is that true? It was in the weekly magazines.
But why? Why did he do that?
That was not in the magazines, unfortunately. I see. That night after Juan called off the wedding, that manager Celeste killed herself. How terrible.
I wonder what happened between those two.
I don't know if we're gonna get anything out of Old Bag. On that night, there must have been at least a few hundred people here. I guess the police are done with their questioning and investigating. Looks like things here in the lobby have finally calmed down. But I still don't think we can go to Matt Unguard's room. Looks like no one is around.
What happened to that person with the stuffed teddy face?
Oh, she must have meant that butler with the stitches in his face.
Shoo! Oh, there you are. I guess you're still awake, huh, Shoo? Come on, let's play.
Wonder if that butler, Mr. Doe, is already asleep or not.
There's a small door at the bottom of this bigger door, Mr. Nick.
I bet it's for Mr. Unguard's cat to use.
Oh, you mean Shoo?
Door. It's locked tight. Well, I guess that's to keep nosy people like me from entering it. There's another door over here.
You shouldn't go wandering off over there, Mr. Nick.
Yes, Pearls.
A giant bicycle is floating in the air.
This is dialogue that we've already seen. This might just all be dialogue we already seen. Maybe we're meant to come back here later. Yeah, I think I might have already done everything I can here.
It doesn't look like Mr. Scruffy Detective is here.
Well, he's out there with that camera asking around at all the electronic stores.
Then I'll make some salad for him for dinner.
Looks like Pearls really appreciates what Gumshoe is doing for us.
Mr. Nick,
Yeah?
where's the lettuce?
I don't think I've ever bought lettuce before.
Oh, I guess I have to give up on making a salad then.
I guess the lack of lettuce is kind of a problem. I don't think we're gonna get anything here, but I'm trying anyways. Visiting hours ended a few hours ago. Looks like we're not gonna get a chance to talk with Mr. Unguard tonight.
But isn't what we have to ask very important?
Yeah, but I don't think that matters to the guard.
Feels sort of tense in here, doesn't it, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, it does. Wonder if something happened. Hey, you're Mr. Unguard's lawyer, correct? Yes, sir. Well, we finally found just the person we've been looking for. A real decisive witness. Decisive witness? You mean for the Unguard case? We're taking the witness's statement right now. Gotta hand it to Mr. Edgeworth. What's Edgeworth up to?
Who is this witness?
I think you know this person quite well, Mr. Lawyer.
Mr. Nick.
Between the kidnapper's demands and now this, I can't see any way we win here. Oh yeah, Mr. Edgeworth wanted me to tell you something. He did? Even though visiting hours are long over at the detention center, he wanted me to grant you special permission, so there you go.
What?
I've already called them, so they know. Go on, go talk to your heart's content. Thank you very much.
This is such good news, Mr. Nick.
Go talk to your heart's content. Sounds like the police are pretty sure they have tomorrow's trial in the bag. Well then, let's get to work! I'm sure they must have transferred Miss Andrews here by now. So that means both Mr. Ungard and Miss Andrews are in this detention center. Now then, whose story do I want to hear? Are we able to hear both? We're able to hear both, right? Like I can switch off, or can I only hear one? Yeah? Okay. Hear Matt on guard first. Dude, it's Mr. Wright. I hope you can get me off the hook tomorrow. Counting on you, dude. I hope so, too. Edgeworth just dropped a bombshell on me by saying that Juan Corrida was killed by an assassin, and that the assassin's client is this man, Matt Ungard. What's wrong? Mr. Ungard, there's one thing I must know with 100% certainty. You seem kind of different. You're totally not like your usual lawyer dude self. About the press conference. You mean the one where Han was gonna dress up as the Nickel Samurai? Yeah, I heard a little more about it from Miss Andrews. Looked like somehow Juan had a secret. Could you please fill me in on what the secret is, please? Nah. Ooh. Yeah, I knew this was coming.
Mr. Nick, don't tell me.
Cyclops. You said secret, right? But, like, I don't have any idea what it is. Do you, dude? Did you know about Mr. Corrida and Miss Andrews' relationship? Well, it's all over the tabloids, dude. But I don't know any of the details, if that's what you mean. Look, how many times do I tell you? I don't care what Juan did with his life. Miss Andrews, she had a purpose in mind when she started seeing Mr. Corrida. Her mentor was Mr. Corrida's manager, and Miss Andrews was going to get Miss Celeste Impact's suicide note from him. Celeste, does that jog any memories? Dude, I suddenly just got totally hungry. You up for a pizza? My treat.
Mr. Nick, what's a pizza? Is that like a pea, like green peas?
Let's go out and eat one later, okay? I got cut off by the pizza dude at the shop. Well, how about we get our minds off this topic and talk about something else, okay? Mr. Ungard, are you connected to Miss Impact's suicide in some way? Well, I may not have all the evidence I need at the moment, but let's see if we can't get something out of this man. Even if it's just a little bit. Now, let's hear what the secret of yours is. What if Mr. Corrida had been successful in his plan? What would he have disclosed? I told you before, dude. I don't know anything about Juan, okay? Look, Mr. Wright, I can keep saying it until I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Juan any attention the whole time that night. I mean, come on, I was in the middle of a nap. Don't lie to me. I know you paid close to Mr. Corrida, especially on that night. Nah. Need the bugging device for that. So we're not getting anything out of him right now. Oh, Mr. Wright, please, you have to help me. Mr. Powers!
What happened? happened? Why are you here?
You see, I got roped into this somehow.
What?
And now I'm going to testify at tomorrow's trial.
So the decisive witness is Mr. Powers?
I was talking with a detective until a little while ago, and I was on my way home, when all of a sudden, you're under arrest, and I was brought back here.
Oh.
They said my face and my whole self in general looked suspicious or something.
Well, I guess you can see how they thought you looked suspicious.
I'm just a normal guy on an exercise show for kids. Is that a crime?
So about this testimony you're giving, what are you going to talk about?
Well, I really don't know yet, but it sounds like I saw something pretty important from what they tell me.
You saw something important? What was it?
Well, the detective told me not to talk about it. You can't tell anyone, and especially not that lawyer, he said.
Who do you think that lawyer the detective talking about was? I'm going to take a wild guess and say it's me.
Yeah, you got it.
Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya and myself are the only two allies in this whole world, but it's alright.
Ouch. I don't really have a lot of friends, do I? Yeah, fucking Phoenix's friends are like an 8-year-old and Maya.
This is going to do a lot of damage to Matt, you know, because he's got that refreshing like a spring breeze image going on.
But what is he really like?
Well, let's see. Matt's always been kind of a player with women. He would never really turn a pretty face away, if you know what I mean. He'd always say, it's just a game to justify himself.
What? How horrible. That's unforgivable.
Ow, sorry, didn't mean to offend you. But you know, he said that once. There's only one person in the world who won't swoon over me.
One person who wouldn't swoon over him.
His manager, you know, Miss Adrian Andrews.
Why is Mr. Powers suddenly looking kind of energetic? Does Mia really count as a friend in this world when she's dead? Like, I guess she counts as a friend from another world, but in this world, no.
You see, I'm actually a sucker for gossip. I mean, celebrities in their world have this dazzling sort of image, right?
A dazzling sort of image, but aren't you a part of that dazzle, Mr. Powers?
No, I'm more of a hairy, sweaty, smelly, brutish kind of guy, you see. But it's okay, really. I get to hear plenty of gossip about the other stars around me as things happen.
Well, that's true.
Oh, hey, so you hear about this yet? About Miss Andrews' mentor and her suicide?
You mean Miss Impax? We heard something about how her wedding was cancelled.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I thought about it a little the other day, about that mysterious death. Hey, Mr. Wright, why don't you ask me about that? Go on, go ahead.
Mr. Powers is so charged up his skin is practically glowing with electricity. Probably shouldn't be this excited to talk about a woman's suicide.
Hey, so, have you heard this? Celeste left a suicide note. And they say Juan went and hid it.
We heard about that in court today. But there wasn't actually any actual proof that she had left a note.
Well, this is what I think. I think that something bad was written on the note. Something bad for Juan, that is.
Something bad for Mr. Kurita? Why do you figure so?
Well, before he died, Celeste talked with a few of her friends. And she says, it looks like I got caught up with a truly insidious man.
A truly insidious man? Did she mean Mr. Kurita by that?
Well, there's no one else that fits the bill, right? And that would be reason enough for him to hide the suicide note.
I see. Well, that's some good info. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Ungard and Miss Andrews, they're both at the detention center right now. There's still things I don't understand or know about, I'm sure. I have to get the two of them to tell me everything. I gotta get the device. But Gumshoe's not gonna be anywhere. Oh, you know what? I have to get it from Old Bag. I don't know how I'm gonna get it from Old Bag, though. We'll try talking to Adrian Andrews. Nope. Sometimes navigation in this game is a nightmare. It's all menus. It all blends in for me. Oldbag has the bugging device. I have to do some sort of trade. Yeah, that's not something I'm capable of doing right now. Oh, it's you. I'm sorry to be visiting at such a late hour, but there are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight. Me? I thought your client was Matt. I'm sure Miss Andrews knows something. She can't be clueless about this secret Mr. Kurita had on Mr. Ungard. I'd like to ask you about Matt Ungard, if you don't mind. Mr. Wright, you still don't know, do you? The real him, I mean. You seem to bear a lot of resentment towards Mr. Ungard. If that's the case, why did you become his manager? And why would you become intimate with his rival? That has nothing to do with this case. Nothing. About Miss Celeste Impacts. I finally put her death behind me, and now, thanks to you, it's all come back to the surface. I'm sorry. Yes, I was shocked by her suicide. And it's true that when I heard the rumor that Juan was the one who hid her suicide note, I began to draw close to him. I wanted to get her suicide note back, and to burn it. I wanted to burn it, but why? I didn't want it to spread like just another piece of gossip, but I never held any murderous intent towards Juan. I would never do something so stupid. Suicide note, huh? Wonder what it said. Why'd you try to frame Mr. Ungard? That's simple. Because he's the killer, that's why. Isn't it the duty of every good citizen to inform the police? But there had to be another way. The police are excellent at doing their job, so they'd figure it out, right? Yes, they're so good that they couldn't figure out the real truth behind Celeste's death. Miss Andrews. Well, I know you're not the type of person to do something without a reason, so please, tell me why you did what you did. Revenge.
Huh? Did you say something just now?
A psych lock, huh? Don't you understand yet? You're not my lawyer. To be honest, you're more like my enemy. But I'm sure I just heard Miss Andrews say revenge.
Take that!
Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Ungard for the murder? I've already told you countless times. It's because I thought Matt was the killer. No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Ungard. Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. So you are saying that I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why? What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people, there has to be something that someone in her past that would make her want to take revenge. Celeste. There's only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings and even revenge, and that is Miss Impacts' suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hid her suicide note was also Juan. What does this all have to do with Matt? You're right. You haven't mentioned him yet. But for you to hate Mr. Ungard, it would mean that he must have some relation to Miss Impacts and her suicide. Can you explain to me this relation between Celeste and Matt? Huh. I don't know if I can prove that. Do I have anything to prove that? I don't think I do. Don't yet? Not yet. So I gotta get something out of Old Bag.
Mr. Nick, your phone.
I don't like the sound of this ringtone right now. Sounds kind of ominous.
It's probably just your imagination. You should really pick it up, Mr. Nick. It could be important.
Hello? I've got a big problem, pal. Well, what's wrong? I'm on my way to your office right now. Okay. Hey, wait a second. Why is he coming here?
It's terrible. I don't know what to say, pal. It's the end, I say. I'm going to... Oh, I got here faster than I thought. Hey. No time to relax now, pal. I'm confused as anything here. Well, what happened? We got him. We know who bought the spy camera.
Eh? This quickly?
And this bear's what gave them away, pal.
The bear?
I figured it out, pal. I figured that we should have been looking into the bear instead of the camera.
But wasn't it Mr. Edgeworth that figured?
Shh, Pearls. And, go on. There's only one person who bought one of those bears who's related to this crime.
Who is it? Who would be so rude as to spy on another person in the room?
Matt Ungard.
Huh?
Matt Ungard, your client. That's who, pal. And here I thought things couldn't get any worse. Are you sure you heard that right? That the person who bought this bear was... I heard it from the department store clerk, pal. This is the credit card receipt for the purchase. It's for $3,800, pal. That's an exact match to the price of that stuffed bear. A receipt? That's all you have? Nah, it's not just the receipt, pal. The store clerk said so himself. He told me, I'm sure I sold the bear to Mr. Ungard. I mean, the clerk even got Mr. Ungard's autograph out of it, pal. So I'm sure the person who bought the stuffed bear was Mr. Ungard himself.
My sight is failing me. This can't be.
So what about the spy camera we found? That was a dead end, pal. I mean, you can get this kind of thing from anywhere. But for now, I guess I can give this back to you to file away for evidence. I know you don't want to give up, pal.
I never thought. I didn't think it was possible. The person who put the spy camera in Juan Carita's room was Matt Ungard. Why would Mr. Ungard do something like that?
I bet it was to catch Miss Andrews and Mr. Carita in one of their rendezvous. I bet it's not good enough for me. I have to know the absolute truth behind this camera. Are you going to see him? Mr. Ungard, I mean?
Yeah. I'm scared of Mr. Nick. I wonder what we will find out next.
I'm scared myself, but I have to put on a good face for Pearls. Matt Ungard, what in the world have you done?
Oh, it would be very regrettable if this was the first case we had no choice but to lose.
We're looking really late, you know. It's already past 10 p.m., dude. I think it's time you told me the truth. Relax. Did you know that ignorance is bliss? But if you really want to know, let's talk.
I mean, the fact that it put us right in Matt's room means it's time. It's possible to lose a case? I mean, yeah, you can lose a case. You can get a game over. I don't know if this is a scripted one or not, though. We'll see. Maybe someone else hired the assassin. But, Matt, you are not looking good right now. You are not looking good for anyone here. Now, let's hear what the secret of yours is. Someone used this camera to secretly film Mr. Carita's room the night of the murder. Secretly film? What? And then sent the images the camera took with this transmitter. Wow, but dude, where was this camera you're talking about hidden? Spy camera was hidden in this bear's eye. A bear that was supposed to be a present from a fan. I guess someone had a few of those kinds of fans too, huh, dude? Actually, I wouldn't say this bear was a present from a fan. You sure, dude? Who else could it be from? Oh, Mr. Ungard? Was that not the receipt? Oh no, I'm stupid. Obviously, I have to pick Matt himself. Mr. Ungard, don't you know this bear from somewhere? I don't think I've ever met Mr. Bear before, dude. Aw, but he says he knows you. How could you forget such a great friend? What else did the bear tell you? He says the one who put the camera in his eye was you, Mr. Ungard. If I didn't know how you work in court, I'd think I was in some serious trouble. Come on, this is all a joke, right, dude? You're just pulling my leg. Looks like you're not ready to give up your secret yet. Well, do you have any proof that you want to show me first? Now I do the receipt. I was doing it out of order. I have here one credit card receipt, Mr. Ungard. It's from when you bought that stuffed bear. Dude, all you can tell from this is that I spent $3,800. I go to that department store all the time, okay? This $3,800, this could be from the toothbrush I bought that one time. A $3,800 toothbrush? It's ivory, and it's got elephant hair for bristles, dude. Ew, elephant hair? Is that what rich people use nowadays? Anyways, the store clerk clearly remembers you and your purchase. After all, you even gave him an autograph, did you not? Dude, you should have said that earlier. So can I ask you one thing? You're my lawyer, right, dude? So, if you are, then why are you looking into stuff like that? Because if I don't know the truth, I can't help you. Sounds more like stupid lawyer talk to me. Hey, let's stop talking about this, okay? No, not yet. I haven't asked why you set the camera up yet. And what your secret is. Of course, it would be strictly confidential. So, what are you gonna do now? I'm going to find out because I want to know. Because I must.
Take that!
I got it right. What is this card? Maybe he doesn't know about this card. This is a certain man's calling card. The man's name is Shelly DeKiller, and I'm sure you know of him, don't you? Shelly DeKiller? That's ridiculous. Why would I know some shady scumbag like him? If you really don't know him, then why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden? This is it. Finally starting to get to the truth. I can't afford to make any more mistakes now. Mr. Matt Ungard. I know, Mr. DeKiller. Since you're the one who set up that camera, that means you knew. You knew exactly what was going to happen in that room. So, how? How would you know something like that? It's because you're his client. That's why. You hired Shelly DeKiller to assassinate Mr. Juan Carita. The real mastermind behind this whole murder is you, Matt Ungard. And here I was trying to be a good boy for you, dude. I thought if you didn't know, you'd be able to do your job without feeling bad. Well, that's what I thought anyways. But Mr. Ungard, did you really hire? Hold on a sec. I'm gonna consult myself, okay? Consult myself? Well, I guess it's probably about time anyways. About time for what? I think it's time for you to meet him, Mr. Lawyer Man. What the fuck? Sorry to say this. He looks like a Danganronpa character. Like he doesn't have the same pose, but like, look at his face. That's the face of someone going crazy in Danganronpa. Who gave him that glass of orange juice? Who knows? How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Matt Ungard. Hey, I got my points back. Well done, Mr. Wright. I bet it wasn't easy to gather as much information as you have. So you are Shelly DeKiller's client. Oh, you didn't really think I would dirty my own hands in this, did you? What do you mean? And that woman, Hadrian, was quite brave herself, trying to stick the crime on me. I didn't think she had it in her. But all I care about is that Juan is dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer? That's terrible. You're lying. What terrible. It's way past your bedtime, little girl. Go on, and let us grown-ups talk more about, adult things. But why? Why did you add the video camera and... A weakling soon believes the words of others, just like that pathetic Adrian. Yeah, the guard in the background is just like, whatever. Sure. He knew about Miss Andrews' secret. But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. What? Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. They turn their clients into cash cows by holding the sinful deed over their heads. And a superstar like me, how much do you think I'm worth? Care to guess?
And that's why?
Yes, that's where the video comes in. It's got his face in the crime scene recorded on it, preserved for all time. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want. That's right, that video is my insurance. Isn't that what they call it, Mr. Wright?
Why would you do something so wrong?
Because I'm a grown-up and I can. Good enough of an answer for you, little girl.
Why? Why would you kill Mr. Kurita?
Because he was about to sling so much dung onto my beautiful public image. Scandals are a little annoying, aren't they? It's all because of that press conference, isn't it?
If Mr. Kurita had been able to give it, then Mr. Unguard's secret would have...
Ah, well, that's what we call taking advantage of the situation, you know? I had no interest in doing it, really, but bit by bit it crept up on me. And then the situation just presented itself perfectly. How beautiful, I thought.
And that's how Mr. Kurita ended up dead.
Let me tell you something. I'm not like Adrian. I don't depend on anyone. People are simply things to be used and thrown away. Put on a sweet, innocent fade and people will swallow anything you feed them. Adrian fell for it, the assassin too. And oh, how can I forget? Even you fell for it, Mr. Lawyer. Everyone all working their butts off for me, Matt Ungard. Aw, did that leave you speechless? What a shame. What's wrong, Mr. Lawyer? You've grown awfully quiet. How could I have been deceived by you all this time? When we first met, I asked if you killed Juan Kurita, and you answered very clearly that you hadn't killed anyone. Hey now, I never told you any lies. The person who did the killing was that killer guy, right? All I'm guilty of is taking a cat nap in my room. You killed Mr. Kurita. I dare you to say that in court tomorrow. Ugh. Ah, but too bad. You can't. You're my lawyer after all, aren't you? You could always drop my case and refuse to represent me. How does that sound? Aw, but you can't, can you? That would be the one thing you absolutely can't do. Mystic Maya! You wouldn't want to test the killer. He's a man of his word, or so I hear. You could end up getting a certain friend of yours rubbed out if you lose. You scoundrel. So, if I were you, Mr. Wright, Esquire, I think I would give it my all tomorrow. Remember, everyone likes a happy win-win resolution. Ugh, I'll get you for this. That's such a cliche phrase. One said something just like that if memory serves. Of course, well, we all know how things turned out for him, didn't we? Good night, Mr. Lawyer. Maya. Oh, Maya, what am I supposed to do? Now you finally found it. The starting line of this case. Edgeworth. I don't care for the horrid atmosphere here. Let's return to the precinct. Well, Wright, what are you going to do, if you plan on changing your strategy?
No, we can't do that.
That's right, he's holding Maya hostage. What should I do? That's not something I can answer for you.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Right, only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago, at that time, I didn't truly understand what a prosecutor was, and that is why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. I felt that I couldn't stand in a court of law until I really knew what a prosecutor was. And now, Wright, it's your turn. My turn? What is this thing called a lawyer? What can you do as one? You must find the answer, and you must find it on your own. I'm a lawyer, but to fight for someone who is clearly a killer, Matt Ungard, that man is really... Ugh! It doesn't matter who. Every person deserves a proper defense and a fair trial. Isn't that the basis of our judicial system? Fucked up saying that. Proper defense, but what exactly is that? Is it where a lawyer forcibly and blindly gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery? Ironic that you of all people should say such a thing. Isn't that exactly how you have fought for your clients up until now? Well, that may be true, but that's because I believed my clients to be innocent from the bottom of my heart. But if I were to get an on-guard and acquittal, that isn't a proper defense at all. I became a lawyer because I thought I could save people who were suffering and in pain. But when I look at this mess we're in, I can't even protect the person closest to me. Even if I win the case, I still lose in the end. I just don't know what to do. Right. Would you get a hold of yourself? You have it all wrong. Huh? We aren't some sort of heroes. We're only human, you and I. You want to save someone? That's something easier said than done, wouldn't you say?
That's...
You are a defense attorney. You can't run away from that. You can only fight. That's all you can do. People like you and Franziska von Karma are always using all you have to pin me down. You fight to the very end even when you know the truth is not with you. But I'm not like you. I can't fight for a false verdict, for a man I clearly know to be guilty. Franziska, she fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is her perfect win record. That's all. And isn't that the same as you? Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? Because your pre-Ashes win record was destroyed? You are so petty. I see. Now I understand why you despise me so. However, you are mistaken. Thanks to you, when you sealed off my path to a perfect win record, I began to realize the errors of my way. I realized that things such as a perfect record were meaningless.
What?
I don't believe you. Are you saying that is why you left the prosecutor's office? But then why are you here now? The answer to that is something you will have to find out on your own. I have faith that you will see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. But if you can't, then you will be powerless to change the ending of this story.
Mr. Nick, the transceiver.
I'm sorry for what happened earlier. Now then, Mr. Attorney, do you wager you can obtain an acquittal tomorrow? My, what is the matter, Mr. Attorney? I don't sense your usual anger this time. Tell me, please. Why are you holding Maya hostage for Mr. Ungard's sake? Why are you doing this for that cold-blooded killer? Right? Please don't misunderstand things. He is my client. Don't toy with me. A man who hires an assassin is just as much of a killer as himself. I believe you were asking me for a reason as to why I'm doing what I'm doing. Yeah. This is what I like to call my aftercare. What the heck is aftercare? My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. I take great care to ensure that no suspicion falls upon my clients for my hard work. That is what is called client relations, and it is part of an assassin's duty. An assassin's duty? We were unlucky this time, and my client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to enlist your expert help, Mr. Attorney, and to assure that you would do everything in your power to the very end. What is your name? I believe I told you once before, however. You did, but my name is DeKiller. Shelly DeKiller. You're Shelly DeKiller? Please keep in mind that you do not have much space to maneuver with me. As a DeKiller, I always finish what I set out to do. If you fail to keep your end of the bargain, Maya, it would be my duty as an assassin to see that she receives a nice long nap.
No.
Now then, if you'll excuse me, if someone were to trace the signal back to me, it would be quite troublesome.
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
I don't know what to say. Edgeworth! Did you hear that? At the end of that transmission? Huh? Oh, that. It sounded like a cat.
A cat?
It can't be. That cat!
Can it? What is it?
I think... I know where Shelly the killer is holding Maya hostage. Edgeworth, have all your police units head for Ungard Mansion immediately. Alright, you hurry over there and as well then. Don't lose hope yet, Pearls. The fight has only just begun.
Yeah.
Maya!
Please answer us, Mystic Maya!
We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape, assuming he's still in the area. I can't believe it. That butler, all this time, he was the killer. He and Ungard working together for all this time. I'm sure they had worked out a contingency plan ahead of time.
Oh, it's a figurine of a bear. There are a lot of cuts in it for some reason.
A bear? Isn't that more of a thing for Mr. Kurita? Why would something like this be here? Right, look down. There's a little pet door installed here.
I'm sure that's for Shu.
Do you think that this came through that little door? This door. It's locked. Oh, I'm pretty used to breaking doors down by now. Let's go, Edgeworth. Ah! There's no one here. From the looks of this room, I would say this is Ungard's private lounge. Look at this, Wright. An antenna for sending and receiving video signals and a VCR. Check inside the deck. If there's a tape, it would be an important piece of evidence. If we're lucky, it'll have the moment the crime was committed recorded on it. I'm sorry, but the tape deck is empty. There's no tape to be found.
No.
But there's no mistake someone used this to record something. It looks like someone took the tape we're looking for and escaped with it. I've searched all over, but it looks like he got away. I'm sorry. It looks like he slipped out of our grasp this time. And now, we've lost our only lead. Don't give up yet. That little girl is looking to you to be her pillar. Yeah, you're right. We're close, I can tell. We've already set up checkpoints along every route leading out of this district. Leave the rest to us. Maya. This looks like a picture of Miss Impacts. With love, Celeste.
Miss Impacts? You mean...
Yes, Mr. Kurita's former manager.
Why would a picture of Miss Impacts be here in Mr. Unguard's mansion?
And what does it say with love? This might be a clue.
Ah!
What's wrong, Pearls?
Please let me see that picture frame.
Huh? What's so special about it?
There's something written on the back of the frame.
Maya.
It's Mystic Maya. She left us a message.
What?
I thought you'd come. I knew you would. Now listen up. You'd better get Unguard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag of not guilty, I'll never forgive you, ever. I'm fine, so you don't need to worry. There's so much I want to write, but I don't think I have a lot of time left. Pearly, you're there too, right? Make sure you help Nick, okay? Someone's gotta watch out for the helpless lunk. That's it for now. I guess I'll talk to you guys later. No! Mystic Maya! Right!
What's wrong? Why the blank stare? Oh, nothing. We've searched the house, and this is the last room. It looks like he eluded us. Edgeworth. Yes. As far as clues go, I think this is about all I'm going to get. But I'm still short on one last thing. And what is that? Miss Andrews' psych lock. If I could find out what secret she's holding, then I think I could stand a chance in court tomorrow to blow this case wide open and expose the truth. I think I know what you're thinking. I'll contact the detention center. Thanks, Edgeworth. Well, let's go, Pearls. It's time to open that last lock. Good evening, Mr. Wright. What's wrong? You look ill. Miss Andrews, I have come to remove your psych lock. Psych lock? I want to know, and you will tell me, your secret. Fine, go ahead. Try to break me if you can. Well, I'm glad in the end we're helping Adrian Andrews. Adrian Andrews was innocent this whole time! This is a photo of Miss Impacts, right? She looks younger than when she passed away, though. With love, Celeste. This is Miss Impacts' handwriting, isn't it? Where did you find this? No, that's alright. It is a rhetorical question. Yeah, it is. I found this at Mr. Unguard's mansion. And after all this time, my last remaining secret has been revealed. Celeste, she was supposed to get married to Juan. Yeah, but I heard that it didn't work out.
Because Mr. Kurita didn't want to get married to her anymore, right?
Yes, because of Matt.
Because of Mr. Unguard? What do you mean?
I think I can see where this is going. Celeste, she was Matt's manager a long time ago. She was the happiest woman in the world at the time. I was working part-time back then, and I often saw the two of them together. So that's why, with love, Celeste is written on the frame of that picture. Oh wait, that was Phoenix saying that.
They were a couple, weren't they?
It wasn't anything as splendid as that. Celeste was being used. toyed with until she was thrown away.
That's so horrible.
Matt's entire image is built around how nice and wonderful of a man he is. A scandal would have destroyed that. Which is why Celeste, in her kindness, moved over to Worldwide Studios, and that is where she met Juan. She seemed really happy with him, even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Juan were such a good match that they were even planning to get married. And that's when it was suddenly called off. On the night Juan called their marriage off, Celeste, she killed herself. And that's why I framed Matt. It was revenge for Celeste and for myself. I'm sure even you can guess why Juan called the wedding off, right? Matt confessed to Juan about his relationship with Celeste. I see, so that's what happened.
But then why did Mr. Kurita have to call off the wedding? I don't understand at all.
It was probably because of his worthless male pride. Juan and Matt were always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding announcement and then unleashed the truth on Juan. He was aiming for when it would hurt Juan the most.
Poor Miss Inpax.
That wasn't the end of it. That day, I'm almost certain that Celeste left a suicide note behind, and in that note she left a detailed account of Matt's various misdeeds, and so that she would never again be hurt by Matt, she chose to die. Then, when Juan discovered her body, he hid her note.
But why would he do that?
It's simple. Juan realized that note was a powerful weapon against Matt, and it would be especially damaging to his refreshing like a spring breeze image. In any case, with his pride hurt, Juan sought revenge. Revenge? There's that word again. Juan wanted to publicly disclose the contents of that suicide note. At a time that would cause Matt the most damage, of course. And that was at the press conference after the stage show. Alright, I keep reading Phoenix's lines as Andrew's. I know all about it because I heard about it from Juan. It was so I could find out about all this that I drew close to Juan to begin with. They're quite a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? Even Celeste's death was something for them to use in their game. That night, when I found Juan's body, it was only natural that I thought the murderer was Matt. Those two were always spying on one another after all. As for me, I was frantically searching for Celeste's suicide note. I wanted to destroy it before it ever went public. I was going to burn it. I had even brought a lighter. But I couldn't find the suicide note, and that's when revenge crossed my mind. Yes, I was going to bring them my own kind of cruel revenge. Celeste was killed by those two monsters, so when I stabbed Juan's body with that knife, I didn't feel a shred of guilt. And that's all I have to say. Well, Mr. Wright, even knowing all this, are you still going to help that man? I'm a lawyer. I see. What a foul profession. Thank you very much for your time and talking with me. It was no big deal. I couldn't sleep anyways. I can't sleep either. Not with Maya's situation or with what I know now. We gotta throw the case. That's the only solution I see in mind. Well, let's do it. Ugh. How did I get into this mess? It's far enough. You can't run forever, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Oh, it's the judge. What? What have I done wrong?
I cannot allow you to go on like this.
But I'm just a simple defense attorney.
Silence! You are no longer worthy of your title.
You know, I'm starting to get why this game was called Justice for All, and it wasn't just like a lawyer pun. I've had this dream before, somewhere, someplace. Today I'll stand in court as a lawyer. To prove a killer innocent. Hello, this is Phoenix Wright. You don't look so well, dude. You're gonna prove me not guilty today, right?
If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict, too. Ugh.
Now listen up. You better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag a not guilty, I'll never forgive you, ever. Maya. Phoenix. Mia. Maya, how's Maya? I don't know. You don't know? She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday. Mia, what am I supposed to do? Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst of times are when you force your biggest of smiles. But you can't give up. There's still some hope left. Stop it, please. There's nothing left. Not here, not anywhere. Ah, it's that accursed on guard again. You leave me alone. Look, don't call me anymore. I mean it.
You're really mean, pal.
Gumshoe, I'm really sorry. Where are you?
You let me join the investigation team and we're chasing down the killer, pal.
Then, you have some sort of lead?
Sorry, but right now we've got 0 leads on the guy. But we're not gonna give up.
Gumshoe.
Until the trial is over, until the verdict is handed down, we're going to do everything we can and find the killer. If we can get Maya out, then you can get on guard the guilty verdict he deserves, pal.
That's true. I could do that if they found Maya first.
You got that? So do whatever you can to make that trial last longer.
I have to make the trial last longer.
If you go at Mr. Edgeworth with everything you've got, then you two can draw it out.
Oh, now I get it.
I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. So, believe in us. We're going to give it all we've got, just like you.
Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe. Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. It's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance. Yeah. Looks like we're coming to the end. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through, I know it. We have to trust in Gumshoe, our good friend Gumshoe. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Ungard. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's section with a bug mystery on our hands. The mystery being what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder? That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edgeworth, if you would please inform the court of today's proceedings. Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. Ungard, and then proceeded to escape this crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape. Then you're saying that she is guilty after all. I'm not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card. What is that? It looks like a shell. This is the calling card of a certain assassin. Assassin, you say? Yes, Juan Carrito was killed by a professional assassin, and the person who hired the assassin, his client so to speak, is Matt Ungard. What a surprising turn of events! I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor. I know what's going on this time, so I know that everything Hedgeworth has said is true, but we still have to hold out as long as we can, at least until Maya's safe and sound. I wonder how the trial will turn out today. Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please.
Oh, okay. I'm, Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action store.
And what is your relation to the defendant?
Well, I guess I'm some sort of lousy mentor to him in a way. Yeah.
Mr. Powers, you don't need to put yourself down so much.
Oh, sorry. Well, I'm just kind of a nothing sort of guy.
On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
But you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went.
All you need to answer is what you're asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. Ungard's room.
Okay, sure.
After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room.
Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone. At first, I thought it was a bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me.
Nothing sounds like out of place in Mr. Power's testimony.
And talking with the bellboy is no big deal. If one assumes that the person Mr. Ungard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy.
What are you implying?
Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examinations, shall we? Looks like we're in another sticky situation. Huh? A trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find out more, we're just gonna have to charge in head first, right? The defendant's room. Why did you go there? Well, I'm his mentor, like a big brother, sort of, and I wanted to say congrats.
What's wrong? Why did you stop?
Mr. Wright.
What is it?
You're trying to trick me into a corner, aren't you?
Huh?
I know I'm just a poor, underpaid action star, but I'm not the killer.
No one said you were, Mr. Powers.
No, please, don't trick me. Every time you do your lawyer thing, the witness suddenly turns into the bad guy.
Every time?
Witness, I will personally talk to the defense at a later time. So for now, please kindly cooperate and continue with your testimony. Sorry.
So, you went into the defendant's room, and then...
Hey, wait a minute. When and how did I suddenly turn into the bad guy here? Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume.
Are you sure that it was Matt Ungard?
Yeah, I'm sure. He wasn't wearing the nickel samurai mask then.
If that's the case, then he really can't be mistaken.
And what was the defendant doing standing in front of his own room? He was talking with someone. At first I thought it was the bellboy.
At first? What do you mean by that?
Well, he was in a bellboyish sort of uniform, and he had a bottle of juice on a tray.
Sounds like an ordinary bellboy to me.
Yeah, but I didn't think he was a normal bellboy.
And why was that?
Why did I think that, Mr. Wright?
How am I supposed to know?
Sorry, but I can't remember right now. Sorry.
I guess I'm gonna have to wait patiently on this one. You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant together, correct?
Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats.
Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange?
You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip.
A tip?
But that's a perfectly normal thing to do.
So, how long did you watch the two of them?
Not more than a minute or two, I think.
So, who are these guests you're talking about?
You guys, of course. You and Maya and Little Pearl. I thought it would be really rude since I invited you guys if I disappeared on you, so I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway.
This is like squeezing water from a stone. It's probably pointless to press further. Do you remember this incident? Did Mr. Powers leave his seat at that night? I don't remember that happening at all. Maya was making such a racket in her hyper state. I ended up focusing on her. I see. In any case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone for very long. What can we draw out of him?
I don't know.
No, he doesn't give a shit about John Doe. Gotta get evidence on something. No, I didn't mean to press. I did that on instinct. Any ideas, guys? We gotta get him on something. The problem is he's, like, almost certainly telling the truth. Like, I'm doing all this and I'm just gonna make, like, I'm just gonna fuck over Will Powers. I'm gonna make him sound like a liar, even though everything he's saying is pretty much definitely true. Is it something stupid like, oh, he wasn't in full armor? Maybe. That could be it. I would say, like, is it related to him napping? But, like, I don't have any evidence that would say, like, oh yeah, he was napping at this point. And this sucks. We got nothing. And we know we got nothing. We literally just have to delay it. Like, we know for a fact Matt Ungard is a piece of shit. Well, I pressed everything he said. I pressed him on everything, I thought. Also, good night, Icarus. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see. We'll see if I can do this. I need to press more. Alright, let's try again. Maybe there's something I missed when I was pressing. Are you sure that was Matt Ungard? Yeah, I'm sure. He wasn't wearing the Nickel Samurai mask then. If that's the case, then he really can't be mistaken. At first, what do you mean by that? Actually, Mr. Powers, only a few minutes ago you stated... you know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. Could it be that you had something strange about the tip-giving incident itself? Ah, yeah, that's it. You really know your job.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
This bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was he?
Perhaps we should let the witness tell us.
Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony.
You mean about the bellboy, right? So he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that? Ah, well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me. How much it was? But that's when something more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got into his pocket. And that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked.
I'm afraid I don't follow it all.
It sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. I wonder which of his shocking things I should ask about. Bellboy's face. What was so shocking about the bellboy's face, Mr. Powers? Well, he wasn't exactly a boy. More like an old gramps.
Ahem! I hope you know that discrimination towards old men is a no-no in my court.
No, that's not what I meant at all. And smack dab at the middle guy's face, there was a line of stitches.
A line of stitches?
Yeah, and it went straight from the tippy top of his head to the bottom of his chin. Almost like if that thread snapped, all the stuff in his head would come piling out.
Ah, he was there, at Mr. Ungard's house. He was that butler. What is it, Mr. Wright?
Nothing, Your Honor. So that means Ungard was talking with the killer then. If that fact were to be exposed, Ungard would be declared guilty on the blink. Phoenix, you have to play dumb here. Pretend you don't know anything. But yes, Chief.
You're sure you don't know? Have anything you would like to say, Mr. Wright? Huh? What did you say, Your Honor? Nothing, Mr. Wright, nothing. We're just going around and around in circles. Now then, Mr. Powers, please continue your testimony.
You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant together, correct? Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats. Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange? I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, he gave the bellboy a tip. Oh, wait. We already got that out of him. So who were these guests you were talking about? We have to play stupid here. And, normally that's easy for me. But, having to do it on purpose is the hardest thing in the world. I don't know, he did this. He had a big credit card, the tip. I had another option. That is true. You're right. I gotta ask about the tip. The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips, wouldn't you agree? Sure. But giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think. Oh, it's a bit too much. Would you please clarify to the court about how much you would say the defendant gave to the bellboy? Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess.
And why is that?
Because he gave the bellboy a really, really fat roll of cash.
A roll of cash?
I think it's hilarious that they make, from the back view of Will Powers, you can tell he's, a super antsy, anxious guy. Even though he's a big dude. It makes him almost feel meek in a way.
That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it?
A very fat roll of cash. That can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor. Judge is beginning to look awfully suspicious of us. I object, Your Honor. The defendant is a superstar. That kind of tip is typical fare for people like him. Are you saying that all superstars are super spenders? If I could receive large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trays, then why on earth would I stand around prosecuting? He's got a point. I don't even get paid, let alone rolls of cash for all my hard work.
So supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it?
Payment, Your Honor.
Payment?
Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Mr. Juan Carita.
Then the bellboy the witness saw.
Yes, he saw the assassin.
Hold your horses now. Mr. Edgeworth, you don't have any proof of this, do you?
Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? I have here the card Shelley the killer left at the scene of the crime.
Shelley, the killer?
He is the person the police's special investigations team has been chasing for ages. I am certain that the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley the killer. Really?
What's wrong, Mr. Powers?
No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head and I think I just figured something out.
Oh?
Actually, I saw that bellboy again later on that night.
What? Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw.
Yes, sir. Right away.
That was the right path, thank you, Atticus. This time, I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom, and that's when that bellboy I saw earlier come out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Carita's room. Now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kind of out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin. I'm sure of it. I mean... Thank you very much. That is all we need for now.
Huh? But I'm not done. There's still more.
Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. the Killer. Then we shall see.
So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. And if that bellboy was really the assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious.
That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh. Ha! 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 This is no laughing matter.
And what time was it? Well, I don't remember. The award ceremony ended around 8 p.m., right? And I went to Matt's room pretty soon after that, and then I came back, and then I went to the bathroom. So I guess it was maybe around 8:10 p.m. by that time.
You're not one for details, are you, Mr. Powers?
Sorry. I thought I could maybe catch Matt and say my congrats. And...
Are you sure it was the same bellboy?
yeah?
And how could you tell? All the bellboys wear the same uniform after all.
But you see, well, he had stitches on his face. Ugh. So I'm sure it's the same guy that was talking with Matt.
So which room did the bellboy come out of? The victim's room, huh?
Yeah, the one with all the really pretty flowers and teddy bears. It was Juan's room, alright.
Words cannot describe how screwed I am. Let's continue with the testimony, shall we?
So what exactly was so out of place about him?
Right. Why the insipid grin? Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's going to say next? Damn, Will Powers is like the best witness we've ever had, and he's not even useful to us right now.
Well, the bellboy was empty-handed.
Empty-handed?
That bellboy was one of the room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart and he wasn't holding a tray either. You'd call that a little strange too, wouldn't you?
I agree that is a little bit strange, Mr. Powers. But it is really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? Oh, what should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers' testimony slide? Or... try and pull a fast one? There's nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy.
But there really is.
There really isn't. If you two are done being school children, bellboys are for room service. There is no reason for them to be empty-handed ever. Your Honor, I ask that the witness's previous statement to be supplanted with this new one. Edgeworth, are you going to do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious?
I see. Very well. This court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Mr. Powers, if you can amend your testimony, please.
Yes, sir.
So you're saying that it's suspicious for him to be empty-handed?
Yeah, really suspicious. I mean, when I first saw that bellboy, he was holding a tray in his hand, and there was a bottle of juice and a wine glass on top of it.
Juice? What kind of juice was it?
I'm pretty sure it was tomato juice.
If we could come up with some sort of reason as to why he would come out empty-handed, some sort of proof, then I think we can dodge the bullet on this one for now. Proof, huh? Sounds like another job for the court record. Oh, shit. I need to press him on that last statement. I keep skipping it. I'm like losing it. It's 11 p.m. And I'm sure it's even later for a lot of people here. Please don't be so quick to judge.
Ah, but it's kind of a Powers family thing. Think of every person as a thief.
Well, I guess a thief and an assassin are both sneaky and silent. That's not the point, Phoenix. In any case, if that bellboy was the assassin, it would be very bad for us. But he really is the assassin, you know? Yes, but you can't give in yet. If you want to prolong this trial for as long as possible, you're gonna have to pull some cheap tricks on this one. Alright, what's our option? What would a bellboy be delivering? Well, the juice. Mr. Powers. Yes? You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing that it must be true. But isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches and... So, baseball has stitches. Are you saying that all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches? Well, there's also, I mean, what about him being empty-handed? I would like to ask the court to please take a look here. This is the crime scene. There's a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Kurita's body. The liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now, if you would look at what is on top of the table and in the lower right corner there, anyone can clearly see it is a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Kurita's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left. Ah,
But that would mean that the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room.
but can you prove that Mr. Kurita was already dead at that time?
Mr. Edgeworth,
Yes.
I blame you for leading me down this route.
I'm terribly sorry. What is with him? Why is he laughing? Witness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us? Is there? The bellboy is empty-handed. Or should I say empty-handed. I recall you had something interesting to say about his hands. Oh yeah, I almost forgot.
Huh?
What? That bellboy, he was wearing gloves.
Gloves?
Yeah, pitch black leather ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right?
Black leather gloves? Why didn't you mention them earlier?
Sorry, it slipped my mind. Boy, does this make the bellboy look really suspicious. Alright, gotta focus. I can't get lax here. So, what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves. Come on, Mr. Wright. That bellboy was wearing black leather ones. So, football is made of leather. Are you saying that all footballs are suspicious because they're made of leather? Ugh.
But that man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant, and then he was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that someone like myself can believe he was just another bellboy.
Ugh. It seems we finally have come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony.
The rest? Oh yes, please tell us more.
Okay. After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door, just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. Then the old guy just left without even going to the room. After that, I went into the bathroom and then went back to my seat.
So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, next went to the defendant's room?
Yeah, I kinda saw all that by accident. Some accident? I'd say you saw too much. And all of it was suspicious to high heaven.
I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Is that what you saw while you were busy spying?
Excuse me? I may be a poor, underpaid action star, but even I wouldn't stoop to spying.
Well, I think the point is, where did you watch all this from, Mr. Powers?
Oh, from the door of the bathroom with my left eye and a sort of sneaky, spy-like.
I knew he was spying.
Please, does it really matter if he was doing it over or underhandedly?
What did the bellboy do next? That's all I care to know. I said hold it.
Okay.
That's better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details.
Okay.
I should probably ask him only one question at a time. So, who took this something the bellboy handed off?
Actually, I don't know.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry, but I only ever saw the person's arm.
Only an arm? Then you're saying you didn't see the person's face.
Yeah?
Well, it was Mr. Ungard's room, right? So it could have only been Mr. Ungard himself, I didn't say. And then, what did the bellboy do after that?
Oh, so after he gave the person inside the room the thing...
Well, where did this bellboy go after he left Mr. Ungard's room?
He opened the door to Voila Hall. He went in there, and then who knows after that, right?
Yeah, I do. Did you see anything strange, suspicious, or just out of the ordinary at that time?
Oh yeah, I saw one thing.
What? You saw something else?
There was this jittery alien with a ray gun. He was watching Juan's door like some sort of stalker.
I think we can forget about the alien. Well, Mr. Powers' testimony just now was just as vague as his first. It's a little troublesome, isn't it? But I'm sure if you press him enough, everything will become clearer. Although that just makes it harder on us, doesn't it?
Ugh, talk about a lose-lose situation.
Think this was where I could press him on an additional detail? That's about this something. He gave something to this person.
Yeah?
And what was this something?
If I remembered what it was, I wouldn't be calling it a something, would I?
But this implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers?
I think it was something kinda small.
I would like to summarize the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was this person's arm.
Yes, it was just like that.
Mr. Edgeworth, is all this really that important?
Of course, Your Honor. I think it is of utmost importance.
This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client. Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off.
Well, let's see. I think it was no.
If you remember, please add it to your testimony.
Yes, sir.
A statue.
Yeah, it kind of looked like one, I guess. If I saw the actual thing, I'd probably remember, you know?
Looks like to see this trial further, I'm going to have to come up with whatever this statue thing was and show it to him. You're gonna have to trust your instinct on this one and take a chance, Phoenix. Ooh, I might have an idea of what that statue might be.
Objection!
It was the bear. What was the point of that pregnant pause? Who describes a long pause as a pregnant pause? What? Okay, Edgeworth. Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up. It was me, Your Honor. Old people. Yeah, Edgeworth is an old soul at the very least. What is it, Phoenix? I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen once I show this. Present the bear to the bear. Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix. Deep breath. Mr. Powers, something you saw, was it this item?
Oh, hey, that's it. That's the something. Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out.
I recall we found this in Matt Ungard's mansion.
At the defendant's house? What does this mean?
It's simple, Your Honor. Shelly D. Killer assassinated Juan Carita in his room, and then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime.
Then the bear being found at Mr. Ungard's mansion would mean...
It goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Matt Ungard is the killer's client.
Order, order, I said order. Mr. Wright, this is a most unfortunate turn of events for you.
Yeah. Sorry, Mia. No, it's alright. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have. I almost forgot that he knew about it too.
I think it's clear that there is no need for us to continue this trial.
I can't let this happen. I have to do something. There has to be something we've overlooked, but there isn't. Your Honor, a minute, please.
Yes, Mr. Wright?
There are still a few points left that we have not fully explored. What are you trying to pull?
Oh, well, we can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further?
I don't know. There was one thing in Mr. Power's testimony that was very unclear, and that was the identity of the person who received the bear. As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear, we can't be sure of,
What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're going to scream like that, then at least give us good reason why.
Oh yeah, sorry. Actually, so, I remembered. I remember who took the bear.
What? Really?
I mean, I only saw his arm, but the arm. It was the Nickel Samurai's arm, I swear it. You've got to be kidding. Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers? Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nickel Samurai's. Then how do you not testify that earlier?
Order, order. It looks like you've dug your own grave yet again.
How many times is that today? I've lost count. So the person who took this little bear was the Nickel Samurai. And, as we all know it, Matt Ungard is the Nickel Samurai. But...
Thanks to the defense, we've made that all clearer.
What am I supposed to do now? Mia, help! You don't have time to act lost. You've got to find another angle to attack this from. Hurry.
Now I will begin the cross-examination.
Your Honor.
Again, Mr. Wright, we've all removed any and all questionable areas of this testimony.
It's about time you were removed from this court, Mr. Wright. I have to find something. Even one more little point will do. There are still some questions left unanswered. What are you trying to pull?
Oh, well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright.
I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable.
The bear, Mr. Wright?
This was found at Mr. Ungard's mansion. However, Mr. Ungard was arrested at the hotel that night, which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home.
Oh!
I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It is not possible that it was Mr. Ungard who took this bear to his mansion.
Why, that's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There was no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken this bear home.
Phew, disaster avoided. You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright. Huh? I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Ungard's mansion. De Killer and Ungard were working together, so to speak, and De Killer was hiding at Ungard Mansion as its butler.
What a bold move!
The bear figurine was brought back to Ungard Mansion by De Killer himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, Ungard had him do so. I believe it. I assume because it would have been bad had the police found it during their investigation. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now. This is too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all?
I think we've heard enough. We now know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Matt Ungard. I see no reason for this trial to continue, therefore I will now hand down my verdict.
Thank you, Your Honor, for understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you? I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edgeworth stated was the truth.
Any last objections, Mr. Wright?
Well, what should I do?
I will now announce my verdict.
There's only one way for me to drag the trial out. The only thing left I have is this one dirty trick. Your Honor, right now we have 2 reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. Reason number 1, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number 2, that very same figurine was found at Ungard Mansion. However, it's possible that this is the work of a certain other person. What are you saying? What I'm saying is, it's possible a different person is the killer's real client. The real client? Yes. Is this all you have? Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. I know where this is going.
Take that!
Adrian Andrews? Yes. We already know that she tried to frame Matt Ungard for the crime by wearing a spare nickel samurai costume. Ugh. Then the nickel samurai's arm that I saw. That could have very well been Miss Andrews. But what about Mr. Ungard? If you would please recall yesterday's testimony. The defendant was taking a nap during the break period. That's right. Then, finding this figure at Mr. Ungard's mansion, it was a well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this? I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic, besides which there is no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either. What's with this trial? Come on, anyone can say Ungard did it. I can't believe the defense would go so far to pin this murder. Yeah, unbelievable. It's not something petty. It's murder of all things. This is to save Maya. This is to save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up on. Order, order, order. All disruptive parties will be forced to leave the courtroom. Your Honor, for the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with his what-if game. His what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright, even you must have thought it strange and wondered, why would the criminal want this little wooden bear? He's right. The killer did especially bring that bear to Ungard right away. But why do you ask? Is there something special about it? Absolutely. And I'm sure once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear up any and all doubts against Miss Andrews. And who would that be? It's quite simple, Your Honor. Miss Adrian Andrews herself. I see. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. The prosecution will prepare its witness in that time. Yes, Your Honor. Oh, God. Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never thought in your desperation, you'd try to pin the guilt on Adrian. Ugh, I swear this demon will pay. Mr. Nick, Pearls, where's Mia? I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away. A really strong power? Oh, Mr. Nick, your phone is! It's from Gumshoe. How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal? Yeah, sort of. That's good, pal. And what about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out where the killer and Maya are yet? We still don't have any leads, but... What? We don't have any more time! If we had just one, even a single clue would be really helpful. I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, I've got to keep this trial going until Maya's been rescued. But if I had just been out of luck this whole time, is all our hope for naught? A tent. Huh? A tent? I can see a circus tent. Mia! It looked like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called me for help. So it was Maya that called you away. She's locked in a dusty little room right now, but I could see a circus tent outside the window from about 300 feet away. Gumshoe, is there a circus in town right now? There's only one, pal. The very big circus. Maya is somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent. What? Okay, hold on a sec, pal. Hey, draw a circle on that map. About a 300-foot radius from the main tent. Hurry. And I could see a mailbox under the window just outside. Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox. Okay, what else? What else, Mia? I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. It felt like I was in an old office building, maybe the 3rd floor or so. I heard her. An old office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, just hang in there. Just a little longer, pal. Wish us luck. Good luck. I'll call you later, so don't let your battery die, okay, pal? Mia, Maya's not hurt, right? She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved. Ah, Gumshoe, please hurry. Looks like we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix? It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make this trial last a little longer.
Court will now reconvene.
The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to the client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. I understand. Very good. Now, have you seen this bear before, Miss Andrews? Of course I have.
You have seen it before?
That's right. It's only natural that the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to this bear's secret? Alright. Why does she... Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At the center is a small cavity, with just enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell that it's just a small jewelry box just by looking at it.
So this figurine, it's a container of sorts, is it?
Yes, looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, this is superb craftsmanship. Oh yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
It looks like there really was something to that bear after all. Puzzle. That's right.
But it looks like an ordinary figurine.
True enough. To people who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that it was a puzzle. So what kind of puzzle is this exactly? If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. So you can take it apart, and how would one go about doing that? Well, you first turn its tail to the right, and then push it in.
Oh yes, I see.
After that, the legs and arms are free to move and can be removed.
Ooh, this is most interesting.
A boy and his new toy. It's like he's 5 all over again.
Oh, don't mind me.
I think he's lost it. So what did you find after you take the puzzle apart? And how do you know about this? I know because I was the one who bought it.
Huh?
It was a souvenir from when Friend and I went to Switzerland.
Then this was a present from you?
That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for Juan. So it was a present from Miss Andrews. Witness, let's continue with your testimony. So, who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle? Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland, so I doubt that many people with this same bear in this country.
But this looks like it could be easily broken, especially if someone wanted to get at what's inside.
Well, it's a toy, but it can never be the same again once it's been broken. Who else knows that this bear is actually a small container or jewelry box? I never told anyone. And as long as Juan never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew. The two of you, huh? Then of course that means Mr. Ungard didn't know, right? I think this is about all I'm gonna get for now. Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have to come to realize that there is one very important fact that we haven't covered, and that is, this bear is actually a jewelry box. Now that we have agreed to this point, there is only one logical question that can come next, and that is, what is inside this box?
What's inside?
That's right. That's what we are going to find out next. Witness? Yes? You are the only one who can open this. Please. Painful silence. All eyes are on Miss Andrews as she now solves the puzzle and takes the bear apart. I've opened it. Is this what you wanted?
What is that? It looks like a note.
I don't think we need to guess what that is, do we, Mr. Wright? It's the suicide note.
The suicide note?
The suicide note left by Juan Carita's former manager, Celeste Inpax. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Carita himself. It seems Celeste Inpax had very beautiful handwriting, and she just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide.
Oh, order! Witness, did you know about this?
Yes, I did. I heard all about it from Juan. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public, but I couldn't find it anywhere, because it had already been taken by the killer. Everything is going at Mr. Edgeworth's pace. So now that the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question? What is written on the note? That's right. At least that's what I would think. Now then, I believe it is only appropriate the contents of this note be known. I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it, and I was going to burn it for her sake. I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of the note aloud.
Very well.
The judge's voice rang out loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. In her note, Celeste Inpax left to us a record of all that had happened to her. About being used and then thrown away by Ungard, about being engaged to Carita and Ungard's role in destroying that, and about how she decided in her despair to end it all.
And that's all Miss Inpax had to say.
Oh, thank God. I'm so glad they didn't go the route of being like, oh, here's a detailed suicide note. That would have been a bit much. That's what we in the business call a bit too much. There is one thing I would like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Ungard.
Then what?
Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness? Yes. On the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference.
My word.
Matt Ungard values, above all else, his refreshing like a spring breeze image. God, the amount of times I've had to say that tonight is at least 5, but if I got like $20 bills for that, I'd have $100, and that's a lot of money. Which is why he had to stop this note from being made public. At any cost.
It's Ungard's fault she killed herself. How terrible. What a selfish person. I guess there are slimeball lawyers after all.
There is no room for doubt here. Mr. DeKiller's client's goal was to obtain this suicide note, and the only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant. Let's not forget that the bear with the note inside was found at the defendant's house.
It seems that we have come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone.
Ugh, how am I supposed to escape from this one? Why's the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do. I know. I have to carry on and buy him some more time. Okay, there are 2 deadly pieces of evidence, the figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way to get out of this situation through one of those. The gavel is already at the judge's hand. Phoenix, hurry. Ooh. Well, a figurine. How would he know what's inside it? Please wait, Your Honor.
Oh man, look at that lawyer. He's still going at it? It's like he doesn't care that he's trying to get a killer off the hook.
The assassin took this with him from the scene of the crime, after murdering Mr. Carita, at the request of his client, of course.
So what's your point, Mr. Phoenix, right?
I don't think it's possible that Mr. Killer's client was Matt Ungard. In fact, I think there is a contradiction here. You can't tell just by looking at this bear that is really a jewelry box. The chance that Matt Ungard thought the note was inside this bear are 0 to none.
Oh, I didn't think of it that way.
Exactly, but I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. After all, there is no reason why Mr. Ungard would ever want a jewelry box like this.
Order, order, order. You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion?
It was just a flash, but I think I did rather well in this one. Unfortunately, I think he believes differently. I believe a show of appreciation is in order. Huh? The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. I would like to direct the court's attention to this. What is that? It is a very small video camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying. Spying? What the? I thought the spy camera was in my possession. Matt Ungard and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weakness. And? The victim, Juan Carita, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Matt Ungard.
Order! Order!
Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? You don't tell me you know about your client's spying activities. Well, sort of.
Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright.
I see you are confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was in the stuffed bear's eye. But this camera that I have is not that same one. Last night I searched the victim's house on a hunch, using this Gumshoe's bug sweeper. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera.
Mr. Ungard's fingerprints were on there?
Well, Phoenix, it looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh?
What am I supposed to say to that evidence?
I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. Ungard learned the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along. Oh, he got me good at this time. I don't have anything to counter that. Hey, now, what's that lawyer thinking?
Mommy, is that man the big bad killer guy?
Shh, stop, don't look at him. The way he's sweating is just so ew, nasty. Phoenix? Yes, Chief? Have you figured out what you're going to do next? What I'm going to do next? Is running away like a frightened child work? I know it seems like Mr. Edgeworth is very close to putting the lid on this case, but in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing. Well, what is it, Mia? There is a piece of evidence that he should really investigate. Something that he should investigate. I would really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance.
Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden? Alright, I think this time we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you?
What is this piece of evidence that Mia is talking about? Can I figure out what it is that still needs to be looked at, or should I let it go? We have to extend the trial. I have an objection, Your Honor. That was about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright. Your Honor, the defense has no intention of letting this go so easily. You are beginning to sound desperate. That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all. In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing. Hey, isn't that what I just said? So, you're telling me that I forgot something? You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth. But there's something you should really examine about this piece of evidence.
Take that!
Nope. It's not the picture frame. Not the transceiver. I don't know why I, like, even tried that. Not the transmitter. There's something here. What is it that I need Edgeworth to examine? I could really just keep pressing him on whatever, but there's gotta be a more obvious answer. No. I don't know why I thought the button might be something. I have no fucking clue what it could be. What could it be? Is this just the part where I start throwing shit at the wall and hope it sticks? Yeah, I think this is the point where I just start throwing shit at the wall and hope something sticks. I'll know when the music doesn't, or like, stops playing. I'm literally, this is what I'm doing now. I'm just throwing shit at the wall. I'm just presenting everything possible because I can't imagine what Edgeworth would, like, skim over. Like, Edgeworth is too thorough for me to be able to call him on something like this. Is there literally nothing I can call him on? No, I already presented the button. I'm just going in order now. Man, this is one that's really stumping me. This is probably the most I've been stumped this entire time. I think I already presented Lotta's photo. I remembered. transmitter. You know what it is? It's a recent piece of evidence.
It's Miss Impact's suicide.
It was the literal last piece of evidence I tried. I'm gonna be honest, like, my idea for what you're supposed to do, and I didn't want to test it until I tried every piece of evidence. It was gonna be so stupid. I was just gonna present my attorney's badge, and that was gonna be me delaying the inevitable. Who knows? I mean, sure, this suicide note was found inside this bear, but this bear mate was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means the handwriting on this suicide note is yet to be analyzed. Oh! So, as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Impax or not, that has yet to even be remotely confirmed.
Mr. Wright, you can't seriously be suggesting.
Mr. Wright, are you saying the suicide note is a fake? Miss Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. Ungard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into this bear? Jesus Christ. Man, Gumshoe better get on the fucking phone soon. How dare you? Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There is no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever. But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. What? Recall the witness's testimony concerning this figurine. The only person other than the victim who could solve the puzzle is the witness herself. Miss Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame Matt Ungard. I did no such thing. Right, if you're going to pronounce the suicide note a fake, then show this court some evidence to support your theory. Mr. Edgeworth, you were the one who presented this scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution.
That's enough.
Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on the suicide note? It is as the defense has stated, the handwriting has yet to be analyzed. If that's the case, it seems that yet again we have reached a point where a verdict is impossible. That's impossible! This isn't good, Phoenix. The judge is going to carry this trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day. I didn't want to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both the prosecution and defense further investigate. Handwriting analysis, my butt. Ungard is guilty. Look, any idiot could tell you that. I think we've reached the end of the line. Guilty! 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 Yo, I just did Pog in real life.
What is that sound?
It's Gumshoe! Hello, Gumshoe? What is it? What's with that sigh? Where's Maya? What happened with the killer? He got away.
What?
I'm sorry, pal. I really am. I don't know what to say besides I'm sorry. I wish there was some way to make it up to you. I really do. Anyway, what's going on? We found his hideout, pal, but the two of them are already gone. This is terrible. I'm going to keep looking for them, pal. Don't you worry. I just need a little more time. But don't tell me we don't have any more. Guilty. Do you hear that? They're calling for his head. Mr. Wright, I can't. For us to come this far and... Oh, what is it? Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth. I can't do that.
Mr. Wright,
Would you please get a hold of yourself? Yes, Your Honor. I'm about to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after. Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch. Mr. Edgeworth, please, you've got to buy us some more time. Court is in session. I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were saying... Mr. Wright, this is a court of law. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I am reluctant to do this. However, it appears I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow. This time I really can't do anything. Court is now adjourned for the day. Please wait, Your Honor. Edgeworth? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time. For what purpose? We can perform the necessary tests on this piece of evidence in that time. But can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes? I believe we can, Your Honor. But wouldn't it be better if we adjourned it for today and then reconvene tomorrow? 30 minutes, please, Your Honor. That's all I am asking for. Please, Your Honor? Very well. At the prosecution's request, this court will now take a 30-minute recess, but be advised that I will not allow another recess today. I'm not sure if this is helping or hurting us. The court will now take its final recess of the day. Right, well, what's going on with Maya's situation? The killer. Looks like he got away again. 30 minutes? We can't find her in that time. Report. Is that Mr. Edgeworth? We don't have time, just spit it out. Right. Looks like we just missed them, sir. But the killer left a few things behind by accident in his rush to get away. A few things? Can we use any of them as evidence? Oh, I thought you'd ask, pal. I've got the things he left with me right now. I'm on my way over. That's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first. We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. When those guys weren't looking, I swiped the stuff and ran. What? Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I've got to put the law on hold for now. Sounds bad. I hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this. My hunk of junk car? I'd say it'd be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me. Alright, just get here in one piece. I'm on a mission and no one can stop me, sir. No one. I'm pulling out all the stops and running every red light. Items left by the murderer, huh? Maybe there's something among them that will be decisive enough to end this. Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me. No one can stop me. What happened? It sounded like he had an accident. I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well. What was he thinking? Oh, we've got to hurry and call for help. But we have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get those items before they do, the police will take possession of them. No! We can't let that happen. Well, if there is a way we can find out where he is, then we stand a chance. Why oh why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident now? Is there any way to find out where he is in this moment? That's right! There is a way! What? How? I'm sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is through this. What's the way? You guys are smarter than I am. This is almost another 7-hour stream. Profile. I don't remember what Gumshoe said in the last trial because it's been so long. Profiles. Oh god. This is fucked. He has a tracking device on him. It's one of the characters that showed up in a previous trial in the game. Wait, you're right, Francisca! Francisca put the tracking device on him! Why are you bringing up Francisca at a time like... Oh, I see. I'll try and get in contact with her. The chances are slim, but she's all we have. Francisca, will she even want to help us? Edgeworth, I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty, but what I'm doing now, I'm pinning the guilt onto someone totally innocent and using the evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say defense attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death. Right. It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not, that can only be seen after the verdict has been given. The verdict. Prosecutor Edgeworth here. Yes, bailiff? There's a phone call for you, sir. They said it was very urgent. They're probably finished with the handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do. Oh, God. I think this is it. This is the final part. Or is it? Oh my God, how much longer can this go? It's midnight now. We're midnight streamers now.
Court will now reconvene. I'm sure both sides are ready.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
I can understand the defense acting like this.
However, why do you also seem distraught, Mr. Edgeworth? That is, it's nothing, Your Honor. What's wrong with Edgeworth? Looks like something unexpected just happened to him.
Now, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Impax's suicide note.
Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we have discovered that the suicide note is a forgery.
What? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
This note was not written by Miss Impax herself. It's a fake.
Order! Mr. Edgeworth, would you care to explain what is going on? If this was not written by Miss Impax, then who wrote it?
We would need more time to do a more detailed analysis. However, it appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Carita.
Mr. Carita?
Well, it looks like Miss Impax never left a suicide note at all. She never wrote anything about Ungard. However, Your Honor, even though this suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. Ungard could not have known that, and so the facts remain unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it.
That does sound very plausible.
This theory that Ungard had no idea the suicide note was fake. Something seems a little wrong with it. The defense believes that the theory the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up until this point was true, then it's impossible for Mr. Ungard to not have known it was a fake.
What is this little item called again?
A video camera, Your Honor. Well, a very small one, but...
Oh, that's right, a camera.
Ah, you kids and your fancy toys nowadays. Mr. Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. Ungard knew of the existence of this note because he was spying on the victim. Isn't that right? If that were true, then this means Mr. Ungard would have known that the victim had forged the note.
So then, the defendant knew that this suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way.
Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory as to what Mr. Ungard's motive for murder was, it has suddenly disappeared into thin air. But, Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. Ungard had monitored Mr. Carita 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. Ungard didn't know of. Well, right back at you, Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim had made the forgery at an unknown place?
Order! Mr. Edgeworth. It looks like this time it is you who has dug his own grave.
As I figured.
Huh? As you figured?
As I figured, it came down to this after all.
Mr. Edgeworth, you are not making any sense.
When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next? What next? If the prosecution can't prove Mr. Ungard's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle.
Well, I agree with you there.
Your Honor, The prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time. Oh, well, that's fine. However, this witness is a little unusual. Edgeworth stuttering. It's not like him at all. Unusual? Well, what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth? This witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of who was it that hired Shelley DeKiller to commit the murder? That's impossible. Who in the... No such person exists who can answer the question with such certainty. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth, who is this witness? Yes, go on. Who is it? The man himself, Mr. Shelley DeKiller. Oh, Mr. DeKiller.
Oh, wait! Shelley DeKiller? You mean the killer? I mean the assassin?
Yes, Your Honor.
He's coming here to the witness stand?
Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission.
Well, Mr. Wright,
Yes?
is this alright with you?
Do I have a choice here? I can't really do much else to drag this trial out. The defense has no objections, Your Honor.
I wonder if it is really alright to do this.
Very well then, the prosecution calls its witness to the stand. Edgeworth, is there really no other way left to us? Now then, witness. Your name and your, occupation, please. Very good, sir. My name is Shelley DeKiller, and I am a professional assassin.
I say! What is going on here?
Your Honor.
How can you remain so calm? And what is the meaning of this two-way radio?
I love how big the radio is. Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. DeKiller will testify to this court. So this must be what urgent phone call he got earlier was about.
Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure this is really Mr. DeKiller himself.
Witness, please present some proof that you are in fact Shelley DeKiller. I understand. Please wait a second.
I'm so hungry. Maya! A voice! Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this?
The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelley DeKiller.
It looks like we have run into yet another unexpected turn of events. Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so...
Now then, witness, there is one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else. And what would that be? At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Juan Carita. Is this correct? It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Carita. Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client. Very well.
This is all just a bad dream. Yes, that's it, a bad dream.
Shelley DeKiller, what is he going to say? There is something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself, and that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give you the name of my client.
Mr. DeKiller seems to be a very clever man. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us.
While he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor, Mr. DeKiller is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief.
You mean about this trust between his clients and himself thing? It seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness?
Yes, Your Honor. There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix. We can hear anything you have to say later. Can you please just tell us your clients? I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said this is something I must first state. Do you know what the word first means? Sorry, go on.
Well, it appears that this is one witness you can't badger, Mr. Wright.
That's only because you don't know about Maya's situation. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. The trust between you and your client. I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew about my face, it would be quite troublesome.
And that is why you're testifying in this manner?
This is the first time my client has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the killer name so my clients can trust me.
But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust?
It has never happened before, but if it did, yes? That person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly.
That's enough. Please no more.
Very well. It was only a hypothetical anyways. The killer is Moe, IMO. You know what? Fair enough. Listen, if people can like this sniper from TF2 who's like an overt assassin, like, it's fine. It's fine to like the butler assassin. I've seen he doesn't pee in a jar. At least he doesn't do that. We gotta keep in mind these are all fictional characters. That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them. It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted out of their prescribed role. Their role? This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves, and this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven.
You? Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty?
To the gentleman who spoke just now, excuse me, but would you care to die?
No, I didn't say anything.
The judge had better watch himself. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give you the name of my client. We understand, so please tell us the name of your client. I'm afraid I cannot do that. I still have a few things to say before I do. Ah, that egomaniacal. It's not good for your help to be so aggravated. You won't live for very long if you let everything bother you. Somehow, that coming from an assassin makes it less than comforting. I don't really care about all this extra fluff. Just tell us his name already. Patience. Try him to calm down a little. It's important to try and understand his mindset. He seems very steadfast and closed, so you're going to have to work to get him to talk. I'm not his therapist, you know. Yeah, Han Kurita did kind of suck anyways. The trust between you and your client. I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. These are the roles and duties of an assassin and his client to carry out. I'm sorry, but I was just wondering about something you said. Also, hi Fastleaf, welcome. You said that your client had already broken the rules. A person who frames another is the worst kind of human. And that's why you feel you can betray this person? I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role. That's my luck, an assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured? Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic? This case keeps getting better and better. If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point, I think. Really. In that case, I believe I am prepared to disclose the information you seek. You have made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we are ready. Excellent. What is it? Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness? What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Juan Kurita? That person's name is... Adrian Andrews. What?
What?
Witness! That's not who you told me it was earlier. Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and it is Adrian Andrews.
What?
This can't be. On the phone earlier. What's going on here? My guess is that Mr. the Killer just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back. Stabbed Edgeworth in the back? I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. the Killer told them a different name. Matt on guard, perhaps? I knew it. This is outrageous. I was deceived. This witness is telling a very serious lie.
But you were the one who summoned this witness.
You Shelley the Killer. My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Matt on guard, am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal. And, wow. All of a sudden, it feels like we can actually win this. Yeah. The prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided the suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there is the possibility the defendant himself knew it was a fake. But most definitive of all, we have heard from the assassin himself the name of his client, Mr. the Killer's client, who has requested the murder was not the defendant at all. No. With all this evidence, it seems to me that this means Matt Ungard is innocent. I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please continue the discussion and call me when you have reached a verdict.
Bailiff, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in immediately.
What now? With the way this is going, Ungard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya. Yeah, but Edgeworth is right. The killer is lying. And Ungard, he's my client. I know he's guilty.
Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant?
Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelley the Killer is certainly lying under oath.
It wasn't me.
Listen, everyone, please. That testimony just now, it was all one big lie. Miss Andrews, the suicide note may have been a fake, but that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. Also, good night, Atticus. I'm gonna be completely honest with all of you. I'm using a walkthrough at this point because we're 7 hours into this stream and I want it to be over. Like, I'm gonna be sad when the game's over, but not this particular stream. That's why I knew to just press him quickly. I'm trying not to scroll too fast so I don't spoil myself, but just so you know, I'm absolutely using a walkthrough at this point. I've been using a walkthrough since this part of the trial started. That man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died, and Juan's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. That testimony just now, you have to believe me, it was a horrible, horrible lie.
But Mr. the Killer himself has testified. He has named you as his client.
No, that's not true.
Also, there's quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife in the button, donning the nickel samurai costume, but that's... You even have a motive. We know that Miss Celeste Impacts was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her, and you wanted revenge against the two who have hurt you. I would say that you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead.
No, Mr. Wright. You know the truth. Tell them the real story, who the real killer is. Tell them. Please, help me. Yes, I know the truth.
Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor? I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions. I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw away this chance and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do? Well, it's obvious. We keep going. And now I can be a smug asshole because I'm looking at a guy that
I know everything. I'm like using a fucking lawyer book.
Phoenix, I can't do it, Mia. I can't accept a not guilty. You are a lawyer, I know, but Matt Ungard is a killer and a murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I am no better than Ungard. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact that it is because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. He could have gotten Ungard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust? I never thought about it until now. I trust him? Alright, gay boy. Yes, you do.
Mr. Wright, your opinion, please?
The defense requests that we The defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. the Killer.
Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright?
Right?
But the defense has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done.
I'm not done yet. See through the witnesses' lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor. there's still more evidence to look at, and I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur. Very well, the trial will continue. Mr. Edgeworth, please re-establish connection with Mr. the Killer. Right away, Your Honor. Has a verdict been reached? Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more. About. All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else do you need me for? Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are. Usually done. What is he talking about? Usually done.
But what shall we have him testify about now?
Mr. the Killer, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail. You legal people and your procedures, is it any wonder no one likes to go to court? As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime. While pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene, Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Carrita was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife in the button. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules. This is a most unexpected turn of events for the, 5th time now. However, this time everything has finally been revealed. Just a second, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth?
We still have the cross-examination to do.
But you don't need to question a testimony like this. Do you, Mr. Wright?
Your Honor, the defense will question the witness. As if I have a choice here.
Huh? Why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. If you scrutinize the testimony,
then I'll expose the lies in that oh-so-beneficial testimony, I suppose.
I don't understand what's going on anymore.
That makes 2 of us. Alright, I'm gonna keep pressing all the statements even though I know exactly what to do, because that's the proper thing to do.
What is it, Mr. Wright?
If I press them the wrong way, it might raise suspicions on his end. But I have to do something to waste more time. Witness, about requesting a hit? Yes.
How much is your fee?
I see you are quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney.
Huh?
If you would like to talk business, we can do so after the trial. No, I'm not thinking of...
Mr. Wright!
Yes?
You want to kill me? You want me dead, don't you?
What? Why would you think that, Your Honor?
Guilty! Mr. Phoenix Wright, you are hereby declared guilty!
Witness, let's continue. Why did you disclose the name of your client? They're your client, are they not? I would think that most people wouldn't be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill. If I had a problem with such a thing, I wouldn't be very effective at my job. Yeah. Well, a change in occupation might be good for you. However, I will say this. Even though I am the one that does the deeds, my clients are always the real guilty party. That goes without saying, Mr. the Killer. And their fate is to live with the knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time thought that they could run away from their guilt. Are you talking about the button and the knife? Yes, and my business card. Oh, this card. So that no one has to waste their time, including the police, I always make it a point to make things as easy as possible.
You try to make things easy?
My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service. He's pretty devoted to his work, but to disregard everything, to go and stab the diseased with a knife, and even hide my card from sight, that is something I cannot overlook. It's really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not without him being here. So you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing? That is correct. Usually most people try to create an alibi for themselves. If you should use my services, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest you plan for your alibi too. No, I already told you, I have no intentions of using your services ever. Why does he keep looking at me like I'm the one on trial here? From the very beginning. That is correct, from before my client visited the room. All of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times. I wonder if that's really true. That's odd. So why did you think your client did that? What do you mean by why? Well, fiddling around with the scene of the crime is pretty risky. And why would someone who has requested a murder go to the crime scene anyway?
That is true.
I assume it was probably done to frame Mr. Ungard. If that's the case, then why didn't the person just request that you do it? Sadly, that is not possible. Huh? My job is to kill. That is all, and to leave my business card behind, naturally. The business card is so my clients may escape blame. To protect them is my duty. Even if they say it's for revenge, setting someone else up to take your fall. And that's all you have to testify. Yes, and I pray that I will never be called to this stand again. Again, as in you plan to continue? I must, as I have yet to find a person to take my place and become the fourth successor. Actually, how would you like a new life, Mr. Attorney?
Excuse me?
No, I'm fine, really.
Are you really now?
I wonder what kind of man the judge thinks I am now. What are you gonna do now, Phoenix? All I can do now is expose the lies. That's true. However, you realize this will be very bad for our client, right? I'm so confused. But the one thing I know for sure is I can't let the trial end yet. Here we go. Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. DeKiller. What is the meaning of that attitude? When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that Juan Carita had been murdered.
But how? How do you know that?
From this wine glass, Your Honor.
This glass?
Mr. DeKiller's supposed client through Mr. Carita had only fainted, which is why that tomato juice was poured for the victim.
But isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan?
That is not possible, Your Honor. This glass bear the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would have never left their fingerprints behind.
I see your point.
Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon? Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not a very important point anyways, correct? I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client, as you claim, then your client should have knowledge of Mr. Carita's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all. How strange.
Yes?
Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation? Phoenix, if the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble. Yeah, I know. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know, you can't say things like that without any evidence. Sorry. Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you. Anyway, I am positive that there is a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken. Very well. Right now, I have to buy us more time. While we wait for the items the killer left behind to get here, I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items. This request came to me, about a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the award ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I have made no mistakes.
So you physically met your client, huh?
That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step into building trust, in my opinion.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
1 week ago, are you sure? Yes, I am quite sure. I, of course, had my own preparations, and I was barely able to finish. When you request my services, Mr. Attorney, I hope that you will keep in mind. Please stop. In any case, my client this time had a very specific date and time in mind. Specific date and time? It was a request for my services on the night of the award ceremony. Did you ask why on that specific night? No, I try to fulfill all the conditions of my client's request, but as for why, I only had my suspicions. Your suspicions, huh? So, what are these suspicions you had? Why did your client request that night? I'm sure it was all for the bear. The bear. My client spoke of it. I'm sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in Juan Carita's room. I would like you to retrieve that item for me. You must be talking about this bear puzzle. Inside that figurine was a suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him to this hotel room. He was planning to publicly disclose its contents at the press conference, after all. That is correct. And if I had not done the job that night, I would have not known where the bear figurine was. I see.
Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance?
No. What the killer said sounds plausible, but in the end, it's just his conjecture. No, Your Honor, I don't think it's very important.
Well then, witness, please continue.
So you physically met Adrian Andrews, correct? Of course I did. What was that? What was with the brief pause? Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or mail. And why is that? That's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. And the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye.
Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony now of any importance?
Of course it was very important, Your Honor. If Mr. the Killer had met his client before the murder, then it's unlikely he is mistaken.
So you're saying that this client really was Adrian Andrews?
I guess so. You see, it is just as I said. I'm so lost. Who the heck am I supposed to be helping here? Calm down, Phoenix. Think carefully and relax.
Now then, would the witness please continue?
That is correct. I said the two of them met, but if they did, then there shouldn't be anything wrong with the killer's testimony. Well, there doesn't seem anything strange this time around. You have to draw more information out from him, but you can't draw a suspicion. If you can do that, you should be able to find a flaw in his testimony somewhere. Talk about a delicate balance. Of course it was very important, Your Honor. If Mr. the Killer had met his client before the murder, then it's unlikely he is mistaken. As you see, it is just as I said. I'm so lost. Who the heck am I supposed to be helping? And this walkthrough is not helping as much as I thought it would. Why he meets his clients is not important, and that wasn't the point. Witness, please stop sidestepping my questions. What do you mean by that? My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person? I have already told you, Mr. Wright, I did. It was only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him. Ooh. That's when I thought, I can trust this person as a client.
It's true what they say about talking face to face. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance?
Mr. Judge. If I heard what I think I just heard just now, Then I think I've got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of the utmost importance.
Really?
If that's the case, witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony. Very well. Nope. I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and you took the request at that time. Yes, that is correct. And that is when you thought he was trustworthy. How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct. I'm sorry, but that is an impossible tale. What? Shelley the Killer. You have never met the real Adrian Andrews. Why would you say that? Because you made one very big slip-up. About her. So what is the issue? What did you just say just now? About her? If you had ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you that she is a woman. Oh. Order! Order in the court. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? This witness testified to the following, that he always meets face-to-face with his clients when taking their requests, but he has never met Adrian Andrews in person. Yes, Your Honor, that is exactly the point. That means Mr. DeKiller's client could not have been Miss Adrian Andrews. Ugh. Ugh. Gross.
Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake?
I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor.
Her name?
Yes, Adrian Andrews, without a doubt, is a very androgynous name.
Yes, I see.
Unluckily for Mr. DeKiller, the entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender. And so, he simply picked the wrong gender to go with.
What? What is going on? Shelley the Killer, this court demands an explanation.
I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another. So does that mean you remember something different now? Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more. I know he's just going to spit out more lies.
Very well, but this time, please give us the truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail. There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. The request for the murder of Han, Kurita, and 2 or 3 other small things. When I saw the name at the end of my letter, I thought my client to be a man.
So you took this job through a letter.
He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony, which means he is definitely lying. Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. I know, I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like, we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me, no matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it.
Now then, let's begin the cross-examination.
But didn't you just say that you always meet your clients? Yes, I suppose I did say that. However, there are some clients for whom a meeting is simply not possible. But didn't you meet your clients this time? No, I did not. Oh, come on now, let's just stop this game of cat and mouse. Using your silkiest voice is not going to work on me. Alright, then just cough it up and confess.
Mr. Wright, you can't badger a witness with such harsh words. You're a lawyer, so behave like one and present evidence instead of mindlessly yelling. Now then, do you have any proof that Mr. DeKiller met with his client?
No. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I don't have any proof.
I see.
Then your line of questioning was just another waste of time. Sadly for us, Your Honor, that is the nature of right and wrong. And why could you not meet your certain clients? Recently, I've been receiving more requests. If I meet each and every client, I would lose some nice business opportunities.
Nice business opportunities?
On top of which, the times have changed. It is now the age of information and computers, is it not? Well, I have joined the times and now take requests via electronic mail.
Electronic mail? Do you have a mail that is in a special insulated envelope?
I'm very sorry. I despise the shortening of words. What I mean by electronic mail is commonly referred to as email.
Email?
In a contest of mimicry, the judge would beat a parrot, hands down. Anyway, so you took this job without meeting your client, and... The request for the murder of Juan Corrida and 2 or 3 other small things. 2 or 3 other things? Yes. And what were those other things? A few other things that have nothing to do with this case. What should I do? Should I let him slide with that? It'd be really bad if I pushed his buttons the wrong way and he got mad. Mr. Attorney. Yes? Everything I have said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client. Which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination. Could it be that you plan to betray your own client? That's... I smell the stench of a backstabber, and should you be the one, turn out to be one... Wait. Uh-oh. This is looking really bad. I shouldn't press my luck. Alright, I have to think. Is it worth pursuing? Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your clients requested were. If it's truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine. The bear figurine? After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing. And where was that figurine? It was inside Mr. Corrida's suitcase. And then, what did you do next? I handed it over to my client right away. You gave it to your client. Interesting. This information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include what you just stated in your testimony. As you wish. I found this figurine at Mr. Ungard's mansion. If you gave it to Miss Andrews, then what was it doing here? I was waiting for her there. That was also part of the plan to frame Mr. Ungard, I'm sure. That makes a lot of sense. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any problems with this testimony? So the killer says he gave the figurine to Miss Andrews, but I know somewhere in that statement is a contradiction, and yet, I know that if I present something trivial here, it will cut the connection out on his end. If you want to make a strong point, Phoenix, you have to present strong evidence. She's right. What now, Dr. Wright? Witness, let's go over this one more time. You gave Miss Andrews the bear figurine, and she told you to take the bear and wait for her at Ungard Mansion. Is that correct? Yes. Where are you going with this? Well, I think you might have remembered a few things incorrectly. What? It's a battle of wits. I can't let him up on it. I can't let up on him. Shelly the killer. If you had really given the bear to Miss Andrews, then this item should not have been inside it. This item? I see where you're going. Yep, that's where I'm going. Where is everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase? Your Honor, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony. I was going to burn it, for her sake. Even for a single minute this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note and burned it. Order! So that's where you two were going. So, by the very fact that this suicide note was still inside the bear, it tells us that your client did not know how to disassemble a puzzle. Which means? It means, Your Honor, that it is impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client. Oh. Order! Ugh, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I'm sure I mentioned this before, how I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement. No, that's enough. If that is your intention, then there is only one thing for me to do. Wait, please. Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to. No. Please. Not that. Please wait. Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end, and I may stay my hand. Otherwise...
What in the... Mr. Wright, are you... Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
I didn't understand this witness's outburst just now. Do you think there is a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough?
Well, we should...
Edgeworth, we can't do this. If we keep this up, Maya, she'll...
The prosecution,
What has overcome everyone? Even you are.
The prosecution rests.
What is going on around here?
The prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor.
What? Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation. If the prosecution rests with no further questions, then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that is the case, then even though I am reluctant, I must believe that Mr. DeKiller's testimony is accurate. And that would mean that Shelley DeKiller's client is Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor?
If I end the trial right here, then your client, Matt Ungard, would be declared innocent. And in this place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder.
Miss Andrews would be charged with murder.
The prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant, Matt Ungard, to the stand.
The item from DeKiller's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could, but it looks like our time has run out. I can't believe it. The outcome now lies in your hands. Dude, did that old guy finally decide?
To be honest, I can't think of you as a truly innocent or good person. You must have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But, at least on the charge of murder, it would appear you are innocent.
So, I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out.
Mr. Ungard?
What an atrocious lawyer I have, giving his own clients up like this. And that refreshing like a spring breeze crap, it's just atrocious, don't you agree? Anyways, got on with it and pronounced me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer? Should I side with justice, or should I save Maya's life? You better get Ungard a guilty sentence, okay? But if I do that, Maya will die. But if I say he's innocent, then Miss Andrews will be charged as the murderer. Do I say he's guilty or not guilty? Either choice I make, someone's life is going to end. It all hinges on what I choose.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. If the person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews, then your client, Mr. Matt Ungard, is innocent.
There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer's gonna say what I want, aren't you? Right? I can't do this, but I have to decide something. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. My client, Matt Ungard, is...
We are waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Matt Ungard, your client deserves an answer.
Maya, I'm sorry. Matt Ungard is... There she is. Franziska von Karma!
What are you doing here? Ow!
You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off of that scruffy fool. Did you bring them? The final pieces, do you have them? You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Von Karma is perfect in every way. The evidence is here in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy. He's fine and his injuries are minor. All of the items are inside this.
What a filthy old coat this is.
That's Gumshoes. I can spot his tattered rags anywhere. I apologize for its ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in. I fought long and hard with this whole trial, all for what is inside that raggedy coat. I'm sure that inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence.
Your final evidence?
This trial is already over. All that remains is for me to hand down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial.
What?
Your Honor, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence down to the last. I request that Miss Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence.
I suppose you are right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant you permission to do so. However, this one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, then they will not be accepted by this court.
Now, Miss Von Karma, if you please. These pieces of evidence are items left by the killer during his escape from the police.
He must have been in quite a rush.
Yes, Your Honor. The killer left 3 pieces of evidence. Somewhere among this evidence, as we're about to see, there will be something that will turn this whole situation around, like a miracle. I'm sure of it. That is all we can hope for. The first item is a pistol. Does the killer's pistol have to do with this case? Does that pistol have any relation to this case? We have yet to perform a ballistics test, so I can't say anything for certain. However, I believe it has something to do with this case, at least with me. That's the pistol he used to shoot you, isn't it? That's what I believe, yes. Oh. I kept the bullet they removed from my shoulder as a sort of memento. I'm sure it will be an excellent sample for the test. So that's the pistol that was used to shoot Francisca. It's probably not going to help us very much. The second piece of evidence is this videotape. I bet the killer took that from Unguard Mansion. Have you checked the contents of that tape? Unfortunately, there was no time to. Oh yeah. But I would speculate that this tape is very important.
Why would you say that?
Because he came back to his hideout for it. The killer went back for it? That's right. It looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of the officers at the site. But somehow, it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Shelley the Killer is no ordinary man. The last of the evidence is this bellboy's uniform. Is that the uniform from the Gatewater Hotel? Was that used during the crime? I am almost certain it was. There's even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets. It's no doubt about it. The killer was wearing this on the night of the murder. There's one thing I found interesting about this uniform, and what is that? There is a button missing on this uniform. A button? It's a very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, it would provide us with a very interesting clue. That is all I have to present, Your Honor. It's just as I thought. And what is that, Your Honor? I'm sure were we under normal circumstances, these items from Shelley the Killer's hideouts would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing, it is who is the client. Yes, that is correct, and these 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Von Karma. You may step down now. Wait, Your Honor. Please allow me to examine this new evidence.
Overruled. This court already has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict.
Also, hi, Bob, welcome to the stream. I've been going 7+ hours. I am losing it. Wonderful, absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he? Is this the end? Phoenix, I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there? I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. You've come this far. You can't give up now. But, no matter how you think about it, it's... Try for my sake. Just think about it for a second. There are 2 ways out of this situation for us. 2? The first Make Ungard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict. Huh? The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If Ungard himself wishes to be convicted, then he will let his hostage go. That may be true, but that's asking me to do the impossible. The second way. Force the killer to end his contract with Ungard. If the killer were no longer able to think of Ungard as his client, then he would let Maya go. Mia, that's even more impossible. He is a man who values his duty towards his clients above all else. I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first, but if you can make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle. The bigger problem is, the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. The pieces he was just shown, he's not accepting them. Phoenix? Think things through from the other side. Isn't that what has always worked for us? The other side? Wait, does she mean? Never played a Phoenix Wright? This is a wild time to jump into. This is the final case and the final part of the trial. A lot of things have happened. It's been pretty crazy. Basically, all you need to know is that we have been stalling this case as much as possible because our client is working with an assassin, and the assassin is very loyal to his clients unless they betray his trust. So now basically what we gotta do is convince the, we gotta convince the killer that his client betrayed him. And yeah, Sam Riegel is Phoenix. That's true. You mean, to turn things around? Yes, his professional name is The Killer. We made the Jeff the Killer joke earlier. Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it? The person who needs the evidence. The defense, prosecution, and the judge. We have seen all the pieces of evidence, and that is how we have come to know the truth. But there is one person who has yet to see them all, and that person does not know the truth. Did Slendy slap my ass yet? Well, if he did, he was very low-key about it, because I didn't notice. That truth. It may be what will bring about the miracle in the end. There are no objections this time, correct? Now then, I will pronounce my verdict. Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids? I have told you, Mr. Wright. The court does not need any more evidence. I am not saying it is us that needs the evidence, Your Honor. Then, you want to show the evidence to that person? Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion, I will grant you one chance. One chance? Please show your evidence to who you think is the right person. That's impossible. To turn this situation around in one try. One try, that is all I will permit. I have to try to remember everything that has happened up to this point. Think, Phoenix, think. There must be a way to save Maya while taking Ungard down at the same time. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Okay, I was told to save at this point. Who would you like to show this evidence to? Ooh. I see. And now, tell this court what one piece of evidence you would like to show to this person. Yeah, this is a big save point. This determines if you get the bad ending or the good ending, which I have gotten so tired. I am using a walkthrough at this point. I've been using it since this part of the trial started. Attorney's badge. Yeah, that's the one. Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? I think there is some merit in showing this evidence to that witness. Bailiff, please bring in the transceiver from earlier. Alright, looks like I managed to convince him. Maya, she's okay, right? Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand this correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence? Yes, one is all I need. I have here a videotape. It was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back. That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape. I thought so. I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard. Do you know the contents of this tape? I was sternly told by my client not to watch it, so I have absolutely no idea. Actually, you are on this tape. Me? There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded.
What? Is that true, Mr. Wright?
Who was it that planted a camera? Well, the only person who could have placed a camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally. That was Adrian Andrews. Be quiet and listen, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your client specified a place and time for you, isn't that right? Yes. That was so they could film you. I had no idea. Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why. Why did Mr. Matt Ungard film the scene? The reason why he did that is my ticket out of this whole mess. There's only one reason why your client would secretly film the crime. Your client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they said. But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Yes, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want. Your client didn't seem to trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Shelly the Killer? It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning. Yes, by a natural. That is the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks in plots to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client. I have one question for the witness. Yes? You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all. Yes, that's right. But what if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then? That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then, that client would become my next target. For the honor of the killer name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment. I see. That's all I wanted to know. So the traitor becomes the killer's next target. Ah, I get it. This is how we'll turn this case around. Mr. Wright, yes? My contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you your precious item. What the? I'm not an item! Maya, I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, thank goodness. Thanks for helping me out in this trial. Lawyers, now I'm due to kill. This trial seems to have reached a conclusion. However, I don't quite know what happened. Miss Von Karma, where did that... She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict. Mr. Ungard. It looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You will finally receive the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy. But before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watched this video. Help me. Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please. Is this alright with you, Mr. Wright? We have finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there is no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Plead whichever way your heart tells you. Nah, I'm not stupid. Like, you can, it doesn't matter this choice, but I'm not stupid. Of course I'm pleading guilty. Fuck this guy. Matt on guard. Even though I am a lawyer, I cannot make your crime disappear. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here. Me? My wonderful self? Guilty? Even if you got an acquittal, the instant you set foot outside the detention center, your life would be in danger. No matter which way you look at it. You can't run away from your crime anymore.
No!
Ew.
Guilty, guilty, guilty!
Gross. Clawed at his own face. As always, it seems like we have uncovered the real truth. We? I don't remember you helping out much in this. Mr. Edgeworth, how is Matt on guard? I have left Miss Von Karma in charge of his incarceration. I'm sure he's getting a full-course meal of whip leather right about now. Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness? Yes, I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair. She must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. I guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did. This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. Yeah, that was still a fucked up thing you said, Edgeworth. But after that, when I was alone at the detention center, that's the first time I really saw myself for who I am. And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I had finally been saved. Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen her smile. I am really happy that you two were in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I've felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone. Fuck everyone else, I respect you, Adrian Andrews. It looks like we have resolved everything at last. As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about, but everyone seems to be in good spirits, and that is good enough for me. That is all. This court is adjourned. You were great out there, Phoenix. What I did out there was right, wasn't it? This is your first time you've not gotten your client off. You got them a guilty verdict this time, but you have to look past all of that to what's really important. You now realize that there's something more than just getting a not guilty, right? Yeah, I understand now. Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moments before Miss Von Karma arrived with the final pieces of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on the matter. Is he guilty, or is he not guilty? Those were your choices then, and your answer? Your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you. Right. Edgeworth, I have good news. Maya is now safe in police custody.
Pearls! You're telling us the truth, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, she's quite safe. She is on her way here as we speak in a patrol car.
Ah, Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya's safe! You did it! You really did it, Mr. Nick!
Ow. She punches deceptively hard for a kid.
I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her. Mr. Nick will save her.
Thanks.
Oh.
What's wrong?
Miss Von Karma.
About earlier, thanks. Ow! Why are you still smiling, Mr. Phoenix Wright? You lost! Your perfect win record has now been crushed, and yet you are still happy? I don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Von Karma. How dare you? Don't worry, she may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago. Edgeworth? For my own personal victories, and for my guilty verdicts. I used every dirty trick in the book, and so my win record remains spotless. But a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. I fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. I felt I had lost everything because of that. And then it was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. And I was saved by that person I called my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened, so I left the prosecutor's office. And I left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. As well you should have. A prosecutor who has shamed himself with defeat should crawl into a hole and die. But that was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. And it was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change. What foolish nonsense! We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant, but every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith, looking as sweaty and gross as usual. And then, before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well. What? You trusted your enemy? It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. The truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is fight with the knowledge we hold in everything we have, erasing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy. We claw and scratch for every inch. But we will eventually reach that single truth. This I promise you. And now they're boyfriends. If this moment doesn't make them boyfriends, I don't know what else could.
The truth.
Yes, that's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, Wright? That's why you couldn't forgive me. This man who went into hiding. Isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory, who ran away into the night.
Ah, is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Nick?
You really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me all those years ago. And you betrayed your own words. That's why 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least, that's what I told myself. You pathetic fool.
Miss Von Karma.
I don't want to hear the wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser. I'm sorry, do you have 2 more cases to lose? Von Karma? I hear a couple more cases you could stand to lose. If you want to come in court with me, fuck around and find out. A Von Karma is someone who's destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. You are no longer worthy of being a Von Karma, and neither am I. It's over. It's all over. Oh. I guess she gave up. Francisca threw something on the ground just now. This is an electromagnetic receiver. Isn't that the thing she used to track Detective Gumshoe? I'll return this to the precinct later. There's something else.
Ah, isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip?
I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. You should keep this, Mr. Wright. Okay.
Heck!
Maya!
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
There we go. Oh, Nick, I knew you would come through. You got unguard convicted like I knew you would. And on top of that, you even rescued me. Well, of course I did. You know I would never desert you. But we sure pressed our luck this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here. Whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearly. Is it really that easy to do something like that? Thanks a lot, Nick. Don't mention it. Maya. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth! I'm relieved you're alright. Hey! It looks like you've made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago. Heh. Alright. I think it's time we get out of this depressing place. Huh? Where are we going? Food, Nick, food! Grub, chow, I'm starved! I'm so hungry, even you look like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me, Nick. You think I look like a burger? I'm a prime rib, at least.
Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please.
If you insist. Alright, so how about we hit up our usual burger joint? Don't be silly, Nick. Huh? This case messed up that awesome evening and got in the way of my gourmet food. So I've decided that we have to make it up by having another feast. Another feast? Come on, Nick! Food!
Hey, pal. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. Gumshoe, are you alright? Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I would hit a telephone pole of all things. A telephone pole? Then it wasn't a red light that got him.
You did it again, city boy. I felt like my dear old heart was gonna give out on me. I ain't joking.
Yeah, it was more exciting than the very last episode of The Steel Samurai.
Thanks. Now looky here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor. Don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Wright too hard? If you don't start being a lot nicer to him, he might just kick it. Tonight even.
I'll keep that in mind.
Well, come on now. Everyone gather around. Y'all are gonna get your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer.
Looks like Lotta bought herself a new camera. Well, pal, at least we can put this messy case behind us now. Come on, tonight's all about eating, so let's chow down, pal.
Amen to that, pal. Amen.
You know, when you think about it, you were the ones who saved the day, Detective. Huh? Me? You really think so?
He's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending.
Well, you know, it's... Huh? Wait, that's odd. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir.
What? 4?
Yeah, I'm sure I put one of the items in my coat pocket.
There was a 4th item?
Oh, come on, y'all, it's over. But whoo boy, I tell you really are something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped, never a dull moment with you, huh? You think? Why does she look happy about that? But being shut away for 2 whole days, weren't you scared? Yeah, it was really scary. I felt so hopeless. So to keep my mind off things, I drew a picture. Sounds like you had it rough, gal. So where's this picture of yours? Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Mystic Maya's picture. You know, I don't know where it went. Aw, that's too bad. Well, it's alright. It wasn't anything important anyways.
It sure is nice to finally see both smiling again. What is it, Edgeworth? This thing is picking something up.
That's Miss Von Karma's receiver. Thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. I can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me.
That's odd. Even though you're standing right here, the tracking device seems to be in a different location.
Oh, probably busted or something, sir.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time to excuse myself. I still have some work to do.
Huh? But Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't eaten anything yet.
And you've eaten way too much, you glutton.
I had fun tonight. Now, if you'll excuse me. Wait, what? I just want to say, thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there. If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, Wright. I feel like words alone aren't enough here. Wonder if there's anything I can give to express how I feel. Give him a ring, buddy. Come on. Well, let's see. What's this? Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. You and her. You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job.
It looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Mystic Maya?
Yes, Pearly?
I guess you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? You and Mr. Nick, I mean. Pearly, would you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me. And can you not feel the tension between those two?
Anyway. So, who's paying for this lovely dinner party? As if you need to ask. Everyone say thank you to Nick. Huh?
Yeah. I'm kinda at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. So I kinda already put your name on the bill.
Huh? Yeah, I got me a situation just like that myself. There's this camera shop in this hotel, see? And I bought myself this good old beauty here. It better be anyhow for 3,000. Huh? Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since it's on your tab and all. Isn't this great, Mr. Nick? Yeah, Nick.
Oh, why do I suddenly feel like screaming?
You don't need to hold back now, you hear?
Yeah, pal.
Time to let it all out. This is going to be the first time I hear the real you.
Go on. It's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been busy being a hostage and all. Alright then. If you say so. That's it. After 3 months, I finally finished Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney Justice for All. You really came through for me, Nick. I had to hide that letter, but I knew you'd find it. I really feel like I've been living on the edge lately. I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro. What a wild ride. It had its low points. I mean, the circus made me really feel like I was a clown. But,
I'm so happy that you could save Mystic Maya, Mr. Nick. And I'm so happy for the 2 of you. Speaking of which, I think this hotel is a popular place for honeymooners. So I sort of made reservations for the 2 of you, just in case.
it's a great game. Ace Attorney's a great series. I'm excited to play more in the future. But, I'm glad to finally put this behind me, because I need you to know that, like, 3 months for this game... Hold on. Well, pal, looks like I'm back on the force again. Mr. Edgeworth had a long talk with the chief, and he got me reinstated for my sake. I heard he said things like, letting that one go bad is bad for all of society. I knew it. Crashing headlong into everything is the only way to live, pal. 3 months to do this game, that was the same gap it took for me to go from Ace Attorney 1 to start playing this game. That was a 3-month gap. I, Maggie Bird, am retiring this uniform as of today, sir. I'm going to be a waitress from now on. And bring smiles and joys to all the people who come by the restaurant, sir. I hope you'll stop by sometime, Mr. Wright. But yeah, it's probably going to be a while before we see Ace Attorney again, because this game kind of fell under unfortunate circumstances and was completely drawn out.
Yes! Are you here to visit a patient? I'm Dr. Director Huddy. Oh! Recently, yes. That girl, you know. I haven't seen her around. Yes. But I remember, if I even laid so much as an eye on her, it would go crack. It didn't matter if I got whipped, though. Yes. Ho-ho.
I'm gonna need a break from Ace Attorney, basically. It's hard to talk over these credits when there's cutscenes to talk through. It's time to begin our quest of world circus domination, sweetie. And to let the world know we are serious, I plan to make a fabulous flight to Zimbabwe.
Hey, Max, what do you think Zimbabwe is like? Do you think there are castles made of cake and bunnies who can talk?
I think if there are any talking bunnies, even they won't laugh at Moe's jokes. Did I win? I did. I won. This game made me win. And it was fun. It was fun, even through the low points, it was fun. But yeah.
I'm ready. I'm ready. There's no way these jokes are gonna fall on deaf ears. I'm going to be more contemporary with my humor. Mo curls represent. We've got our new act all worked out. Prepare for the Hollow Yulia chorus. Say something, will you? You're supposed to start this off. Get on with it.
Oh no, it's not this game, but it is a series. It is in the series. I'm taking my pill right now also, so I can hopefully sleep soon.
What's this? Drat, it's just an ordinary electric razor. I can't believe this, really. How long did they plan on making me do this? But it's Edgy Poo's idea, so that must mean it has a deep-hitting meaning. But why do I get the feeling they wouldn't forget about me, would they? I was never like this in the old days. Everyone thought the world of me. They used to call me Queen Wendy and treat me like royalty, and I am Nightman. And this is going to pain in my heels, and yes, then go burn and play with the fire. It's very dangerous, where they destroy the scenery and reach a huge stink.
Special thanks. Are we good? Are there no more cutscene? Now there is. I appreciate everything you and Mr. Edgeworth did for me from the bottom of my heart. Oh, that's right. I received a letter from Miss Von Karma. She said that after I get out, I should feel free to consult her about anything at all. I'm really thankful to have met everyone. Godspeed, Miss Andrews. It has become difficult for me in this country as of late. As such, I will take a short leave of absence. If you would like to request my services, please be sure to visit my homepage. May we both be blessed with longevity. What a fucking wild ride this was. Yeah, we're going to darkwebassassin.gov. I think if you go to darkwebassassin.gov, like, the government just sends a bunch of agents to your house and they're like, we know you were looking for an assassin, kid. Where are you going, Francisca? How did you know I was here? With this. I heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices in his coat, for example. That's just like you. I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. This filthy drab coat of his. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage, but it's going in the trash, I promise you that. Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir. 4 things? It seems he put the last one in his coat pocket. He put it in here? It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over. What are you going to do now? That's none of your business. Are you running away? Shut up! You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Karma's daughter. Francisca. So many expectations from everyone around me. Expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win no matter what. And failure? Such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius. There's no doubt about that. But me, I'm no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be the one. I had to. You may not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor. You have been, and always will be. No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my whip away. Speaking of that, Wright gave me this to hold on to. Right. You knew something like this would happen, didn't you? I'm going to say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope you will think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip. You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked on ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth, I've always hated you. And then, finally, my chance to take revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, then this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge. I see. You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've been until today. I believe you can. Just like how Adrian Andrews did. Adrian Andrews? You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics. Isn't that right? Today, you chased after me, after I left you behind after all these years. And that's why we're standing here now, side by side. But I have no intention of stopping. If you say you are going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path, then this is where we part ways, Francisca von Karma. Oh. I am Francisca von Karma. Don't think I'm going to walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now. So you better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth. Phoenix Wright. One day, someday, I'm sure we'll meet again in battle. Until then, this last piece of evidence that never made it to you. I'll take good care of this fourth piece. So I can give it to you when at last we meet again. Oh. Man. What a fucking game. And what a fucking stream. You know, when I woke up today, I didn't think, yeah, I'm gonna do an 8-hour stream. Never in my intention. Thank you for streaming. Literally, thank you for anyone who stuck around or came in or whatever. Like, if you watched at any point in the stream, thank you so much. This is the longest stream I've ever done in my life. This is an hour longer than the last longest stream I've ever done in my life. I streamed for a third of an entire day. I'm never doing that again. I can't. I will lose my mind. Yeah, 8-hour streams are intense as fuck. One day, I'm accidentally gonna pull a Germa Seaman, and I'm not gonna be prepared for that day, and you're not gonna be prepared for that day. There's gonna be, like, one person left in chat, and it's gonna be someone who joined, like, at the 11th hour. We're not gonna live it. Kirby Goings insane live on stream ASMR. But, it's Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Wild game. Wild game. Or Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Justice for all. And we learned the true meaning of justice for all. It means fuck Matt Ungard, that piece of shit deserves to die. I can't wait for him to get sniped. I think it'll be great. But yeah. I should probably end the stream. Maybe the justice was the assassins that we let commit murder along the way. Atticus mentioned earlier about the killer being kind of moe. Maybe in a way he was right. That's not the right image. That's not the ending. That's Reggie Fils-Aimé. I'm losing my mind. Here's the ending. Maybe there was some good came out of the killer. Yeah, that was Reggie and his little plushies. But yeah, that's the end of tonight's stream. I want to thank you all for coming. Hope you all have a good night and take care. Tomorrow will be the Steve from Minecraft in Smash stream. A month late, because god damn it, that's the theme of this week, is I'm doing things a month late. Except Mario 64, that wasn't a month late. But anyways, that's it for tonight's stream. Thank you all for coming. Hope you all have a good night and take care. Bye. I need to go. I'm so fucking tired.